Right, I'm good to go. My OBS has been a bit weird then. Hopefully you guys can all hear me okay. And I've kept the music a bit low this time, deliberately. I'm going to start with a beer tonight, just to warm myself up, because I want to take my time with the wine, so I'm saving the wine for a bit later on. So welcome guys to the earliest ever Saturday stream, earliest and longest. Oh, that's good. It's also a very big bottle as well. It's like 2 bottles of beer, I think. Yeah. Right. Cool. I've got everything set. I'm ready to go. I've printed out some things so I don't have to keep going to web pages for stuff. Keep that in front of me there. We should be good to go. So I've created a project in Flubits. I will give you guys the link to that now. So you can join if you want to. I'm only going to commit the assets to GitHub as we go. I'm not going to commit the code because I don't want it to be released before it's ready. No, I'm hoping tonight, Stepz, that this is going to be. I'm going to take my breaks a little bit less often because obviously the code. I've got a schedule that I've written down of things I want to complete by various times, and I'm hoping to kind of have breaks at the completion points for those. And the breaks will be pretty quick. I've eaten well today. I've got snacks. I've got some crisps for later on, just in case I get a bit peckish. I may, on my break, go and have a bowl of cereal or something like that if I'm getting hungry. But I think I should be okay. Okay, so that link is for the Halloween game Flubits. You should be able to connect to it now. I will just update the font stuff, which actually it looks like it's already updated. You'd think I've been planning this for weeks. I've been thinking about it for a week, but I've actually been planning it just today. So I've been drawing some artwork today. Let me inhaler. Right. I've been drawing some artwork today. I've been doing a little bit of kind of intro screen planning in Charpad, and then I just wrote a very brief schedule. I want to try and keep ahead of the schedule. So yeah, all right, so I'm gonna start straight away. Let's get into this. So I'm gonna create myself a little source folder. I'm gonna create a main file. I'll just call it main.asm. So this is going to be a side-scrolling shoot 'em up. Can I put the schedule in Flubits? It's written down on. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do now. So I've dedicated 2.5 hours to creating the basic setup. So setting all our raster interrupts up, setting up the kind of file structure, and creating the scrolling system. I'm hoping by 7:30, so that's 2 hours 20 minutes from now, we'll have a scroller that allows us to scroll random heights, procedurally generated background. So we shall see how this goes. And then from 7:30 we're going to add the player and the collision in. I've dedicated about 1.5 hours for that. Probably won't need that actually. Then the char sprite bullets for 1 hour. Then adding some sound and music and basic enemies for 2 hours. That takes us to midnight. And then the 2 hours till 2 o'clock is actually 3 hours because the clocks go back. So I've put the rest of the collisions, that'll be enemies to bullets, enemies to player, player and enemy deaths and scoring, and then another hour for doing extra enemy waves, then an hour for the intro, and then another hour for doing any power-ups that we've got time to do. So let's see how we go. Right. So let's get cracking on this. I'm not going to explain quite as much as I go along. We've touched on most of the things I'm going to do. There will be a few things, obviously, that we haven't touched on before. So when we get to those, I will talk about those. But for now, I'm just gonna keep going. I'll try and chatter a little bit as I go along, but so start by just making the screen black. Let's set up the. See, this is why I've got this page printed out. Have I printed that page? And no, I haven't. The one page I wanted right now, and I haven't printed it out. Okay. So I need to set up my kernel banking. So let's do that straight away. So I'm going to use all the RAM. So I want 101 in bits 0, 1, 2. So that would be 31015. I need to turn off the interrupts. CD. Okay. Do the IRQ in a minute. Do I need to do anything else here? Oh, I need to set up my VIC banking as well. So that's DD100. There's a bit I didn't print out stupidly. Banking. I'm gonna use the usual. I'm gonna use the upper area for all this banking stuff. So that's bank 3, so 00 in DD. So oops, 018, and so I'm going to use a screen at C00. The last 3 bits should be 000. I'm going to use no, sorry, that's character set. I'll use character set at 001. So like so. Screen RAM would be so. There we go. Cool. Very ambitious timetable, yeah. Charles Sprite's bullets. No, I've deliberately decided not to steal any code from anywhere. So I am going to put some comments in places, but I'm not going to it's more for my own convenience than anything. Okay, let's do some asset imports here. I'm just going to import the assets at the bottom for now. So let's show you the assets that we've got. So this is the basic font that I've got. This shows the kind of style of the map. This is going to be moving up and down. There's the same with the ceiling as well. As you get progressing difficulty, the gap between the floor and the ceiling will get smaller and the scrolling will happen quicker. This text in the middle is just what I kind of intend for a potential intro screen. I've got an idea, maybe we'll have some random scrolling background in the intro while this is static. And this is the HUD at the bottom. Loads of space in here. We may be able to add some extra characters in here, because this is all we need to build the map, this row of characters. So it may be that I add some more variations in at a later date. So for now, let's export those. Export character set. I don't care about the map right now, so I'll export it into assets. I'll just call it font. Save dynamic file, font.bin. There we go. And that's going to be at C800. So C800 import binary, or is it that? I can never remember which way it is. I'll try that first, see if it works. Let's just give that a quick try. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. Cannot find the file. Couldn't create log. I'm not sure why it can't create the log. Okay, it's not doing anything. That's probably because we've got nothing in the screen. So let's just do a quick test. Stick the character 1 in a few places on the screen. We'll use this as a clear screen routine in a minute. Actually, in fact, I'm going to put that as a routine down here. Just going to call it clear screen. Actually, let's do it forward. It doesn't really matter at this point. Okay, so a quick test. Okay, I'm not seeing anything here. Why am I not seeing anything here? Do the run again. Yeah, it will be like a scramble game, I think, so. Screen at C00, and it's not actually saving those. It's saving the character 0 in there for some reason. Store accumulator, blah blah blah. Oh, because I'm not actually calling the routine, that's why. Thank you, Jacob. Cool, right, so we've got some characters in there. Don't care about colours right at this moment in time, so we'll just keep that in there. Okay, so the next job is going to be to make this scroll, so I'm going to add a new folder in I'm not actually going to put the files in folders, I'm just going to keep them all in the root. So I'm going to call this map. So actually should put that there like that. Do the basic upstart first, then do the imports. Or I could put the imports at the end, it doesn't really matter, but I'll keep them all at the beginning, just keep the asset. This is going to be our game loop here. This will just be some kind of useful routine, so we'll need a random routine in a minute, so I'll do that in a second. I'm also going to import IRQ, and I'm going to create that file. Create an init. Okay, so in here we need to, let me grab my, okay, we've already disabled these. I'm going to move them into there. The last thing we'll need to do is acknowledge the interrupt, and then clear the interrupt, and then we're good to go. We'll also, I need to put a to-do in here for block NMI, but that doesn't matter for now, I'll leave that blank. Let's just set somewhere in the middle of the screen for now, doesn't really matter. It's 1, 2, isn't it? Yeah, 1, 2. And don't care about bit 7 of D011, so that's in it, and then we need to do the actual work here. And the last thing we need to do is that. We'll put a store state. Oops. And a restore state. And I'll put those macros down here. Oh, in Flubits itself, I'm not sure. You're better off getting the add-on for whichever IDE you're using. Push the accumulator to the stack, and then we'll do X. Push the accumulator to the stack, and we'll do Y. Push the accumulator to the stack. Yeah. And then we'll do the reverse. Okay, and I'm just going to put an ink in here. So now I can just want to see if our raster is working at the right point of the screen. Hi Colt, welcome to the stream, thank you. Okay, not seeing anything in here. Oh, because I'm not calling it, so that's going to be my problem tonight, isn't it? Forgetting to actually call things. Get rid of this readme. Imported, yep, okay. Still not seeing anything here. Why am I not seeing anything here? Oh, I need to enable the interrupts, that's why. Which value is that? D01A, isn't it? Yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Yep, block NMI, then. That's the CIA interrupts. Okay, that looks like it's not acknowledging the interrupt when I come out. So it is getting into here. That should be acknowledging the interrupt. Why is it not? It is D019, isn't it? Let's register. Yeah, that should be right. Don't know why that's not. There we go. Right, so that's the interrupts working. So you can see it's just changing there. So because I tried to restore all the registers before I did this, it didn't count the it didn't count the acknowledge properly. Okay, cool. So that's not bad. It's 25 minutes in. We've got the main interrupt set up. Okay, so let's do the map stuff now. So in the map we're going to have scroll position. Yeah, just call it scroll. Or don't call it H scroll, actually. That makes more sense. I'm also going to need a Z page file. Which I'm not using right now, but I will need at some point. I'll call it ZP like that. There we go. And I'm going to split the layout so that I can see it in both columns, like so. And import that up here. Hi Victoria, welcome to the stream. So actually what I'm going to do here, just for testing, I'm going to clear the screen with kind of increasing values, so we should get something we can see moving across the screen. Okay, that'll do. It's perfect. Now we need to set multicolor up as well, so let's do that in here. Actually, let's do it in here. Let's do it in here. And we can put the clear screen in there. Okay, we need multicolor, which is D016, and we need to set bit 4. So let's just do it like that. We need to set the multicolors. We've already got the background colors, so we just need the 2 multicolors at the beginning. So let's have a look. What have we got? Let's start with this brown colour, this brown and, well, orange actually, orange and grey, so it's 8, 9, 10 and 11. I don't think that's quite right actually. I think that's the wrong way around. Yeah, it is. It's the wrong way around. Okay. I'm actually going to move the clear screen into... Actually, no, I'll keep it here. And we'll pass in the value we want to clear, which will eventually be 0, but for now we're just going to pass in that. But it doesn't really matter what we pass in here, but it will set the random kind of, well, not the random, the increasing font values first, but we'll remove that eventually. And then we'll add a clear color routine, which will do the same and clear the screen to a single color. We might need to change this because of sprite pointers soon, but maybe if the sprite pointers... Actually, it probably doesn't matter. We just turn the sprites off when we clear the screen. If I have to tidy up, I can tidy up. It's simple enough. Alright, there we go. Oh, something's gone wrong there. So clear color. Clear color does this. Returns. And turn that off a sec. What has gone wrong there? Oh, I think I know what I've done. 8, 9. Oh, no, that should be... Should be correct. Start spinning closer. Okay, let's just flip around later. Yeah, I might do that actually. Let's stick some constants up here for now. Let's tidy this up a bit. We're going quite well here, so. What do I need? I need 250, don't I? I mean, color RAM is not going to change, but I'm still going to set it in here like this, just for consistency, I guess. Also, this should actually be clear color, and that should be 13. So enable multicolor mode. Something's not right there. What have I done? Let's get rid of the clear color again. Something's gone weird with that clear color routine. That's what I'm trying to avoid, these silly bugs that keep cropping up. CPU jam. That. Oh, I know why. It's because I should be setting. Damn it. Stupid mistake. You know better than that. There we go. I don't know why this is happening now. Let me just turn off the IRQ just to see. I mean, it's almost certainly the IRQ, but okay, it's in blue. Colour back in. Okay, cool. So we've got the right colours in here now. Doesn't matter that the font's displayed in multicolours, it's just a test. So why is the IRQ not working? Let's have a look. Okay, so we enable the IRQ, we clear the interrupt at the end, we acknowledge, we come in here. It's like this acknowledge is not working properly for some reason. Try again putting it after that. I feel like it should be before it though. No, why is that doing that? Why are you doing this to me now? Oh, because of this ad. Yeah, but this is only temporary. This is going to be removed. It really doesn't matter at the moment. I'm more intrigued as to why this IRQ entry isn't working properly. For some reason, it's not acknowledging that interrupt. What have I done wrong? Do you know what? I'm just going to double check in my other code. Let's open. I'm not going to copy code from here, but I just want to check that I'm doing things correctly. No, that's not what I wanted, was it? At all. There we go. Okay. Where would it be? Utils, IRQ. Yep, we're doing everything right there. D01A. I mean, we're doing it in slightly different ways, but it's pretty much doing the same thing. Yeah. Main IRQ, SL D019. Yeah. D019. Turn from interrupt. I mean, it could be setting this up again, but I don't think so. Let me just add a few knops in here. I just want to see if that makes a difference. Should also do this in 07 D019. It shouldn't matter if you do any anything that shifts that. It should be fine. I think it could just be because I've got so little going on in the in the actual interrupt at the moment. Yeah, alright, let's try that, because that obviously isn't working, so... It's frustrating. Oops, wrong file. Still doing the same. God damn it, why is this happening now? What's this topic? That's a bit sound. It's not the opposite. Even, yeah, memory saving. Or right to a target version twice in quick succession. Okay, let's try that then. I've never needed to do it this way though. It's just because I'm trying to do something live on stream, isn't it? Why are you doing this to me? Do a map in it, which does this, which clears all the screen, sets the colours. It seems if I take that out, it works. Let me just, my door's just blown up. Okay, it doesn't work with the colours. Yeah, I mean, this should work. I'm not sure why it's suddenly not working. Let me just get rid of the store, because I'm not actually doing anything with those values. And just change that to ASL. Maybe I'm doing something wrong in here. This is typical though. Oh, that's a whole different ball game. Okay, it shows the difference between bad lines and borders which don't have bad lines. So it's not those. These are 1A's set up. Let's do things exactly the same method. Just open recent again. Really didn't want to have to be doing it like this. eTools, IQ. Yeah, see, everything is pretty much the same, except I'm not doing a set interrupt flag, but I'm doing that in here already, so that should be fine. I tried enabling that raster interrupt earlier, but it shouldn't matter because the interrupts are disabled at this point. Why you not work, code? The annoying thing is it was working, and now it's just decided to stop working. If I get rid of that map in it. Oh, see, that's frustrating. Okay, let's set the IRQs up first. And then we'll do the maps. And if this works, I can't explain why, but there you go, it works. That makes no sense to me whatsoever, but fine if it needs to be done like that, and I reckon this will work again now. Which is the way I'd rather do it, just to save a bit of memory. And put the colour back in there. That makes no sense. Okay, fine. I must be doing something in the map. I don't see what I'm doing though. That's affecting affecting those values, but well, whatever. Alright, that's 15 minutes wasted. Okay, fine. Let's get on to doing the map. So I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to do this map in just temporarily in here. I'm going to call this function, and this is I'm going to leave this right at the end down here because this is going to be fully unrolled. I'm not going to try and optimize some kind of crazy scrolling system. I'm just going to literally just unroll everything. We're not going to do color scroll, we're just going to do character scroll. So I'm just going to unroll this here. So let's do a for loop. Why is that not working? Have I got to do the rest in here? Oh, there we go. So we'll do rows. How many rows? Let's do... I need at least one for the HUD at the bottom. Let's do the full screen other than one row, so 24 rows. And column wise, we only need to scroll from here to there, I believe. We'll try this out in a second and see how it looks. Actually, this needs to be... Oh no, that's right. Okay, screen plus row times 40 plus... Is that right? Yeah, plus column. So hopefully what we'll see is bug-free shift of the entire screen pretty quickly, actually. Okay, it's copying that last byte, but I think that's fine because we're is it fine? No, it's not actually. We need to do 39 there. Okay, I'm also going to put this counter in here. That I think it's like that. And then in the IRQ here, oops. Just to slow this down a little bit, so we can see what's going on. Why did that crash? Loop, IRQ. What? Let's see what I've done wrong there. Okay, hang on, let's just take that out a second. Oh my god, what is going on now? So this 0 page stuff is breaking it for some reason. Let's turn that off. I might just do it the old method. Do I do the 0 page now? So yeah, that's correct. Fine. I'm going to keep that open as reference. Yeah, I just put virtual and I'll get rid of the 0 page there and just do it like that instead. That'll do. How's everybody's Saturday been so far? Hope it's all been going well. I've not really had time to check on anything else that's going. Now, why is that working the first time but not the second time? Why is that? Have I not banked out the memory or something? Hang on. CPU jam has occurred. 37 in 01. Why is it 37 in 01? It should be 35. Let's just check that. Might be stupid. Run visible, yep. IO visible. So it's 1, 2, 4, 5. Yep. Okay, let's just do it a different way. It's been so difficult. Yeah, the weather's not great, is it, today? I've got to admit. Okay, 0 page has been an absolute pain in the ass, and I don't know why. I'm assuming if I move that a bit higher in memory. Also, why does it say 2 to 53? Have I got some other... Oh, wait a minute. Let's put 0 page... Let's put 0 page there. Oh, God damn it, that's what it is. Yeah, that's better. Okay, cool. That's moving it along. What I'm going to get it to do is copy this last column into this column first, and hopefully we can just see some stuff happening. So the first thing I'm going to get it to do before it starts on that is take the value at row times 40 plus 39, no, plus 0, oops, and store that at plus 39, and this should actually be 40 like that. There we go. Just need to make sure that everything is appearing on the screen in the correct places. I'm not entirely sure it is. It looks like something a bit weird's going on here. But this is probably because now we've got... So we're doing this here. Because we're starting the change in the middle of the screen now, so we just need to arrange where that goes. So it's happening pretty quick. So by the time it gets down here, we're going to see kind of glitches, which is why it looks kind of fine up here. Although I do see double letters coming out, and then they correct as they move along. So let's have a look. So we're copying whatever's in the first column into the last column. And so that means we do need to not do that. But notice how by completely unrolling that loop, no, that's not right, is it? Look, it's just copying it all across. So we're taking whatever's in this column, copying it across by 1. Actually, what we need to do is this. Yeah, by completely unrolling this loop, there's no indexed addressing goes on. This is going to take quite a lot of memory up, as you'll see. You know, already we're up into the, actually we're in the music area here, so we probably need to relocate this code in a minute. So let's do that now. While I remember, let's just put it there. Yeah, that's what this X register is going to do now. So the X register is storing what's in the left hand column, then it's doing shifting the entire screen over, and then we're putting that left hand column back over to the right hand side. This is going to change. This behavior is going to be something different, which we're going to work on in a second. I just need to get the basics of this working. So now that's working, we're going to put scroll speed in, so we can vary the speed, and this is going to be our initial scroll. I'm also going to move the IRQ down. At the moment it's starting in the middle of the screen. I'm going to start it on this very bottom row here, but I think that is at, I'm going to try F2. I think that's probably the location it needs to be at, because we can stop the scroll on the bottom then as well. Where did I do it? In here, F2, let's do that. Hi Andy, I missed that as well. Welcome to the stream, dude. Okay, that'll do for now. I can adjust it. It might need to go up a little bit, I think, possibly. But notice how this is pretty much enough time to do everything before we even get into the top of the screen here. It's just a little bit less than we need, a little bit too slow. I might actually change the value in the middle, but okay, let me just check that bottom row of characters isn't moving. So as part of the init, clear the screen, and then I'm just going to fill the bottom row with (24 times 40 x 40). Just want to make sure that bottom row has the correct things on it. Why is it up there now? What did I do? Did I change something in here? Oh, damn it. F0. Yes, that's too high. So F2 is about correct. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wait for F2, run this routine. I'm not actually going to create another intro. I'm just going to do the boring way of checking for the next row. So I'll check for FC, so it's a little bit off the screen. Compare D012. Branch not equal. Loop. There we go. And so what I want to do here is make sure that D016 has the correct values in that we need. So D016 is our multicolor screen width and horizontal scroll modes. So the value I need in here, so it's in turn off multicolor, 40 columns, on 40 columns, no scroll. So that means in this place we need to put 0, 1, so 8, 1, 8. So we can put the default in here, which is C8. I don't even know what the other values do, but the other higher bits do, but let's just put that in like that. And that's multicolor mode off. And then when we're finished, we need to turn on multicolor on 38 columns and apply the scroll. So that will be so on multicolor would be, make this D8, 38 columns would be D0, and then add the map scroll in, store D016. Okay, cool. Cool, so we've got a score panel down here that isn't moving, uses high-res colors, high-res characters, while we do what we want up here. Okay, cool. So that's the basics of the scroller. Now we need to actually make it smooth scroll. So for that, we're going to adjust this value. So in our IRQ at the moment, we're just always calling screen shift. So we will keep doing the increment counter, that's fine. I'll get rid of these border flashes, we don't need those anymore. In fact, that was the only one. So it's this bit here. So what we need to do is call advanced map. And in here we're going to I can never remember which way the scroll goes. Well, we'll soon know if it's wrong. So compare it with 8 if it's fine. Otherwise, I'm going to end it with scroll. Actually, I'm just going to jump to. So this is called a tail call. So instead of returning from this function, we're going to jump into here and let this one do the return instead. 7 is max shift to the right, so this is going to go the wrong way, isn't it? God damn it. Okay. Thank you for that, Ammo. So actually this needs to be the opposite, so I need to track to the scroll speed, and if it's positive still, so we don't need to do a comparison, otherwise, and it's store that. There we go, it should be fine. Still a bit of jitter there. Why is it jittering? There's 7 store there. Jump to screen shift. Okay, let's stick some. What is that? Want to see where this is happening. So this is all happening down here, so this is just that we're doing. No, think. Okay, so advanced map, which comes in here. We're still off screen. We advance the scroller. Yep. If the scroller is still positive, then we just store that in H scroll and we go to the next one. Come on. Jump to screen shift. The screen shift shifts everything along, and value is stored back in here. So this is correct. This is actually storing the new value, because we're ending it with 7, so we're taking the high byte of that, storing in here. And doing the screen shift. Maybe the screen shift should be happening on the next frame, but I don't think that's right, because it's because this needs to happen after this. Shit. Okay. You know what? That'll absolutely do. I don't care about how. I don't care if the code repeats. We can deal with that at a later date. Actually, I can just do it like this. Oh no, that's not gonna work, is it? Damn it. That'll do. Why do I shift? I only shift if the register has gone negative. So if the register goes negative, it means we've overlapped. This should be fine now, I think. It's just because it was setting in the wrong place. No, it's not fine. It's not actually shifting now. What have I done? Right, I can't. Hang on. I need to think about this properly. It's definitely to do with the position that we're doing this. So the IRQ comes in, sets everything, goes to advanced map to decide whether or not it should be setting the scroll register or not. The advanced map takes the scroll register, subtracts the speed. Actually, no, I'm going to do it there like that. So it subtracts the speed and stores it. and then I'm going to end it with 0.7. Okay. Resets it, otherwise it comes to here, which does none of this. There we go. Cool, so we've got smooth scrolling, and hopefully now we can just change the speed of that really easily just by changing this variable here. So this can go from 0 to 7, I believe. I think anything more than 7, it's going to be too problematic. Cool, there we go. Right, so we've got variable speed scroller. Okay, right, so the next job is, instead of just copying from one screen and sticking it on the other side, we need to make some random patterns. So I'm going to create a random number generator in here. Oops, close my window. So I'll stick it in here, I guess, for now. So I'm going to do an init in here and a get in here. Right, I need my CIA stuff. So I need to set DC04. So these values kind of don't really matter as long as they're different throughout. That's that, and so I need DC0. Fill DC0D, so no, that's 7F DC0E I need. Okay, so I need to start the timer, so let's do this with binary from here. Speed 50 Hertz. It doesn't matter. Actually, let's do it this way. Just so I don't use stuff that I don't need. Timer count system cycles 0. No, I do care about that one. Okay, do I care about load start value? Yes, I care about that. Hang on. That should be the inverse of this, damn it. 1, 0, 0. Timer restarts on underflow. Don't care about that. So this should be 50 Hertz, don't care, care. And then these two should be no, sorry, these two. Blah 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 blah. Load start value, yes. Timer restarts upon overflow. At those, start timer. There we go. Oops, I'm gonna, because I can't remember this code for the life of me, so I am gonna look. This is one piece of code I am gonna copy, which is this random block here. Actually, I've already got the code here. And that looks way simpler than mine. Let's have a look. Oh, I'm just storing the numbers directly into those values. 91. That's 8. Oh, sod it, I'll do it the same then. I'm going to copy that block of code here. Cool, okay. Yes, we are on 5G. I hope it's going well. It actually says I got 2 drop frames right at the beginning, but I've not had any problems since then, so I'm assuming it was just a kind of initial startup thing. But yeah, I'm on 5G tonight. Yeah, 3 has been a nightmare the past couple of days. It just seems to be just if I say that I'm going to switch ISP and you're on that ISP, then start panicking, because I seem to bring the bad luck with me when I change. Okay, so this is what we're going to replace now. We're going to replace this random row creation here. So it's been absolutely stable. Cool. How's the quality? What sort of frame rates are you getting? Is it 720p at 60 FPS? Okay, memory wise, why is that unnamed? Oh, because we're still here, so this should actually be like that. I don't know where the music fits into this. I know Stepz has been doing some music. I don't know how big those are, so I'm going to leave plenty of room for that between 1000 and 3000. So we've got plenty of memory, and even with this now as it stands, with the unrolled code, this is unrolled 24 character copy of code. It is still, yeah, I mean it's barely approaching what's that, 6k of code, so it's not bad at all. 720p, you don't see FPS anywhere. Okay, it's just giving you 720p. Most people it would be 720p 60, so because the bitrate's high enough for that now. And I haven't seen any drop frames since I started, so the 2 that I got right at the beginning have kind of stopped. I haven't had any more since then. Okay, so so what we need now is generate a column. Okay, so this is where it gets a little bit fun. So I'm just going to put variables that kind of are used alongside it next to the functions rather than stick them all at the top. So I'm just going to put some stuff in here. So seal height, which is going to start at 0, floor height, which is going to start at 0. So the first job is going to be to increment these. So the min gap is another value as well. So we'll start with a min gap of, say, half of the screen. So, well, we'll do a bit less than that actually. Let's do 16. So you can't have a ceiling and a height that totals more than 16. Okay, so how do we do this? Do we have 3 directions? So we have going up, going down, going across. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so generate column, and this is going to fill this, which is going to be 24 bytes of some kind, and that's going to be built up of these things here. So for now we'll just fill it with this character, or sorry, this one here, and then we'll work out how to add these little bits of extra stuff on top of them. So let's do that first. So let's just assume whatever we've got set, ceiling and height, we generate that column. So the most simple thing we're going to do is just generate a column. So starting with the ceiling, so load for the ceiling height. If it's equal to 0, let's skip. Oh, we probably want to clear this first as well, so clear column first, apply ceiling, so oops, so it's 24, and the blank is, where's the blank? We'll use this because this is the standard blank for, or 0 actually, it doesn't, yeah, we'll use 0. So that clears the column, and then we're going to apply the ceiling. So we will, how to do this? I'm going to hard code the values in here for now, and then we'll create some patterns in here, I think. Okay, so hard coded value would be 135. We're working our way. Hang on. If the ceiling height is 0, that means there is no ceiling. If the ceiling height is 1, that means there is something in that location. So I have to actually decrease the x first here. So I'm going to do it here, and I'm going to do instead like that. So, right, that should create a ceiling, and we do the same with the floor. Difference with the floor is it's going to start from the end of the column, the end of the data, so do the same again. But this time, what do I need to do? I need to this needs to count backwards, so this needs to actually be the inverse. So what I'm going to do is transfer that to the accumulator. No. This is going to be awkward. Think how to do this. There you are. That's the last section. Add. No. There we go. Cool. Yeah, that should be right. Okay, let's try that out. So if I set Oh, that's not going to do anything yet, so I need to generate a column and then I need to apply it. So as part of this screen shift routine, we will jump to generate a column. That's going to generate a column here. We can get rid of this because we don't need that there, and instead what we'll do is we will looking at col data plus row. So right, okay. So in theory, this should, with a ceiling height of 0 and a floor height of 0, completely blank the screen out as it moves. Which it is doing, although it's affecting this down here for some reason. That could be... let's slow everything down. Let's scroll down to that. Let's put our split in here. Let's do oh, that's correct now. Okay. I don't know why that was wrong before. Could have been to do with the speed, but yeah, that looks fine. I'm going to leave those in there for now. Can come back and remove them if we need to. So let's try increasing the ceiling height and the floor height. Try that again. I'm going to take a short break in about 5 minutes, guys, because I need to feed my cats. I'll be as quick as I possibly can. Okay, ceiling height's working, floor height's not. So let's do floor height. Okay, let's increase the floor height. We've increased the floor height by 1. So this should actually be working. Am I doing too much of a 23? Gives me the last section at the floor height. Gives me 2. That should be fine. I don't know why that's not working. Just going to put a star in here so I can see what's actually being created at that point, and that is at 3105. Okay. And so it has created here, but not in the bottom one for some reason. Did I create floor height 01? Yes. Why is that not working? Yep. Floor height is 1. Take away that. If it's minus, no, it's not minus. Come to here. Okay, if we stick a breakpoint here, it's like it's not getting into this location at all. Yeah, it's not getting into that location, so it's skipping here. Floor height is 1. Why is it? Oh, it's skipping the whole thing, that's why. Okay. Clear column, yes. Branching mode is skip. This is where the skip should be. That's why. Skip. Yeah, there we go. Right. Cool. Floor height of 1 is working correctly. Okay, there's a little bit of a glitch down here, so we need to knock out this area here, so I'll quickly do that. I'm not going to use NOP though. What I'm going to do is at this location here. Needs a little bit more. One more on here. You can use some illegal opcodes to do that sort of thing, I think. Okay, that's cool. So let's actually that's gonna do for now. Right, okay, I'm gonna very quickly go and feed my cats. I'm gonna be about, I'll try and be as quick as I can, but it depends on how quickly I have to watch them or else they'll eat each other's food. So I'll be as quick as I can. I'll be right back, guys. Right, I'm back. Ooh. Right, that's going to be the last long break for the thing. So we're on schedule, I think. Okay, good. So let's have a look. Where are we? Okay, so now we need to make these go up and down. So let's assume 0 is horizontal. So what we'll do first is we'll decide if we need to change direction. So we will take, let's have a look. Let's start with the ceiling height. We can test the ceiling height and then we can copy it over. Ah, Rusty Games, welcome to the stream, dude. Long time no see. You caught me in the middle of a crazy coding challenge. How you doing? Rusty Games is a guy called Matt I used to work with a long time ago, a very good friend. I am going to carry on, I need to carry on coding, Matt, sorry. But yeah, nice to see you, mate. Okay, so we need to decide whether or not we're going to change these. So we need some constants to work out the randomness of this. So let's create, let's just call it dir random. And so if we are yeah, nice to see you, Matt. Tune in some more. There's plenty of this going on. I do this twice a week now, so okay, so if we're currently going horizontal, then we'll have a 3/4 chance that we'll continue going horizontal, otherwise we'll change direction. And if we change, yeah, we'll keep that. We can change this value later on, so this will be the value which decides if we change direction. So so we need to take a random value and compare it to our random. We'll do, this is the ceiling. I think so. If it's less than that, then we don't do anything. So skip. Otherwise we need to change direction. So now we need to decide which direction to change. So we'll grab another random value. If it's minus, we'll go here. Otherwise here. So if we need to increase the height, we need to do two things. First of all, we need to check that the floor height and the ceiling height is less than the minimum gap. If it's more than or equal to the minimum gap, then we don't do anything. Otherwise, we can change the direction of the ceiling. So ceiling direction, also if the ceiling direction is already at the maximum, then we also don't do anything. Okay, cool, right. And this is where we would apply. So to go negative, we don't care about the ceiling height and floor height because we're increasing the gap, so we don't need to do this comparison. We do need to check that we're not already going backwards. Compare, yep. Otherwise we can decrease the ceiling height. I think this is probably about right. Let's try it out and see what happens. So so at this point we apply the ceiling height. So we take the ceiling height, and sorry, that's not right, ceiling direction. Okay, let's try. Hopefully what we'll see now is a ceiling which kind of changes randomly. It's at 0, so it's just decreasing at the moment. That's not right. Let's increase the speed. Okay, there's something going on here because it's not doing this correctly. Okay, so let's have a look. So first of all, we take a random number, we compare it to our random byte, and if it's less than the random byte, we jump to here, which does nothing. In fact, that should probably be, let's call it no change. So no change. Otherwise, we take a random number and we either add a value or we decrease the value. So if we're adding the value, we should be coming to here. So random numbers should occasionally be coming into this. So I'm just going to stick a breakpoint in here, make sure it is actually hitting this now and again. Could be that it's just not getting in there. Okay, it's never getting into that. Okay, so let's see what values we're getting out of this random function. Maybe that value is incorrect. In fact, I'm going to do this. Oh no, it's fine. I'll do it in here for now. Okay, so accumulator is A7, which is indeed a negative value. Accumulator is B9, 9D, E5, B9, 9D, E5, B9. E5. Okay, we're seeing the same values. That means our random function isn't correct. Oh, because it's not random, it's random.get, like so. That's right. Random. Yeah. Just try that again. So D9, F3, CF, 5B, A9, 9-1. Okay, we're definitely getting much more random values now. not seeing any increase in the ceiling, but let's move the brake into the positive. And just make sure we are getting into that. We're doing for time. Yeah, not bad. I've assigned an hour and a half for player and collision. I don't think we're going to need that, to be honest. Okay, so this is getting into this area here, which is good. So let's see if we are actually increasing this value here, which is the bit that we need. Okay, that does increase. Cool. Right. Okay. We're seeing an adjustment in the ceiling height now. But for some reason, when I run it full speed, it kind of screws up and then fails. Interesting. Okay, one thing I definitely need to do here is make sure that if ceiling height is positive, that's fine. Otherwise, ceiling height should be 0. Okay, we're not getting any crash, but we are seeing some flickering down here. Nothing happening up here. Let's get rid of that decrease there. Oh yeah, you're right. Let's put that RTS in there. That's probably a good thing to have in. And we are calling that, right? Yeah, we are calling that. Queuing it. Okay. So move this all down. Okay, so this is the ceiling code. To skip will actually take the ceiling, add the new ceiling direction, storing the ceiling height. I'm just gonna, for now, I'm just gonna make it go positive just to see what happens. So it is 3,000 bytes. Okay, brilliant. That's brilliant. Awesome. Yeah, we'll get that in pretty soon, I think. Okay, we're not seeing the ceiling height increase, which is bothering me a little bit. Where is that? That's at 3,100. So let's go and have a look at what's going on at 3,100. So seeing the ceiling height of 0, ceiling direction of 1, so it should be increasing, which means we get into here. We add these two together, which is the ceiling height and the floor height. The ceiling height is 0, the floor height is 1, so that's a total of 1, and the min gap is 10. So we add them together. If it's more than or equal to 10, we skip, so we are doing this bit. Otherwise, we take the ceiling direction. If it's 1, we jump to skip. Otherwise, we increase the ceiling direction. It is currently, ceiling direction is currently 1. So we come to here. Should be taking our ceiling height and adding 1 to it and storing it again. Oh, god damn it. You see, this is why I haven't started on the wine straight away, so. Okay, it increases and then crashes, which means that that minimum gap is not being obeyed. Let's just have a look again at what's happening there. So it's not going in steady steps, it's kind of jumping straight up, which is a bit worrying. So ceiling height is 1D, floor height is 1, which means when those two are added together here, it should be jumping straight to skip. It should be jumping to no change. Okay, that's why. And seriously, Stepz, thank you a million for doing that. Okay, so we've got our gap here now. So it's saying the minimum gap. Oh, the minimum... this is the inverse of the minimum gap. So this is actually saying that... Okay, so we should be comparing this to... Let's do it like this. So it should be take 24, subtract the ceiling, subtract the floor height. There we go. Compare to minimum gap. And this should be the other way now. There we go. So it immediately goes to that level. It's slow it down again. Okay, cool. It goes straight down to that level, and this is our minimum gap now. I just want to check that that is a gap of 1. We should see it go down to 1 gap. Otherwise we just need to adjust this value here. Okay, so we need to adjust that, so we just add 1 onto it there. And that's because our branch is less than, not less than or equal to. So we just need to increase that value. I brought my bottle of wine in, but I've also brought in a bottle of lemonade as well. Okay. No, it's going too far every time. Why is it going too far? Okay. So we subtract the ceiling height and the floor height and compare it to our minimum gap. Minimum gap is 1. Get rid of that thing there, I don't need that anymore. Our minimum gap is 1. Where is it? Minimum gap, there we go. Oh, did I need to make that less like that? Maybe that's the problem here. I went the wrong direction. There we go, perfect, right. So, with that in mind, we can now add the decrease back in, and we can add all this back in as well. So now it should be random. Now if that works, we'll do the same with the floor, and then when that works, we'll start decorating the ceiling and the floor. Okay, it's not working. Once it's in negative mode, it's not work. Oh no, there we go. Okay, that'll do for now. We can adjust the values for this later. I just want to get on and do the same with the floor as well, so we can start decorating it. Floor, let's just copy this entire block and then rejig it to work for the floor. So the floor is pretty much the same thing, really. We still need to do this same comparison here against the minimum gap. Floor direction instead. like so. It's funny, I've been thinking about this code all week and how to do it, and it's been so frustrating not actually kind of writing it down, just trying to keep it all in my head, ready to do this. It's not worked out exactly how I thought it would, but close enough. Oops. So what we should see now, we've got a minimum gap of 1, so this should never meet in the middle. It should only ever be 1 apart. Now that's going to be too small for our sprite. Our minimum gap is probably going to be 2. But this should, we'll just leave this, in fact let me speed it up a little bit and we'll leave it running for a little bit while I have a quick think. I'll finish off my beer and have a quick think about the decoration and how we're going to do that. Just to make sure that it never meets in the middle, which it doesn't seem to be. Oh, there was something back there that looked like it met, but I don't, maybe it wasn't. No, I don't think it is actually. What's happening is sometimes it's jumping 2 back. Okay, so we need to make sure we limit the back and forth. Okay, so hi Sagrek, welcome to the stream. So the corners meeting will be alleviated by the fact that the minimum gap will never be more than 1. Will never be more than less than 2 anyway. So so what I need to do is I need to make sure that those values, the ceiling height and the ceiling floor values, never go. Sorry, the ceiling direction and ceiling floor never go above 1 or below 1, which is what's happening here. So let's start with the ceiling. So if we want to add 1 to the ceiling direction, then we take the ceiling direction, compare it to 1. If it's already at 1, we skip. In fact, if it's already at 1, we skip. Otherwise, we increase. When we go backwards, we check the ceiling direction to see if it's at FF. If it is at FF, then we don't do anything and we go to skip. So that's fine. So the same should be happening with the floor as well. I'm not sure why they're meeting in the middle like that. Let's change the minimum gap. So I think the minimum gap probably is going to be around about 3 at the highest difficulty. So let's try it again with a minimum. In fact, I'm going to slow it down ever so slightly, like half speed or something. Okay, it's not looking too bad. What I'm interested in is any case where the step goes more than 1 in either direction. So if I see one, I'm going to try and stop it. And no, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, it's looking alright actually. And of course this is kind of at the hardest difficulty, so this is going to ramp up. So we're going to have a wave number eventually, and the wave number is, as it increases, that is going to be used to look up some parameters, and the parameters are going to be things like the speed, the number of aliens, the number of kind of enemies that come onto the screen, the maximum gap between the two as well. So with you know, we'll start with a maximum gap of 10 or so. So the first level will be really simple, probably a speed of 1. And the way I want this to work is you'll always start with nothing on the screen. Then there'll be maybe one screen's worth of scrolling, and then the enemies will come in. And then when you've killed the enemies, the map will automatically filter out back to nothing again. Then you'll get an indication that it's the next wave, and then the same thing happens again with the new parameters. Okay, so the next job is to create some decorations for this. So we're about 25 minutes away from being complete on this area. So let's have a look at the sprites that we've got, the data that we've got. So we look at any one column in here. I don't know if I can highlight a column in here. Yeah, I can. Okay. So you can see from a ground point of view, we just need to draw grass on the top. If the direction is going up, then we need to draw a slope, and there is a piece underneath that slope as well, but we can worry about that later. If the piece is going down, then we need to draw a down slope. So let's start by trying to add the grass on the floor first. So how can we do this? Let's think. So let's create another thing here. We'll call it grass top, and this will be based on whether we're going up, down, or horizontal. So this bit I haven't thought about. I thought about doing the randomness of the ceiling and floor, but not about how to do this bit. So Shalander, well done, Akmathin. Hope when they complete a wave, the whole screen does a challenge here. That would be kind of cool. It's possible. It's possible. All right, let's have a look. So we need grass going. So if FF is that the floor is going down, so we need this one first. So that is 130. So it'd be 130, 129, 128, like that. Okay. And then here, when we apply the floor, the very first time we do it, we need to change that value. So how can we do this? So we're going to grab the floor direction, and I'm going to put that in the X register. I'm going to increase it, and then I'm going to load grass top, X, and then I'm going to store that at charmod +1. So that's now changing this value here. And what I'm immediately going to do, as soon as it's been stored in this location, is I'm going to load 135 and store that in charmod. Now that means we can change this value to a random one of these, wherever the hell it is now. Where's it gone? To one of these kind of whole pieces if we want to. But for now, let's just do it like so. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you, Mondo Shoan. Rushing so much, I'm not thinking straight at times. Okay, so hopefully now this should give us a grass piece on the top of the floor. So, and this should more or less match the stuff as we're going along. So, okay, it's not quite right. It's only doing it on the bottom piece. So this is a problem because we're actually doing it from the top down. Okay, so we need to do this at the last part. So let me just move that down here for now. So we definitely need to start with that value. So I'm going to put this reset char draw floor. Oh, this is, yeah, okay. And then at this point here, if presets, if it's minus, so compare x. Ugh, I don't like comparing any value to 0, annoys me. We'll call this and we'll just use the Y register here so we don't break the value in X. Oops. There we go. Okay, now we're not getting any floor. Okay, so why are we not getting any floor? Because if the value is 0 and we come here, it's going to be decreased, so it should be 1 there, not 0. It's not right, is it? It's the top. What's going wrong there? Oh, it doesn't know what the next direction is going to be. Okay, so it needs to be a little bit more aware of the direction it's going to. Oh shit, this is going to get confusing. Okay, let's think about this. Do I need to be planning 2 columns ahead? Because the up's fine, because we know that the next one is going to be up. But if you go down, then yeah, it does. It has. If you go down, it needs to know. It needs to know that the next one is going to go down. That's the thing. Shit. Okay. Okay. What time are we on? We're on 10 past. Okay. I'm going to start then by just doing the grass top for now, and I'll have a think about that and we'll come back to that. So let's do the grass top. The grass top is 129, and we'll come back to that in a minute. Got time. At the very least, this should give us grass on the top of every level. Okay, that's good. So what do we need to know? We need to know if the last position was higher, or the last position. So we just need to store the last position. Okay. Is that right? Yes, we just need the previous. Okay, that's easy. So we'll just do it as the second value on here as well. So we'll keep these the same. So it just checks the previous value. So ceiling height +1 is the previous value. So so if there's no change, nothing happens. Otherwise, we store this at ceiling height +1. I'll do the same in here. It is in 38 column mode, but because we're scrolling, you'll still, if you try and patch up, you'll still see some flickering down one side. Unfortunately, it's fine. I just need to know the previous height. So if I know the previous height, let's have a think. So drawing the floor here. Okay. We're at the top level, so we need to know what we need to draw. So we take the previous height. So the previous height is 1, and this one is now down 1. Then maybe what we should be doing in this case is drawing one on top. So we do drop down, but then we'll fill in a gap above. So how would I do this? I can do this by going down. Actually, I don't need that, does I? Let me think. Comment above, we need a listen command. Here, hang on, let's have a look. Keep the height changed to a down graphic. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. So let's think, if we're going down and we've just changed to going down, I think this is the difference here. If we're already going down and we do nothing, there's no change. So if we do change, instead of immediately doing it, we just jump to no change, like so. Let's do it on the floor first. So again here. So we've actually changed the value, but we're not actually changing anything directly on screen straight away. And then we draw the character. So in here we would then char change. So char isn't changing. Otherwise we. Oh, I need to kind of put that stuff back again. Let me just undo that because I had that already written. It saves me doing it again. Don't need that actually. I don't think. Let's get rid of those. Yeah, alright. And then in here, do we only need to do it when we're going down? Possibly. Let's scroll back. Okay. Hi guys. Yeah. Yeah, we do need a listen command. I must admit. Does my suggestions room work? Let's have a look. No, the suggestions room has been deleted, unfortunately. Okay, no change. Yep, and then in this here, no change. Okay, let's see what happens with that. I think we might not need to do it for up. I think up might be fine. Okay, what's going on there? Also, I'd notice if the floor is at 0, it does the first one right and then it fails. Oh, because it should be going to skip here, I think. Oh, come on, do more than that. Oh, almost there. Almost there. Now, why is that doing that? That's because these ones should be horizontal when they're not. So that's because we're still going down. That one's horizontal. Oh, so close. Yes, so close indeed. Okay. I'm going to worry about that. The bottom row isn't working properly, but I'll worry about that in a minute. What I am going to do is I'm going to change the randomness so it's happening a bit more often, because at the moment it's not happening often enough for us to see stuff. Did I adjust the height counter when you had the extra height for the first block? What do you mean, Andy, the height counter? Oh, that kind of worked then. Come on, up we go. Do you know what I'm going to do? Just as a temporary measure, I am going to, in this section here, damn it, where is it? Yeah, let's do it here. Just as a temporary measure here. So this should tell us which direction the thing is going. For the first down, you keep the height, so the height counter may be wrong, or did you readjust? I think the problem is when we go horizontal, if the previous one was down and we go horizontal, we need to subtract 1 from the height. So if you look there, so these numbers on the bottom are indications of the direction, plus, you know, so 2 is horizontal, 1 is down, 3 is up. I'm just getting tiny little hills now. And in the case of up, the very last up, right, okay, let's worry about the up in a minute, because it looks like the very last up should actually be 1 higher. And if we go down, it should be 1 lower. Okay, so let's work on the down first. I'm a few minutes behind schedule here. That's fine. I'm fairly confident I can do the play stuff pretty quickly, so I'm just going to work on this because this is quite a complex little algorithm. So let's get this right, and then we can catch up later on with the other bits. The only other bit I think might take some time is enemies, but we have got that extra hour because of the rest of it. So I'm going to spend like another 20 minutes on this or so. I'm going to try not to encroach too much on the next section. So just while it's fresh in my mind. So if the floor increases, let's have a look. So let's see if we can affect this bit. So if the direction increases, spend 11 hours on this and really sort of see, yeah, they'd accept it as well, as long as you put a shit intro on the beginning. Okay, so if we decrease, everything is fine. If you look there, pretty much everything looks fine. It's when there's more than one. So if you go down and then you go up, so it's the positive. So if we increase the floor direction, then we should be jumping to no change here. Oh, what's going on there? That's weird. Oh, wow, that was loud. Thank you for the follow, Prince Phase 101. Welcome to the stream. Oh, no, that's made it worse, hasn't it? Yeah. Down, up, won't have any horizontals, yeah. There seems to be some weird cases where it's way further off screen than it should be as well. Yeah, that hasn't worked at all. In fact, that's made it consistent. Oh, it's made it consistent. So what I need to do is, if we're going up, increase the floor direction but decrease the floor. Hang on, decrease the floor height, or is it increase the floor height? Oh, come on. It's only in some cases, that's the frustrating thing. So going down, I need to decrease the floor height. Okay, I'm going to put that in there and see if that fixes it. The great thing with this is, because of the method that we're using to calculate this floor height and floor ceiling height is the same for the ceiling, it should be really easy to generate the duplicate code for the ceiling as well. I'm going to speed it up a bit because it is a bit slow now. Let's put it at that speed. That looks worse. So we're getting no randomness in the floor at all. Now back to C0. Why are we getting no randomness in the floor? It seems to just not want to go up for some reason anymore. I feel like that should be... I'm just going to try that. I feel like there should be some symmetry with this. Your height generator... Yeah, I am going to spend 20 minutes and then stop. Oops. So the problem is here, whenever it goes down, it should decrease the floor height. No. Hang on. That really hasn't worked at all, has it? Okay, let's get rid of that. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point actually. We don't necessarily need this terrain to look great to get this to work, so it could be that it's better off just kind of getting it semi-okay and then working the rest out later. So it's hard to see those directions there. I'm going to actually set the screen color just for a second into the maps. I'm going to clear it to green just so I can read the text underneath. Oops. Yeah, I agree. Actually, let's let's move on. Let's just put the basics in here so that it's actually oops, what did I do then? So we had it how we had it before. I will just comment out this section here. Actually, it's just like that, isn't it? Put that back up here. Let that out. Don't need that now. And make this, was it 129? Okay. Okay, so I mean it's not exactly how we want it, but it is kind of working. I'm gonna just reset these bits where okay, so let me think. Floor, if we're doing nothing, jump to skip, so we still apply direction every time. Keep that a skip, even though we don't really need that jump in there. I'm just going to keep that there anyway. Oh, what have I done? So, no change, increase the floor direction. Here, this sets the floor height, adds the floor direction to it, otherwise sets it to 0, and then when we're drawing the floor, pretty much cancel all of that out. Don't need any of that. Okay, no, yeah, we do need that, sorry. Don't need that, that's right. Back to here. Okay, why is that going all wrong now? I do intend on this game being very hard anyway. Oh yeah, it's doing something really weird here. Wait a minute, am I doing some addition somewhere? Hang on. 24. Yeah. Okay, should be fine. I do intend on it being kind of Flappy Bird levels of difficulty, so. Oh, I've just noticed this doesn't have an RTS on the end, so that's one thing that's wrong. Which will not have been helping either. Yeah, we're getting some issues at the top there. It's going far too high. Okay, so let's have a look. So if we need to go positive, then first of all we need to check if they're a min gap. Otherwise, jump to no change. Actually, I can see straight away one thing we need to do here. This should be like this, and this should actually be, we're trying to make the floor go higher. It can't go any higher, so we need to and that shouldn't be that anymore. I think that should be skip. If the floor direction is already 1, then jump to skip. Otherwise, increase the floor direction, jump to skip. Skip just takes the floor height, adds the floor direction, stores it again. If the floor height is negative, meaning we've gone down, so reset to 0. So if we're over the gap, then flatten the floor. Okay, that should hopefully. I'm just gonna leave that running. Tell me if it intersects. I don't think it is doing. Although the min gap should be. Min gap should be less than that. It shouldn't be doing that. I did as well. Thank you, von Milhausen. Now the scroll isn't quite as erratic. Ah, and these slopes are much better. But again, it's going too high. Why is it going too high? God damn you. Self mod is this bit here. And the reason we're doing that self mod is because we need to count from the backwards. So that is a column of data, and we need to draw from the bottom up. So to do that, we find where the start of the floor is by adjusting the self mod value. Okay, 10 more minutes on this, and then I am going to stop. But I do need to get it so it's not crashing. So this is the floor going up. We subtract the ceiling height and the floor height, and we compare it to the minimum gap. Or 0 floor direction and jump straight to skip. Yeah. Means nothing would. I mean, we can jump to no change, it doesn't matter because the floor isn't going to change direction at that point. So I'm going to see what happens. If it gets up to the top, then I'm going to break and have a look at what it's doing. Still feel like the gap between the ceiling and the floor is too small though. You should never get that close. Or maybe it's not. Yeah, I think it is. Wait, see, there we go. Way too close. So we've got a ceiling height of 0, correct. We've got a ceiling direction of FF, meaning it's going backwards, which means it'll always cap at 0. Floor height of 17, which seems about right. On a floor direction of 0, I mean it's level. So that means, yeah, the slope is good now. It was that RTS at the end. That means if you take 23, subtract the ceiling height, you've still got 23. If you subtract the floor height, you've got 23 minus 17, you've got 6. So if you compare that to 16, it is less, so we wouldn't do anything, hence why it's flattening there. But if we were going up at this point here, then what the hell? Why is this not immediately failing? Right, that's the ceiling. But yeah, still the same. It should be failing. If it's more then that minimum gap should be jumping to here. But it's not, it's lower, so it should be coming here, and this should be jumping to no change, which doesn't do anything. Like there, that's... I mean, we're not getting an intersection, but there's definitely something wrong here. And it was right before, so I started messing around with it. Well, let's have a look, because it's the same as the ceiling code, so... let's just make it match. I mean, we've made a slight adjustment here, but that shouldn't matter. Ceiling positive is about one. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Add store. Oh, yeah, this should be the same. I don't know why it's different. I'm going to try putting a new gap in here to see what happens, if it reduces it or not, and then I think I'm going to move on to the next thing. Was on a building. Oh, because now the minimum, so it is obeying the minimum gap, but something seems to be skipping that sometimes. No, is that because in here? Ah, we still apply. Ah, okay, I can see what this is. Going to fix this quickly. I'm going to move that. And I'm going to put it here instead. So what we do here is we take the floor direction. If the floor direction is not 0, 1, then we don't do this next bit. Otherwise, what we do is we check the ceiling height and the floor height, do the comparison. Yep. Okay, that should fix that. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've got Windows actually chose my cursor size is quite big actually. This is, oh, that's really odd because that is much bigger on my screen. So on your screen, what you're seeing is the cursor at half the, well, about the height of one line of numbers. But I've actually changed the size of my cursor, but it seems like the capture is only capturing it at the small size for some reason. That's frustrating. Right, I think that's fixed the problem we had with it not capping at the top. I kind of need to do the same with the ceiling as well, or else it's going to break on the ceiling. So I'll go and do that quickly, and then we can move on to the next section. So same again here. Hang on, let's have a look at the positives. So blah blah blah, compare with 1. Yeah, so we take that from here, and this now goes into here in the same way that it is in this one. But I can just copy that, I think. Stick that in here, like so, and change this for ceiling direction. So again, same with the ceiling direction. If we're already, if we're moving down, then we need to test it. Otherwise, we don't. Do the same check. And if it's the same, there we go. Right, cool. I'm going to call that a day for that. We'll come back and enhance that a little bit at some point. I'm kind of annoyed with my mouse cursor. For ages I thought I'd made my mouse cursor big to help you guys, and it's been annoying using it, but it turns out it's freaking tiny on the stream, so that was a fat lot of use. And now this should work. So if I put that minimum gap to 2 like that, should see that work properly. And obviously a gap of 2 means you can have a gap of 1 on the diagonal, but this does seem to be working there. Yeah, text highlighting. Yeah. Okay, let's not worry too much about the cursor size. I don't want to spend too much time thinking about that. Right, so 50 minutes behind now, and we need to do more on that terrain stuff, but that's fine. I think we've got plenty of time to do some of this. So let's have a look at player and collision now. I'll move this over to here because it's no longer kind of code in progress. Stand this out here, and let's create a player. We'll create an init function. Okay, so for this we're going to need some frames. So player frames. And I'll need to load in the sprites as well, so let's go into our main file and load those sprites in. So the sprites I've got, need to load them up. This is the sprites we've got. So this is our little player sprite here. There is a small animation. I just kind of added a bit of kind of randomness into it, so, well, not randomness, but a little bit of movement, so it looked like it was flying and not just static. So I'm going to load these sprites in. These will go at the sprites, so we're not going to change them, so I'm just going to put them at D00 for now. I think that's absolutely fine. I may do some writing characters into sprites at a later date, but we can just use sprites higher up in the Vic bank for those. Whoops, wrong button. That one. Stop bin. Yeah. There we go. Right, so that's the sprites loading in. Let's make this a bit bigger. Let's move player over here because we're going to edit this one. Okay. So our player frames are. Now, is it a ping pong animation? It's not. Should it be a ping pong animation? Let's have a look. No, actually, it looks better without. I think it's better like that. Okay, so this is sprite 0, 1, and 2. We're starting at D000, so that will be sprite 64, 65, 66. Actually, let's do this. Call it timer. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a little counter. I'll start it on 1. It will count down to 0. When it hits 0, it will reset, and it will reset to this value here. The reason I started on 1 is because the first ticket is going to go down to 0. So if I started it on 0, it would go to FF, which means it'd take a lot longer to count down. Although we could check if it goes negative. So yeah, let's do that actually. Let's check if it goes negative. Okay, so we need to set up a sprite. So we'll use sprite 1 for this. So first thing I'm going to do is in our main code. So we've got setting up the random, setting up the IRQ, setting up the random, set up the map. set up the player, and this is gonna, we'll use this for kind of setting the sprites up as well. So we'll enable all the sprites in here, but for now we'll just enable one, but when we need to enable them all, we'll enable them in here. So let me get my little thing here. So that's D015. We'll also need to enable the same for multicolor, which is, where's my little list? D01C. We need to store a color, so our little witch is red, so we'll store that at D027. And we need to, that's specific to that, so let's just do okay, don't need to worry about priorities or background collisions and stuff at the moment. Double height, double width is not going to be affected, so we just need to set up the colors. So our colors are brown and light green, so that's 9 and 13. So, and if I remember rightly, that is D025, D026. There we go. If I remember rightly, I just looked at a sheet. So. Okay, so we set the color of the witch, we need to set the sprite pointers. So we'll just set the first frame for now. +0. I like to always add that on the end of the sprite pointers, even though +0 is kind of pointless. It just makes it obvious that it's an indexed area. Just a personal preference, doesn't mean anything when it's compiled. Font is overlapping sprites. What do you mean font is overlapping sprites? Oh, I see what you mean in memory. No, it's not. Sprites start at D here, so. Yeah, that is a massive PC. That's my new build. That's the one that's got a PlayStation 4 in it. And I'm out of booze. I'm not going to start on the wine just yet. I'm going to get the little player moving around. Oh, really? Oh, maybe there's too many characters in the font. 256. No, it shouldn't be. That's still going along. Okay. Let's have a look. No, it's fine for me. Let me just recommit my font and sprites. Use the ones I've got here. Yeah, this has got in the back here, Hayes, there's a PS4 that's been modded to work off the ATX power supply and the reset button on the front. So when I press the reset button on the PC, it turns on the PS4. And there's the USBs have been extended to the base here. And the HDMI will be going through a HDMI matrix switch, PCI matrix switch, so I can control it from the PC. It's pretty good. The problem I had with it was getting the right amount of power to the PS4 Pro. The PS4 Pro takes a hell of a lot of wattage to power it. So, okay. So that's the player in place right now. We need an update here. and a draw, I guess. So update is what's going to advance our index. So player anim index. That's only going to be updated when this updates, and then that will be decided. That will loop round for the number of frames as well. So I'm actually going to stick another label here just in case I decide to change the number of frames. Always good to have a label there. So update will take. Actually, it does decrease effect. I don't think decrease changes the negative flag. Let me just double check that. On. Oh, I do have that down. Damn it, I printed this out for this reason. Decrease does affect the negative flag. Okay, cool. Of course it does. Makes sense. Why would it not? They are 250 watts. The way I've got it set up anyway. But the thing is they're drawing all that 250 watts through a single 12 volt input, which is a hell of a lot of ampage. It's like 25 amps or something crazy. So if you aren't using multiple wires or a very thick wire, it gets very hot. And in fact, the PSU is mounted directly onto the pins of the board to avoid that issue. The plus side is without the power supply in there, there's a lot more room for cooling as well. So I've got double radiators in the back. One's an inlet and one's an outlet, and they blow across the PS4. So the heat from the PS4 should be exhausted pretty quickly. So okay, so I'm going to load this value here. In fact, I'm not going to load it. I'm just going to decrease it. If we haven't done anything, we'll go to here. If we have, then we're going to take that value, store it in here, ready for it to tick down the next one. And then we're going to take this. We'll do this in the next register. It's just a bit easier to do it in here. Increase X, compare X. I'll call that skip. Okay, and just return from that straight away. We need player position as well, so we'll do this same way we've done it in the other game. We'll have 3 bytes, so we've got fractional, least significant byte, most significant byte. Is fractional LSB, so pretty much the same as the other one, but there's no most significant byte for player Y. We need to set a start position in here, so let's load 80 and store that at also store that at player Y +1, and then reset all the other things to 0. So fractional. Hi Thalamus Digital, welcome to the stream. How you doing, mate? Fractional is just a value that will tick up to represent a number less than 1. So basically, we can add subpixel values to the movement, and we just discard that when we draw to the screen. But it means we can think about things in sub-pixel animations. Don't have to move things at 1 or 2 pixels at a time. We can move things at like 3/4 of a pixel. And so that's what we'll do here. We'll draw. So we're going to load Let's do the player Y first because that's the easy one. D001 and load player X. FE. Okay, so we need to init, update, and draw. Okay, so got the init in place here. This is our loop, so this is where we're going to start adding things in. We'll probably change this into a game functionality at somewhere else in a minute, but for now we'll stick it in here. So let's do update. I do lowercase, yeah. I should be more consistent with my capitalization, but unfortunately I still aren't. After 20 odd years of development, I still don't always follow that. Okay, so hopefully now we should have a player on the screen and hopefully animating. It's not animate. Oh, that's because we're not setting the sprite pointer. So we need to sprite pointer. Okay, so we need to take our index and then load player frames index and store that at sprite pointers 0. Okay. It's a bit fast still. Just set that quite high. I'm worried that that's not actually working, and also I just want to slow this map down and just make sure that the minimum gap is, yeah, that'll do. Yeah, exactly. You just do, when you do additions, you do 24-bit addition instead of 16-bit, or you do 16 instead of 8-bit addition. There we go. That kind of is alright. I think I would have liked... Actually, that just looks like 2 frames. That doesn't look like 3 frames. Let's have a look at our... Oh no, it is. Kind of would have liked that to move on. Maybe I can tweak that after the stream, but for now that'll do. Don't want to waste too much time on this. Okay, so got a sprite in. Let's, in the update, let's do some player control now. So this is animations. We'll add joystick control in here. Now, first thing I'm going to do is in our 0 page in here, I'm going to create a byte to hold our joystick, just so I don't have to keep grabbing it from that thing. It's quicker to grab it from 0 page. So it's DC00, I think. Yeah, DC00. Okay. I'm also going to stick some labels up here for up. Down. Okay, right. Right, I'm going to take 2 minutes, guys. I'm just going to go and grab some wine and a glass and have a quick cigarette. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Be right back. And I'm back. Won't rip straight out of creatures. It is out of creatures. Right. Now, unlike normal, I'm not just going to drink the wine straight. I'm going to mix it with lemonade because otherwise I'm going to be far too drunk to start doing stuff at the end. So. Right, okay. Turn one of these fans off, it's getting too cold. Okay, so joystick control. We'll do that here. So we'll load that value, store it. Two, right. Let's have. Something like that. Speed Y. It means we can also add gravity in at some point if we want to. We can make it really. Oh, God. We can make it Flappy Bird like if we really want to. Do we really want to though? That's the thing. I think it should be hard this game. Okay, so take the joystick. So let's do. Well, let's do them in order. Let's do up. So up. So I've already got this in the accumulator, but just for copy paste sake, when I do the things, I'm going to do it like this. So this is and with up, and if it's not equal to 0, then skip is there. If it is equal to 0, then we need to start subtracting. So this is 16-bit subtraction, so we're going to take the first value in player Y, we're going to subtract the first value in speed Y, store that. That's that simple, right? And now we can just copy paste that for down. This becomes clear, and this becomes add. So let's give that a quick test, make sure that's working. Why is that not loading? Oh, I hate that. While we're at it, we can change our clear function as well. Oh, that's things are moving too quick there. Why is that moving so fast? Speed Y, let's just have a check. Speed Y, player Y. Make sure when I draw. Oh, okay. Is that happening? Oh, it's because it's happening too quick now. That's the problem. So what I'm going to do is in our game loop here, I'm going to have another flag in here. And then in our IRQ, which is here, where's our IQ entry? So this bit here. Go. Just going to indent that so I can see that a bit easier later on. I don't hit tab after I type a var name. Sometimes, I don't know. It's just habit, I guess. I think sometimes I do, or sometimes I click. Yeah, I don't know. That animation seems really slow now. That's because we've added the loop thing in, so I can slow that back down to 4 again. Should probably be fine, I think. How's the wine going? I've just started the first bottle. Okay, cool. So now we've got a player moving. It seems a little bit slow, but we can adjust the speed of that later. So we want it. We kind of want it so that it matches the screen speed almost. Because when you're moving fast, you're going to want to be able to move up and down quickly through these tunnels as well. That terrain's really bugging me. I can't wait to get back to that, but I'll worry about that shortly. For now, this will do. We can adjust the speeds after we've done all this. So left. And now what we need to do is we need to subtract a 24-bit number. So, whoops. Annoying how Sublime says, oh, you're trying to do this when I've already done it. Well, what I was thinking is maybe we can add a little bit of gravity in. But yeah, inertia could work as well, I guess. What I'm trying to do, so I've got a schedule written down for the things I want to do to get the basic game working. If I can stay ahead of that schedule, then towards the end we can go back and we can tweak things. The witch's name is Luna. It's the only name I could think of that I could fit on the screen alongside everything else, so it kind of works for a witch's name, I think. That should be add, and that should be add as well. Lunatic. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay, cool. So we've got a witch flying around. So I'm going to change the clear screen routine now so that it doesn't clear to random stuff all over the place. So this one here. So we should start with a blank screen now. Cool. All right. So next I'm going to do some collision. So I had to think about how I was going to do the collision. I thought, oh, well, I can just use hardware collision. But the problem with that is we're going to use char sprites for the bullets, which means you would collide into your char sprites all the time. So instead what I'm going to do similar to we've done in the other game, just going to do a quick lookup to get the screen location of the witch, and use that to work out where she is on the screen and work out if she's going to die or not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the witch just change colour when we're hitting things as a quick indicator, and we'll go with that kind of. The Paul Andrews thing's really, really ridiculous. Really ridiculous. Okay, so in the update, got the joystick control, that's fine. There'll be one for fire here as well, so I'll put that in now, along with the skip at the end. But it's not being used yet. Okay, so collision. So we will have a function called get collision. the inconsistency in the capitalization is doing my head in, so I'm going to lower that. Like so. And so we need to get the coordinates in screen space of our sprites. So so let's start by doing the Y, because the Y is the easy one. So we're just going to grab player Y +1. We need to subtract the top border, which is 32, and then we need to divide by 8. I'm gonna store them here for now. I think some of this will probably be better in the 0 page, but for now we'll just keep it here. So subtract by 32, now we need to divide by 8, so we need to shift to the right 4 times. But actually what we need to do here, before we shift, we'll need to add the scroll value. No, not for the Y actually, we need to do that for the X, but for this we don't need to, so screen Y, okay. So for X, it's a similar process. However, we need to do things in 16 bits instead. So we need to subtract the border. We're going to need some temporary variables here as well. So let's create some temps in here. Let's put the temps at the top. I'll just call them temp rather than give them a 0 page thing. Let's just put 4 in for now. It should be enough, I think. So we're going to take our player, we're going to subtract the side border, which is 24, and we're going to store that in temp 1, which is our lower. And then we're going to take the upper byte of the screen and subtract 1, just in case there's any cross over the MSB area, and store that in temp 2. Now, actually we don't need to store it, but I'll leave it there for now, just in case we need to come back and grab that value for any reason. I don't think we do. Now we need to roll the value in, no, we need to shift the value in our upper byte, and at the same time we need to roll the lower one, and then from that point on we're back to single 8 bits, so at that point we can just do this 3 times. Okay, so to test this, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create some tables. So let's create a tables area. In fact, I'm going to do it in here. We've got a lot of stuff in here. I can move some of this into a utils when I'm tidying up later, but yes, 2 consecutive bytes, yeah. Yeah, 256 pixels wide, yeah. The MSB is a pain in the ass, but I do like the kind of the widescreen look of the Commodore 64. Although it doesn't look as widescreen on NTSC, because the pixels are a kind of different shape on NTSC, which is a bit frustrating. I actually prefer the look of the NTSC for some things. I definitely prefer the frame rate, that's for sure. So I'm just going to create an area called tables in here, so it can be referenced from everywhere, and we're going to have screen row LSB and screen row MSB, and this will be the lower byte. But first of all, I'm just going to use color RAM, and we'll change this to actual screen RAM in a minute. The reason I'm using color RAM is so I can do some debugging here. So we're going to do test here. Turns out that PAL is squashed. That would make sense actually. That would make sense because I think PAL does look a little bit squashed actually. I do like the look of NTSC games. I think they do look a little bit better. It's just a shame that they shafted the Commodore with the extra lines. It would have been better to make it work with PAL kind of lines and maybe increase the number of cycles decrease the number of cycles on PAL machines to make up for it. But I mean, they went the other way, and that's fine. It was probably a cost-saving thing, I'm sure, as everything was with Commodore back then. Okay, so we need to grab the screen row from here. So I'm gonna create a vector here, like so. I'm just gonna grab a screen, Y, like so. And then I'm going to load Y with screen X. Right, okay, so what we should see now is if this has worked, we should see colouring around the top corner of the witch whenever we cross over the background. So why is that wrong? Why is that wrong? Oh, because I don't need that in a fill statement. So, and that should be tables. I'm not going to see anything there. Come on. No, we're not seeing colours. Not seeing colours at all. Seeing them over that side, but not across the screen. Okay, player screen X and player screen Y isn't working, so let's find out where they are. Here. So player screen X isn't working. Oh, am I actually storing that value? No, I'm not, am I? I know what the problem is straight away. Yep. Actually, let's go back and speed the map up again. Okay, it looks like it's too much. It's halved, isn't it? Okay, it's one too many. Wait a minute, did I do? Let's try that. I think that might be right. No, if you want the assets, you have to look in GitHub. I deliberately not put the assets. I've deliberately not put the code into Fluebits because into GitHub because I don't want Laxity to turn up and crack it and release it before it actually gets released to the competition. And there is a problem with Windows and Fluebits. I'll do another commit in a minute just to make sure that everything's fine. X is looking like it might be right now. God, come on, give me some background to go in. There we go. It seems to be fine. Yep. Okay. So the only problem we've got here now is that the horizontal scroll is affecting that X position thing. So I'm going to slow this down, and I'm going to change the X position. Oh, they will. They will definitely crack it. They cracked something that wasn't even a game. It was really badly handled by them, I think. Yeah, just to get a release on the scene. So before I do this bit here, well, sorry, this bit here, I need to add some values to these. So I'm going to load temp 2 again here. Okay, so if we're scrolling, I think the default scroll, I need to find out what the default horizontal scroll is. I've got it written down here actually. The default horizontal scroll is 0. So if let's just try that out actually. If ooh, that was loud. Turn my desktop audio down. Shouldn't have that on really. So this is the default. And if I change this to what am I doing? Instead I put 207 in here. Oh, I need to turn my joysticks off. Hang on. The screen moves that way, so we need to add the scroll value to find our screen value. No, sorry, we need to subtract our screen value. So it's basically an additional border here. So we'll also here we'll do subtract H scroll. Should solve that. Okay. Cool. So that gives us the character for the top corner of our sprite. So this is our sprite, and I don't want to check. I don't want to check too many places on this. So if we start checking from this location here, and we check this corner here, this corner here, how best to do this? So we've got whatever's in this corner at the moment. Maybe what we should be doing is just checking a block of 4 in the middle. So there's a little bit of leeway, and we just check in the middle a little bit. So what I'm going to do, don't need to do this now. No, we do need to do this. Okay. And so now I'm going to check, instead of storing a value there, I'm going to grab some values from here. So I'm going to take the current screen X and I'm going to add 41 to it. And transfer that to Y. Okay, and so what I've deliberately done with these characters is I've started anything that you can collide into at 1 to 8. So all of this is going to be collision. I'm not going to have a collision table. We're just going to treat all of this as collision. So all I need to do is store this value in a temporary location and then increase the Y to get the next character and all that with that location. Now I need to get the next row, so I need to add transfer Y to the accumulator. Sorry, I need to grab that. There we go. Transfer Y to the accumulator. Add 39 to get the next row down. Transfer it back to Y. again, and then do this again, like so. And now our value, if it's negative, or a temp 1, I need to store temp 1 as well. So if it's positive, otherwise we'll collide. So then what I'm going to do in here, this is a very, very rough and ready collision, but for a shoot 'em up like this, I don't think it really needs to be super accurate. I've forgotten. Yeah, thank you for. Sorry, I missed the chat. I really wish they hadn't taken away the suggestions room. That had great purpose for us. Okay, cool. So I think now this should. What's failed there? Subtract hate scroll. Hate scroll is not in here. It's in the map, I think. So hate scroll, subtract map, hate scroll. There we go. This is pretty good. I'm a little bit ahead now. Okay, we're flashing white, which is not a good sign. Also, my controls. My controls have stopped because I've turned off. Joystick settings. Yep. Enable keys. Okay. Okay, that's absolutely not accurate at all, is it? So it's flashing white when it shouldn't be doing. So let's have a think. So we're grabbing this, storing it in a temp, loading the next one, or in that value with the value that's already in temp. So what I'm trying to do here is only show collision if any of those 4 squares that I'm checking have a character that's over 1 to 8 or over, which means if I all them all together, bit 7, which is the negative byte, should set, but for some reason it's hitting this collide too early. Okay. Okay, let's put a breakpoint in here as soon as it collides, and I can go and look at the values that it's producing. Okay, so we've got a collision immediately. Our Y is 5E. So I would expect our Y to be... Yeah, that's about right. So our Y would be 80, because if you imagine a square of characters, you've got 0, 1, 40, 41. So actually that's wrong. Oh no, that's right, because we're also moving in a little bit as well, plus the X. So the Y is correct there. So everything I need to check is what vector is. So let's just have a look at the code around there. So let's have a look at 06. So it's because now we're looking at color RAM when we should be looking at screen RAM. That's why. So we need to go down to our table down here, change this for screen. And that shows how unstable color RAM is. So. Chip it. That's good enough. Where's our break statement? Let's get rid of that break. There it is. Cool, so this should only go white when we collide with things now, which it has. You can have a little bit, that's fine, but too much and it should go white, and it didn't go white there, so it goes white down there, that's fine. Yeah, it's just up here it's not doing. Oh, it does, but you have to get quite high into it. Oh, that's because now we're only checking from here downwards. So we need to actually reduce the position that it's checking a little bit. So when we do the border check, we'll just do a change in the border check to add a little bit more space on. That should be fine. So where's the borders? They're here. So we subtract a little bit less on that border and a little bit less on that border. That should fix our problems. I mean, this is something, if we've got more time at the end, we can always go back to and change to be a little bit more accurate using the collision points in the same way we do on the previous game. Actually, this is, I've gone the wrong way, haven't I? That should be 36. It should be 1C. But for now, this is accurate enough for us to continue on with the next bit. The 12-hour limitation really does mean we've got to focus on getting things done as quickly as possible, which means sometimes we need to take some shortcuts. Okay, so you've got a little bit of still not quite right though. I can get really quite far into that. I can also go off the top of the screen, so I need to block that. Okay, we need to block the screen edges. I'll do that in a second. Actually, that's not too bad. I think that's... But the down is a little bit... It's not enough, I think. Right, I'm not going to worry too much about that now. We can adjust the collision later. Let's get the screen edges done. So, if we're going up, the first thing we need to do is compare with the screen edge at the top. So if this is less than 32, we'll jump to skip. And if we're going down, we'll do the same thing again. This time, if it's more than this, we'll jump to skip, and we'll be checking the bottom of the screen, which is around about FA minus 21 for the height of the sprite. So that would be E5-ish. I'm going to put E6 because of the more than or equal to in here. So let's just see if that clamps us to the top and the bottom. Yeah, it could make it so the ceiling never went away, but no, I can't go up now. Okay, so that's completely broken. Can't go up. Why can't I go up? If I load, oh, because that should be +1. That's why. Damn it. Should lock to the top. Okay, we need to bring that in a little bit. It's a bit too high. I think that collision's probably alright. Oh, and we're actually got a HUD down there, so we need to block it a few pixels before that. So let's bring that in to there, I think, and let's add a few pixels onto that, like so. Trust me, if you do enough assembly language, you'll just realise it's easier to work the hex out in your head. Okay, that's kind of fine. That's blocked to both sides. I am noticing it does feel a bit slow, so I'm going to change the speed of that. I think the up and down, at the very least, needs to be a bit quicker. I'm just going to add one more pixel in either direction there. Get rid of that. Okay, so let's do the left and right checks. So let's copy this. So left and right is a little bit different. So if you're going left, the first thing you need to check is the upper bike. and if the upper byte is set, then you don't need to do any of this check here, because if the upper byte is set, then you definitely not at the screen edge on the left, and then you check the left edge. It should be 1.8. We do the same with the right, but on the right side, what we're checking is if the upper bit isn't set, then you can definitely move to the right. Otherwise, we check the screen edge, and I can never remember this, so I'm going to try and figure out very quickly a rough number, and we can adjust it. So let's go with 24. So actually 1.8 is the same. Okay, let's go with that value. And of course, this time it's if it's less. No, hang on, I've done this wrong, haven't I? If we're less there, and this is if we're more here. Okay. Okay, so it's a little bit too far on that side, not far enough on that side. So on the left, we'll bring it in 4 pixels, and on the right, we'll let it out 16. It's quite far off on that side. Okay, we're about 20 minutes ahead. The collision is kind of working. Certainly enough for what I want to do. Still not enough on that side, is it? Okay. Still not enough on that side either. Okay. Let's bring this in a little bit more. Let's do 24. Let's do... yeah, let's bring out 16 in over on that one. That's too far now. Actually, let me change the border color, because the problem now is I can't see where the border is. Okay, too far out. I'm going to move it back 4 pixels, and that's probably about right actually, but I will move it back 2 pixels. So let's go back here and let's do that. I think that's probably right. That'll do. It's close enough. Okay, cool. We're not getting any weird collision in the middle. Right, awesome. Okay, I'm going to jump ahead to the next section, because I think we're doing all right in there. So I'm going to drop player into here. We're going to create bullets. This should be fun. New file. So again, we'll have an init. We're going to have an update. Just going to move the bullets, and we'll have a draw. This will be responsible for moving the bullets and removing them when they go off screen, and potentially dealing with the collision at a later date. Although I think the collision will probably be from the enemy side, and we'll have a draw function. So the way we're going to do the bullets, we'll have a max number of bullets in here. We'll adjust this as we go along, depending on... actually, that's... Why is it saved as bullets? File, save as... Ugh. Rename, there we go. Max bullets. Let's start with 16. I think that's probably too many, but we'll work out the rest with that later. So bullets are going to be in screen space. They're not going to be sprites. They're not going to be like the normal child sprites that we've done on the normal Saturday stream. They're going to be moving at the very least 8 pixels in any direction. We're not going to blend them in with the background. We're not going to do anything special with them. We're just going to take the list of bullets for every frame, draw it to the screen, and when we update, well, when we draw, what we will do is we will actually, we need to do an update and then immediately do a draw. So the update and draw function will be connected. The reason for that is we need to, first of all, we need to remove all the current bullets that are on the screen in any one frame. So what's going to happen is as the screen scrolls, the bullets are going to get scrolled backwards. So we need to make sure that we always remove the bullets before that scroll happens. Otherwise we're going to not remove them properly. So actually we need a clear in here as well. So we need to do a clear and then a draw. So it will be clear, shift map or update map. You might not necessarily shift it, and then draw the bullets again. The update can happen somewhere in the middle. That's absolutely fine. Actually, no. The update needs to happen after the clear. So let me think about this. Clear, update, draw. Clear, update, draw. Yeah, that should be fine. All right, so let's just do some simple things in here. Type. I'm going to call it type. At the moment, I'm only thinking there's going to be one type, but we'll use this as our active bullets, and the init is going to set all these values. So it needs to set them all to 0 to begin with. And that's it for bullet. We'll have an add as well, actually. Okay. So let's start by creating. Let's start by creating the add function. So we're going to add a few bullets in. And we'll have a bullet index. I guess this is the way to do it. Don't need to reset this this index every frame, but I'm going to anyway on an init. But I'm going to anyway. It really doesn't matter. This is just going to be what keeps record of where our next bullet goes. So when we call this function, we're going to pass in the X register and the Y register, and they're going to be translated into here. So the first thing we need to do is clear up the X register. So we're going to transfer that to the accumulator so we can do something else with the X register, which is grab the bullet index. And then we're going to store the current value in the accumulator at bullet X, comma X. And then we'll transfer the Y to the accumulator. Store that at bullet Y, comma X. And for now, we'll just have a hard-coded type, which we'll store here. So what we'll do is when a bullet disappears off the screen, hits something or whatever, we will remove it from we will remove it from the list by setting its type to 0. Won't the speed of the scroll affect the forward velocity of the bullets? Yes, it will to a certain extent, but I think the top speed of 7 is probably too fast anyway. So, yeah, it's a tricky one actually. We'll see what happens when we start shooting them. We may have to increase the amount that they move per frame based on that parameter. but for now we'll put it in and then we'll try it at some various speeds. So that is going to take, when we call add, it's going to take whatever our X and Y is and add a bullet at that location. So immediately we can add this into our routine, into our joystick routine, because we store this player's screen X and screen Y, so we can easily do this. So let's do the clear and the draw. So I'm just going to write here to remind myself what we need to do. So we will need to clear, then we'll need to update, and then we'll need to draw, in that order. And this needs to happen before map shift. So update I'm not going to bother with right now. I'm just going to put the clear and draw in, so we can see that we're creating bullets and they should just stay perfectly still. They'll jitter a little bit because of the way that the screen scrolling is working, but once they're moving, that jitter you won't even notice it. So let's do the clear first. So I do have a sprite for this, this little star here. I did create 3 in case we want to make them rotate. I'm not sure about that right now, but we can worry about that later. So that's character 59, so let's just do that. So let's start with the max bullets. Did I do that here? Yeah, okay. Max bullets -1. And this is our loop, so we will load bullet type X. If it's equal to 0, we'll skip this section, and the skip will be the actual continuation. So we decrease X, branch first here, and return. And the job of the clear function is to take these positions and store the original character back in that location. Now the original character is always going to be blank space. If the sprite hits anything other than blank space, then we're going to remove it. So we're only ever going to be concerned about returning blank space to it. But right now I'm concerned with topping my wine up. So I'm taking my time with this, so it's half wine, half lemonade at the moment. We're not going to do that for it. What we're going to do is we're just going to advance that bullet index all the time. You're only ever going to be able to add outside of the update clear routine anyway. Oh, actually, if you fire more than 16 bullets, then it will wrap back around. So actually we need to keep that number sufficiently high so that you can't fire too many, otherwise it will start leaving. It won't know where to clear things from. Although a good point, we do need to actually do this with X. There we go. Okay, right, so that's making sure our bullet index increases. If the screen has been soft scrolled, won't the bullet be in the wrong square? Yes, this is why. Oh, actually, we need to do. Hang on. We need to get the map shift in the right place. Okay. It's like that, isn't it? Clear, map shift, update, draw. So you would clear any sprites that are already on the screen, do any map shift, update the values so that they move to their new location and draw. Yeah, that's correct. Thanks for pointing that out. I'm glad you noticed that. I missed that. That is a nightmare doing this sort of thing. It is really difficult to do. I had lots of problems in .cosmos 2 trying to get this to work with a multi-directional scroller. Ah, Mr. Cola is raiding. Welcome to the stream, guys. Thank you for the raid, Mr. Cola. What have you been playing tonight? You have to forgive me if I carry on typing while I listen. I'm in a bit of a rush. Sober, yeah, I am sober. Taking my time. Okay, right, so we're clearing these bullets, so we've got that. Okay, we're gonna need, I'm not gonna worry about the colour for now. We probably will update the colour. Yeah, it's going quite well actually, kind of slightly ahead of things, so it's the enemies bit I know is going to be a bit of a pain. I've only assigned 2 hours to that for the initial anyway, just making them appear and disappear off the screen. But I'm feeling fairly confident so far. Okay, so let's load. We're not going to touch X because X is always going to be our loop variable, so we need to get our bullet Y. And then we need to look up like so. New job chair. Oh, you got a new job, Andy. Is this the same one that burnt down? Do I not need to do that? Nope, you're right, I don't. Thank you. Thank you for the bits, Andy. What's happened with that then, Andy? Have you started again, or are you kind of on an indefinite holiday while they fix it out? Oh, they reopened it. Ah, okay. How bad was it then? Was there a lot of work that they had to do? I think that's hilarious. You start work at a job, you get 2 or 3 hours into the job, and already the office is on fire and you need to leave. Thank you for the host, Hayes. Appreciate it, dude. Okay, so this is. We now have the screen location of that item. So we load Y with bullet X, comma X, and then we load the accumulator with 0, and we store that at vector 1, comma Y. So that's clearing our bullets. So actually drawing our bullets is pretty much the same routine. So we could actually change this routine to do both systems, I think. Let me think about it. Yes, we can. I'm going to call this clear or draw because it can use both, and I'm going to store the accumulator directly into temp 1, and then here I'm going to load temp 1 like so. There we go. So now clear and draw is just a matter of sending the value in the accumulator to those functions. So let's have a look at our game loop. So we do map shift here. That is in our game loop. Player draw, player update. Where are we doing? Oh, we do that in the IRQ, don't we? Advanced map here. Let's take that out of there and move it into, because we're just increasing these values. This is just doing a split. Yeah, let's take that out and put it in here. Okay. So we need to do bullets dot, what was it again? Just going to copy that into here. But this is a clear. And then we do the advance. Then we will do, I'm going to put them all in. Update, which needs an RTS in it in a second. And then 59. So I think this will change to probably 0 or 1. So if it's non-zero, we will grab whatever the animation is if we need to do an animation. So they were fixing up the top floor and that's all that burned. Oh, okay, that's all right then. Crazy though. What a crazy first week, eh? So update in here just needs an RTS in it, and then what we'll do is in our player function we'll just add a fire routine in here. We need a counter, we need a fire counter in here to stop people firing too often. So if it's at 0, we will allow it to fire. Otherwise, we will count down from a value, which I'm going to set quite high at first from that value. So first thing we'll do is we'll load the value in this location. If it's equal, we'll jump to here. Otherwise, we will decrease player fire timer and jump to skip. If it is 0, then we will then check if we've pressed fire. So basically this, but with fire. Stop saying that word. What word? What are we on about? Fireman. Okay, that's no cool. Skip. And if fire is pressed, then we need to reset the fire timer. So the first thing we'll do is fire timer +1. Store that in fire timer, and player should have screen X and screen Y should be set. Yep, they are. X, screen X and Y, player screen Y. Oh, fire. Fire, fire. Yeah, cool. Right, let's have a look. So I'm holding down fire, and this is where they're appearing. So obviously they're appearing in the top corner, so we need to adjust that. But they are appearing. We do need colour because they're appearing in multicolour. But for now, let's get them moving. You can see that the clear is working, the update is working, because otherwise these would be scrolling with the screen. So they're staying about as static as we can expect. Yeah, I was going to say they're going to cut through when they do things because there's no collision at the moment. There's nothing to check if they can actually hit anything. So in our draw function, what we should be doing is checking if they've hit anything, any scenery, and if they hit scenery, just remove them immediately. But this is kind of working. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to adjust it so that when we shoot one. So actually what will happen when we hit 16, so we're at 12 now, when we hit 16 we should see them start streaking off the screen because we've looped around. And they don't streak off, they just disappear like that. I'm a bit bothered by the ones over here not appearing in the right places. Oh, they are appearing in the right places. Okay, so first of all let's just add some position to it. So in our fire routine in here, in here, I'm just going to take the cheat, slow, easy method to do this. So I'm going to increase the X by 2, I'm going to increase the Y by 1, see how that looks. Okay, it's a little bit behind the sprite. Although that's not necessarily a bad thing. Also, it depends where you are. I mean, it's always going to be... So I think it's a bit too high. I'm going to lower it one more down and one more across. Aren't we on? This is pretty good. I put out a whole hour for this, so I said I was going to be finished at 10 with bullets, and we're on just gone 9 o'clock, so it's pretty good. Although, I mean, there's still stuff to do, obviously, but we actually have bullets in there now. So holding down fire, you can see I can't shoot very often. So what I want to do now, I just want to check the. I'm going to start putting some raster screen increments in here, just so we can see how long these things are taking. So I'm going to do one for every function that we call, and then I'm just going to reset the border back to 0 at the end, because I just want to make sure that none of this is taking too long. I'll keep the player and draw together, and these can be separate. Okay. Yeah, I should have an uptime, shouldn't I? I really should spend some more time sorting out my bots, to be honest. I don't really do enough with them. So the big red area is the map shift. It doesn't really matter because when the map shifts, it shifts from top to bottom. So this is like the last quarter or so, and that's down here, so we won't see any problem with that. The draw, however, could be a problem. So if I draw stuff up here, see, it looks all right. I can't actually draw in that background there. Why can't I draw up there? I think what's going on here is those screen locations up there are kind of off screen, so it doesn't exactly know where to put it. Same with these edges here, it's getting a bit confused. So we need to cap that screen X and screen Y. So if screen X and screen Y goes below 0, we need to make sure that they are capped to 0. So I'm going to do that right now in our get collision. So here's our screen Y. It should be fine like that. I'll do the same on the X as well. So uptime wise, we're about 4 hours 10 minutes in at the moment. Still not letting me draw any bullets up there, so I need to figure out why that is. So let's put a breakpoint in there and see what those values are actually being set to. So in our shoot routine in here, just before we jump to that, I'm just going to put a breakpoint in there and see what those values are that are being passed. So it's passing in an X of F, a Y of 21. That's... Why is it 21? That's... 21 is 33. That's quite high. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure why that's doing that. Is that because we're allowing... Oh, I know why. It's because we're allowing our sprite to go slightly higher than the bit that we're taking off. So, okay. Get rid of that for now. I think what I need to do is, as well as checking if it's positive, I also need to compare with like that. I mean, that's 21, isn't it? So I want 25. I'll do that. And if it's more than that, I'll skip. Otherwise, again, I'm going to put 0 in like that. Should fix it. There's going to be a lot of that kind of code in this, just lots of quick kind of patchy fixes, slightly hacker workarounds. Nope, still can't shoot up there. Let me check that value again. Ah, dearie me. Where's our shoot routine? So Y is 21 still. Or X is F. Okay, that doesn't make any sense because I've just put some code in to fix that. Oh, it should be if it's less. God's sake. Okay, that should sort it. I'm gonna have to take a break in a minute. I need the toilet. Okay, Y is 2, so this looks like, yeah, there we go, it's better. I mean, it seems to clamp it weirdly to the top of the screen up here. So the shooting up this location is a bit different to everywhere else. Which I'm not a huge fan of. It probably would be less of a problem if I just added 1. Alright, tell you what, yeah, just a less elegant solution. I'm going to take a quick break because I really need to go to the toilet, so I'll use this as my smoke break as well. I'll be back in about 3 minutes or so. Be right back. And I'm back. What's it doing? Oh yeah, top screen. Right, I'm gonna move it. I'm gonna move it up 1. I think it will be fine. They're going to be moving very fast anyway, so it's not going to look too out of place. As long as they're coming out of your player, that's fine. So they're coming out of a face, which is fine, but when you go up here, they come out of the front, below a chin. But I think that's fine. Means you're not going to be able to shoot anything in this top area, but the enemies are going to be bigger than that anyway. At the bottom, you've got the same gaps. That's I'm fine with that. I just need to check that everything's working on the edges. I'm increase the fire timer now because I think that's way too long. Let's do so 1 frame is going to be too quick. That is about 1 second. I'm going to say 1/4 of a second. Oh, I'll do 1/3 of a second like that. I think that's probably alright. And while we're at it, let's make them move as well. So the update, all we need to do is this same loop. Just going to copy it, saves me typing it out again, and just remove the screen drawer and instead update the bullet X, so we don't need this bit. Increase Y, compare Y to see if it's gone off the edge of the screen, which is at about 39. Otherwise we store, actually let's do it, I can't do a store Y, X. Oh, I'll tell you what I can do, this. And don't need that in there either. If it is at 39, then we just need to do this so that it will get removed, because it's already been cleared off the screen. So we just need to set its type to 0 so that it gets actually removed. And at that point we can just jump straight to skip. Although it doesn't matter because, yeah, I'm not going to put a jump in there. It's going to take the same amount of time. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll use a branch of equal because we've got 0 in the accumulator, so the 0 flag will be set, so we can just jump straight to skip. So this is an always branch instruction here. That's going to use the least cycles. They're not moving. Why are they not moving? Are we calling update? I could have sworn we were from the loop. Update here, yeah. Let's update. Not equal to 0, it jumps to here. It stores it at bullet X here. Don't know why there's 2 RTSs there, there shouldn't be, it should just be 1. Okay, interesting. It doesn't need to store, that's a good point, doesn't need that, thank you. Okay. If bullet type is 0, it jumps to here. If it's not 0, it grabs the X position, increases it. If it's 39, then it does this. If it's not 39, then it jumps to here. We should store it again back in its location. We don't bash the X anywhere. Stick a breakpoint in here, just make sure that value is actually updating. Okay, interesting. Oh, why? Why is it getting straight into that? It should not be getting straight into that. It should be coming to here. Oh, it's because our loop is wrong here. So there we go. Should be fine now. All my windows back up so I can see what you guys are saying if you're saying stuff. Close that down, rebuild. Cool. And actually that's, we can shoot a lot quicker than that, I think. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's increase the fire rate a little bit. Cool. In fact, we can even get it more than that. go with 4. I think this might be too much, to be honest. Oh. Interesting. Well, what was going on there? Okay, so fine if we're here. If I shoot from this edge, okay, I start getting problems if I shoot from that edge. Is it because of the number? Or is it just because I'm on that edge? Let's have a look. If I go to that edge, yeah, I start getting sprites appearing underneath. So let's stick another breakpoint in our add bullet and see why that's actually happening. Which is here. It could just be that this value is wrong here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because the sprite is off screen. I just need to do the same clamp that I've done with the Y. So I come here, shoot. Okay, our X is 3. That should be fine. So let's see what happens. Okay, that was fine at that point. X is 3. X is 3. Okay, that's never changing. It's only when we do loads of them. So, okay, let's reduce the number down, or let's increase the maximum number. Let's increase it to 24. See if it's to do with the number of bullets across the screen. Yeah, there will be power-ups as well, so oops, I need to get rid of the breakpoint, don't I? There will be power-ups if we've got time to put them in. So for now I'll leave the speed as quite high, but if we get time to start adding power-ups in, then we'll do that. So the way I see it is when you kill an enemy, you'll gain a little bit of power in the bar at the bottom, and once that bar fills up, you'll get a special ability that will last as long as the bar depletes. So the bar will start depleting, and you'll have a random power-up during that time. Or you may get something like a smart bomb, which will kill everything on screen. Or you may get a score boost or things like that. So, okay, it's still going off onto the other rows down there. The sprite is not off screen. Our X position is 3, but for some reason, okay. Yeah, this is sublime. So bullet position is wrong. Yeah. I'm not sure why it's starting down there. It's weird. Unless, let me see if when we advance the bullets, instead of comparing if it is at 39, we compare if it's more, if it's less than 39. So we'll do less than 40, like that. Yeah, there we go, cool. Yeah, so we'll keep the bullet speed like this, as Hayes says, and we'll just change the rate of fire. So the initial rate of fire may be a lot slower than this. So now we need to do a check on these bullets to see if they hit anything. So when we draw them, we only draw them if there's blank space there. So this is where we draw. If that accumulator is blank, then we can just jump straight to here. So I'll call it blank, because that's just clearing the position. Otherwise, what we need to do is we need to load the value in here. And if that is blank, then can do, we'll just call it draw, and that will just grab the temp one again from there. Otherwise, what we need to do is we need to remove them like that. And again, we'll use an always branch to branch straight to skip at that point, so we don't draw. So now hopefully the bullets will disappear. Skipping Charles was due to scroll, yeah, possibly, although the scroll shouldn't have affected the value, so I'm not sure why that was happening, but yeah, maybe it was going too far ahead. But yeah, there we go, so we're hitting the walls now, which is kind of cool. Master time's looking pretty good. There's nothing major to worry about in there. The only other thing we really need to add in now is the enemies, and I think that's quite a lot of raster time for the enemies. I think we should be fine. Cool, so that's bullets in place. The only thing that might be slow with the enemies is checking the collision against all these bullets. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. Right, okay. You can shoot the odd gap. You can shoot the gap in the scenery when you're over the scenery. So if you're inside it, but at that point you'll have died anyway, so you shouldn't be able to shoot. Try hammering a bottom mountain. It's only if I'm inside it. And I think that's only happening because it's clearing those sprites, because the sprites being added, and then when it clears it's doing it. So we can do the same check in the clear, or we can do the check in the add. I think it makes sense to do it in the clear, in which case we don't need to check this at all. We will just immediately check the location. Yeah, that should fix it. That actually reduces the load. Oh no, they're now not working at all. Hang on. Put that back. So think about that. That really shouldn't be breaking. I'm gonna try that again. Oh, maybe I'm thinking about this in the wrong way, but I don't feel like that should be breaking. But for some reason they are not working properly. They don't appear in there now, but they're not updating anymore. So this would, in the case of a blank, this would be 0. That shouldn't affect anything. Oh, this is the clear routine, that's why. And the clear routine would not be blank if there was a star there. So actually that is correct. Okay. What we need to do instead is when it goes to update. No, this is just wrong. Maybe in the draw function. No, because this is the draw function. instead of checking for blank space, we should check for anything that's not scenery, like that. There we go. So as soon as we're a little bit ahead, the next section is enemies and sound. So I think what I'm going to do, I know it's still clearing through the scenery annoyingly. I mean, I don't think it's a problem because you would have crashed at that point. So I can come back. We can have a look at that at a later date. But for now, I think this is fine. You can... Oh no, that was wrong. I was still having problems with this side of the screen. Okay, let's have a look at player screen X and screen Y. See what's going on at that. Where are they? Player screen X, screen Y. There we go. Well, let's just work out where they are. Yeah, so the next section is enemies and sound, and this is a 2-hour bit. So what we'll do is we'll do the sound first because that will give us more time to do the enemies. I think the sound should be pretty easy to do. Okay, let's have a look what's going on. Screen X and Y 4906. So let's go and have a look at 4906. So it's saying our X is 0 and our Y is 0B, which makes sense. Screen X, screen Y, 0 and 0B. So it shouldn't affect the way these are being drawn. Even if you're not touching scene. It seems to be, can you check for me, Stepz, if you are against the left-hand edge of the screen, I think is where it's happening. I mean, I can put a temporary fix in for that just by blocking the movement so far over to that side. Right, because I want to kind of not spend too much time trying to solve these odd issues. We can always come back and look at them later. So while you're trying that, I'm just going to rebuild with this new border edge thing. Yeah, temporary, meaning permanent, a permanent annoyance. Okay, it definitely seems better like that actually. Yeah, okay, that seems to have solved it actually. Just want to check what happens if I go over this side. Okay, nothing unusual. Okay, I think that's alright, and to be honest, the gap on that side is so minor, I'm really not bothered about that. Okay, so just before I put the music in, I'm going to speed this up and I'm going to see what the bullets look like at full speed as well. I have a feeling actually this isn't going to look too bad. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, the horizontal speed is having kind of some effect on it in the fact that actually now the bullets are moving quicker, technically. They're moving at the same speed across the screen, but because the map is moving faster, the bullets in relation to the map are moving quicker. But that's kind of fine. I'm happy with that. I'm just wondering if there's going to be any glitches around here because of where the player sprite is drawn, because these bands are the player sprite updates. But there doesn't seem to be. It seems to be alright. Actually, there's a few kind of bullet update glitches if you move up into this area up here. So we need to move this so all of this is happening up here, which means we just need to shift this up a little bit. So the problem is we need to keep this split here. So we're going to have to move the code up a little bit and then still use the split down here. So we're going to need 2 rasters to do this. So let's quickly go and do that, and then we'll get the music in and the sound effects. So we've got entry 1. I'm going to create another one, rather than, actually I'll just call it entry 1 and call that one entry 2. Entry 1's job is literally just going to be to turn this flag on to allow us to do the game loop rendering. The game loop rendering will stop just to do that split, which means we can get rid of this. Oh, can we actually get rid of this in here? No, we can't. We need to apply the scroll in here. So we'll have to move the scroll out of here. But we'll do this section up here in here. Probably don't need to store the state actually. I'm going to put it in anyway just in case I start using it. So, oh no, we will, because we're going to have to set the I should do that. There we go. We're going to have to set the new raster line in here as well. So we need to set this raster line. Where is it? This one here. Oh, I got a... I hate this thing. There we go. So we need to set that raster line. We also need to set this entry as well, which is now entry 2. And then we need to do this inside here and get rid of that. And we'll move this part way up the screen. We'll do it there for now. We can change that at a later date. And the only other thing we need to do now is in here, in our map advance, in this bit here, is where we're setting the scroll value. So let's go and have a look at that, because we now need that to be set a bit earlier. Actually, will it be set? Yeah, it will be set too early at the moment. Okay, so we need to move that. So let's have a look at the advanced scroll. So the map advance is also doing the scroll in this location. Okay, we can just move this and then have the advanced map deal with that at a later date. So if you do that there, put this in here and change that to map. That should hopefully solve our issues here. Nope, it's caused a crash. Why has it caused a crash? Let's go and have a look. It's almost certainly going to be to do with the IRQ functions. IRQ entry 2 is here, entry 1 is here. Entry 2 is pointing back to entry 1 and changing the line. Let's just make sure that this bit's running first. Okay, that is doing something. The splits are working here. The problem is we're never running IRQ2, which is what's actually doing our Scroll update. So something's broken in here. So, oh, I see that we're missing a store state at the top. I don't know why that's been deleted, but it has. So that might have something to do with it. So let's give that a try. Cool. Okay, so now hopefully when I shoot, it should be less. Oh, it seems a lot slower now for some reason. Why is it slower? Oh, that's interesting. I changed the value somewhere. That's kind of, it needs moving up a little bit more, but oh, and it's clearing too soon now as well. Damn it. Almost like I need to do it in two halves. Or I need to scroll less of the screen, or make the screen scroll more efficient. Kind of happy with the behaviour up there. Well, I don't know why it's gone slower all of a sudden. High bite for the line. That's a good point, actually. I mean, it should be okay, but let's just make sure we put that in anyway, just in case. And in here as well. Oh, so I feel like that's in. It's not helping. Because of the way we have to update the characters, they kind of need to be updated partway through the map update. There's something really odd going on here. I'm going to undo what I've just done because I'm not happy with how that's working. So get rid of all of this. Get rid of all of this. Yep. And then in here put this. Whoops. Put that back. Right. Let's get it back to how it was, and we can work out the problem in a second. So, okay, we're shooting correctly, but the problem is once we go beyond this point here, you can see the bullets kind of flicker their update. Their update isn't as clear as they are down here. When they're down here, they're nice and smooth. When they're up here, they flicker, and that's because it's this area here, which is what starts drawing them. So it's almost like it feels like this needs shifting up somehow, but I don't know how to do this properly at the moment. I mean, you're not going to be up the top very often anyway, but I don't want this position a lot up to here to be glitchy. I want it to be smooth, and at the moment it's glitchy. Now that glitch should get less if we're moving slower, so I'm just going to demonstrate that. I think that should be the case. So it could just be that we limit the top speed. So if I put 4 on, it should glitch a lot less. Yeah, I mean, it is a bit flickery up there, but it's not as bad. So let's try almost full speed, so it's only every other frame. Well, actually no, it'll be one in. That was every other frame. This will be one out of 7 frames or so will be skipped. Yeah, we get that weird glitch up there. Now that glitch isn't going to affect how you kill things. It's just that they're being displayed at the wrong time. Okay, let's move it down again to 5. I'm going to stop looking at this in a minute, and we can come back and maybe fix this a bit later. Yeah, this is holding down the fire button, so see, that's not as bad actually, and that's at speed 5, and that's kind of almost acceptable. I mean, it is still slightly jittery compared to the rest of the screen. Okay, I'm just going to do a quick 2-minute check on something to see if I can reduce the screen scroll. This is copying into row 39. Oh no, because this copies from row 39. Oh no, we can't change that, unfortunately. So the only other way we could make this work is if we reduce the number of rows. So if we were to have a 3 character high HUD at the bottom, we would have a lot less kind of raster time being used. And you see there now the glitch is happening way further up the top of the screen than before. But now we're only moving 3 rows, so there's sorry, we're only moving 22 rows instead of 24. Okay, I'm not gonna think about it for now. we're just gonna scroll 24 rows. We'll accept the glitch up there for now. We can try and find a way to reduce that. The problem is because of the order we have to do things in, because we scroll the map. Oh, actually, could we? No, it has to be done as it's drawing it, unfortunately. All right. Okay, fine. So let's go back in here, reverse that change. Oops. So the first one just sets a flag. I mean, I've undone it all now because the problem is not that, but the first one just sets a flag, so immediately it finishes and ends, and then that flag sets off the map rendering, sets off our game loop, and which allows the other split to happen at the bottom on the second interrupt. Or wine. Okay, let's move on. We can look at all these things later on. It's important that we get the game functionally complete before we start kind of fixing the glitches in it. This is why writing a game in 12 hours is difficult. Okay, so let's stick some music in now. So I think Stepz sent me something, and hang on, what's this? Okay, I'll look at that later. It's not important. Alright, Stepz is Halloween. Here we go. So I believe he's created a shoot sound, an explode sound, and some music. So let's drop them into our assets folder. I'm going to do a push to GitHub for those assets. So you guys on Flubits have got those, and then I'm going to create a file called sound. Make sure that's imported in here. Okay. Did I push the registers on the second one? So the initial problem was that the registers were being that I wasn't pushing the registers, but I fixed that. The problem is that whichever way I do it, the fact that I need to update before I need to clear before I update the map, and then only then can I draw, means that either the top or the bottom is going to be in a glitchy area. So we can kind of work on the positioning of those things a bit later on. We can maybe find ways to not have to clear in the same way, but for now, let's just kind of leave it as it is, so we can move on to the next area. Because next up is enemies. After this sound, we're going to do enemies, and that is going to start getting a bit more complicated. In fact, we've got enemies. Yeah, so enemies is basically we're going to create. In fact, they're not even got the collisions in, so actually 2 hours might be enough. We just need to create a random enemy and wave selector. So there'll just be a very simple wave at first where they just come on one side, disappear off on the other side. But we just need to create the code that does that. And the wave selector will be there'll be blocks of functionality which will do different things to the waves. So it may be that they stagger and kind of shift around. They may come in swirls. Either way, they'll always move off on one side. Turns on buffer SID rights. That's absolutely fine, Stepz. That's fine. The main thing is that the sound effect support is in there. So okay, I've got to completely remember how to do the sounds now. I can't even remember how to load a SID in, so it's been so long since I did it. So I'm going to look at the kick assembler manual. And it is as simple as, oh, okay, yeah, that's it. It's really simple. So I'm just going to copy that out of there, and we'll put this into music init. Did I create a file called music? I thought I did. Oh, sound, wasn't it? That's it. There we go. And I'm going to drop this over here so I can work on it over here. So this is what we need to do. We need to, first of all, load the music in. So I'm just going to load it from here. This will be in assets. Hello. Hello music. .sid. And then we need an init, so we'll do a sound init in here, along with all our other initializations. So we've got IRQ random, so we'll do sound init. It's a bit more CPU time, but smoother sounding. Yeah, so we'll do the sound at the very end of our game loop, because at that point we don't care. Sound doesn't matter if your sprite is moving across the line that it's being played on. So hopefully it should be enough. So what we need to do to initialize music is, first of all, we need to do, I think it's, God, I can't remember the init functions. Oh, it gives you a file property, so you can just jump to init. Okay, so we will jump to music.init. Stepz, what is the subtune number for the sound, the main game music? Because that needs to be here. I'm going to assume it's 1. You tell me if it's something different. Can I access that from outside? I always struggle if I can access that. Oh, we'll soon find out. Okay. So in our game loop in here, 0 or 1. Okay, let's do 1. So this is our main loop. We'll do another border just so we can see how much time the music's taking up. And we'll jump to sound.music.play here. Oops, play. Okay. It's 0. Okay, let's do 0. And give that a try. Hopefully that doesn't do that. Oh, that's because... comma? Really? God, it's only 10 o'clock and I'm making mistakes like that. That's not good. The variable music not present. Because that probably needs to be labeled. See it in something else. That's still failing. Value of label is expected to be a number value. Oh, crap. Okay, I'll tell you what, we'll do... I'll do it like this then. Sound donut. music.play. There we go. In fact, if I do sound .play, and then I can do. No, let's just do. Oops. Let's just do music.play. Table screen. Yes, that's a good point. I might move those tables into 0 page. That's a great. Oh. Okay. First of all, I need to enable sound. Oh, it is enabled. I'll put the desktop audio on so you guys can hear it. I'm not hearing anything though, so I don't know what I've done there. Okay, well, why is that not loaded? I've got nothing in that location. That should be loading it into memory at the right place. Hang on, let me just double check. I'm doing it here. Okay. I feel like that's not the way I've done this in the past, but whatever. Reference to not yet defined, symbol music. Okay, that's because this is being imported. Oh, okay, let's do that up. Stupid. Sometimes it can be kind of annoying, but you get used to the weirdities of it. Oh, why is it doing that? Missing out. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. See, God's sake, I definitely won't be able to do this on my own. Well, I like it. It's my first time hearing this as well. So that's cool. I like it. It's really good. Turn the other music off because that's going to get distracting. Just as you said it, it's been. Oops. Cool. Right, let's get the shooting sounds in then as well. So, sound effects. You need to. How do you do this now? I think we need to do it as separate things. So we'll have shoot like that, and then we'll add the other ones in. So what we need to do here is we need to create some binaries that we need to import, and then we need to import binary. What was it called again? I forgot the name of it now. Hello shoot.ins. Hello shoot. Yes. And then we load accumulate with that. Hang on, let me load this up. Yep, okay, there's accumulated with that. Load X, no, Y, sorry, with the upper part of that. And then load X with, what is that, 14? Do not call music in it for sound effect play. Okay, I need to know what the 0714. Okay, so we need to load 14, which is channel 3. And then so if we go to player in our shoot routine, this is where we do the shoot routine. We can just jump to subroutine and select shoot, which is in sound. I think that's right. Let's give that a try. We'll soon find out if it's right. Oh, it does all sorts of weird things. Let's do that as a tail call. That's really good music. I like that. Done a good job there, Stepz. Thank you. Okay, I'm not hearing any shooting. Why am I not hearing that? Okay. Thank you, Aquafin. Just look right, doesn't it? I don't know what I'm doing wrong there. I'm not hearing any shooting though. Definitely channel 3 Stepz, yeah? You've done a very good job, Stepz. Very good job. Overrating accumulator on call. It shouldn't be though, should it? At that point, the accumulator doesn't matter, so we've done all the functionality we need to do. All we're doing is just calling this. Alright, tell you what, I'm gonna go for a quick smoke. I'll have a think. Music in it, not sound in it. Yeah, +6 for the sound effect routine. Right, I'm gonna have a quick smoke. We'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. I'm back. Okay, maybe it's playing, maybe it's because we're shooting so fast. Let's try just lowering the shooting speed for a second. Hang on, when are we doing the shoot? We're doing the shoot and then we're playing the sound. Yeah, it should be fine. Let's reduce the amount of time. The rate of fire for the player shoot. So where did we put that now? I forgot where we put that. Player fire time. Here we go. So let's just slow it down a little bit. Maybe it's the channel I'm doing it on. Let me try a different channel. I think this is probably just going to cut out the main channel. Yeah. Okay, so that was the right channel to do it on. That is correct. Let's just try a different sound effect first. Let's see if we can get the... Yeah, it's a really good tune. I'm pleased with it. I might get you to do... I need to enlist everybody's help to do more stuff on Doc, to be honest. Although I do have somebody doing the music for me on Doc, so I probably shouldn't override his kind of vision for it. Okay, I'm not hearing anything. Why is that? Let's see what happens if I change SID to... Where do I change the SID now? There we go, SID settings. Try an 8580 and put DigiBoost on. Okay, it seems to be related to... Okay, I'm definitely hearing something now. Yeah, goat tracking can be a pain like that. It's trying to play something. Music +6, okay. Ah. I think I know what's... Yeah, I think that's what's wrong. Okay. Init is actually +3, music +3. So let's have a look, see if... So this is music location +3. Okay, +6 we want. No, it's the same. It does seem to be making a noise now, so let's up the player fire rate back to what it was. I feel like that's wrong though. Is that wrong, Stepz? Actually, you know what? I think that fire rate's too high anyway, because that's just going to get too easy to clear the enemies. But I am going to reduce it. I'm going to half it. Seems like a more sensible approach. And let's reduce the maximum number of bullets, because it looks like it can only fire, what, 5 or so? Let's reduce that down as well, just so we don't... Let's put it to 8. I think that's plenty anyway. Oh, you should listen to... There's someone called Jammer. Does some really good tunes. And anything from Hulsbeck as well. Yeah, I thought it might be the wrong. Okay, what I'm going to try, let's see if I can find Goat Track. I bet I've not even got it on here anymore. No, I haven't. Okay. I'm just going to try one of the sounds from there. I just want to see if it's the way the sound has been saved, maybe, or something. Really, where's the download? Oh, there it is. What is this, bro? Is this bloody opened in Edge? Oh yeah, that's a good point. I could look at .cosmos, couldn't I? Actually, let me do that. That's probably better than doing this. Let's open a new window. Open recent. Do I have .cosmos 1 in here? No. Open file. Oh, it's called that, isn't it? Okay. Assets. Let's take. Let's just take a random instrument. Just drop that in and see what happens. And if that doesn't work, I will have a look at how that's actually implemented. In fact, let's just have a quick scan in how I do this in open folder. Okay, so many things. Okay, yeah, let's just open that folder. Game, no. God, it's been so long since I looked at this. Lib, no. I have no idea where the sound is. Oh, there's on my source. Wow, I was very messy with my code at this point. Assets.asm, there we go. That's just that. There's got to be one for sound somewhere. Right, let's just try that sound, see if it's. Yeah, it's something wrong, isn't there? Alright, let's. Trying to figure out where the hell I did the music. What's this? It's not that. Oh, there we go, music. Yeah, music plus 6. Accumulator Y, same thing. I mean, I'll change it back to init plus 6, but. Oh, okay, give me 2 minutes and I'll sort those sounds out for you. Ah, okay. Am I just. Have I got them in the wrong format? Thanks, Richmond Mike. Yeah, I'm looking, I got it. I thought I could just import them like that. I can't remember converting them. Ah, okay. Okay, cool. Cheers, Richmond Mike. I really do need a listen command, don't I? It's alright. It's in. I'm trying to think. It was an easy way to do it with night bottle, whatever it's called. Okay, in the meantime, I'm going to create my enemies folder. Oh, I like that bit. That's cool. I must have had some method that I used to convert them, but I could have sworn I just imported them like that. Gonna have another look. So in here I had music. Ah, I was loading them as SND files. Not as instruments. That's why. Yeah, okay. So I guess Richmond is changing them to SND. Richmond Mike is changing them to SND files. Okay, so while he does that, I'm gonna... Yeah, okay. Told you it'd been a long time since I touched it. Since I touched sound. I've only just put music in Doc 2, to be honest. You can't at the moment. Can you drop them to me on Discord? I'll grab them off you on Discord. Find you on here. I've seen you on here somewhere. It's a very catchy tune, this as well. Well done. While Richmond Mike does that. Oh, there we go. Shoot.bin. So let's change that. Okay, let's close that now. Let's just put this in. So max enemies is going to be 6. If I get time to do a multiplexer, I might do one at the end, but to be honest, there's so much stuff now. Thanks Richmond Mike, excellent. Ah, yeah, that's right. There's a... Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, there is that extra tool. I probably do have that already in one of my folders somewhere. Awesome. Perfect. Thanks, Richmond Mike. You're a lifesaver. Cool. Right, okay. So we have sound and we have music in. So next step is enemies. So the way the enemies are going to work, when an enemy wave begins, we're going to call, well, first of all, the init will set up any sprites and stuff that need, any sprite pointers that need to be set up. That's 2 correctly. Okay, yeah. And then we'll call an add wave function, which will set up a new wave of enemies. Then there'll be an update, and then there'll be a draw as well. Ah, okay, cool, yeah. It's been so long since I did it, completely forgot how it works. When I see Mike one day, as I'm sure we probably will at some point, we need to get everyone together at some point and have drinks. I'll buy him a drink. Although you won't get much of a drink in London for 100 bits, unfortunately. But yes, cheers, Richmond Mike. Also, if you don't know as well, Richmond Mike has got vegetables out at the moment from Double-Sided Games. You should go and get it. It's a brilliant game. I've only played it a little bit. I've not had a lot of time to play, but I do intend on getting better at it because I'm terrible at it at the moment. But yeah, Double-Sided Games, Vegetables Deluxe, really cool game. Okay, so enemies. So we're going to initialize the enemies. So for now, I don't think we need to do anything particular in there, but I am just going to put it up there just in case we do need to do some initialization. So let's just get it called at this point. Then we'll need to add a wave whenever there isn't a wave on screen. And then we'll need to add the enemies and update them. So the enemies themselves are going to have pretty much the same as the player, really. So they're going to have enemy X, which again will be 3 bytes. Enemy Y, which will be 2 bytes. It's the same again, fractional, and so on. There'll be an enemy frame, which will set to 0 if it's dead. Otherwise, it will be the current frame number of the enemy. I'm trying to think, what else do we need? At the moment, this is probably enough. Although this actually needs to be repeated this many times. So actually what we need to do is this. Like so. And same in here as well. Oops. So every enemy is going to have an X position, a Y position, and a frame. Adding a wave is going to be the thing that initializes all the positions. It's going to pick one of the frame routines. I don't know what that was. It was Dr. Miz hosting. Thank you, Dr. Miz. And thank you for the bits, by the way, Andy. I think I did say thank you, but thank you again. Okay, cool. So, and thank you for the follows there, H1. I missed that. I must have been smoking at that point or something. Welcome to the stream if you've not been here before. So we're 5.5 hours in. We're pretty much on schedule. I've got an hour and a half to put enemies and sound in. We've got sound in. So I've got an hour and a half to do enemies. So with that in mind, let's put the update and draw. So it's going to pretty much be the same as the player update and draw. So same thing, we update and then draw them. Because they're sprites, we don't have to clear anything first. So we can just do this. Thank you for the follow, Dr. Zingo. Welcome to the stream. So there we go. And we just need to put RTSs in here. And add wave. Okay, so wave will need... so we should probably have current wave type in here. Enemy count. And when we add a wave, what we will do is we will let's start by just having one type of enemy wave. We can change the number of types of waves there are later on. The wave types will just define how the enemies move around. It won't necessarily have anything to do with the difficulty of the wave. That will be something else we can adjust later on. For now, we're just interested in how the waves move. Let's top wine up. So it's kind of working well, actually, this mixing it with lemonade. It's allowing me to keep drinking, but at a slower rate of getting through the alcohol. I'm not getting drunk. I mean, normally by now, 1 hour in, I would be this much through a bottle of wine, but only after an hour. It's now been 5.5 hours. I've had one kind of large bottle of beer and half a bottle of wine. What have you never heard of? I'm intrigued. What am I missing? Tool with all his assembly 64. Okay. I can't say I've ever heard of it either. And for now, we'll assume there's always going to be 6 enemies. We may want to reduce that at the beginning and increase the number of enemies as we go on. But the maximum number of enemies, actually, let's put that in. Now, the reason I'm storing this in a separate counter is it's going to be easier to check a counter that just ticks down to 0 to see if the wave is complete than it is to just go through this and count how many are still active. It's easier just to decrease this every time you kill one. So with this in mind, we need some waves as well. So I'm going to write a function called another block here called waves. And then we're going to do this with jump tables, actually. So we'll create a jump table here. So we'll call it a wave table. And this will just have actually, we can do this as separate things like this. There we go. Okay, so and we'll make these waves all the same. So these are going to work a lot like the enemy behaviors that we've done before. So it will contain in here, we will have an init function, which will always be actually, let's do like this. Well, every time we add a new function in, we'll add it in, and these functions are going to work like this. They're going to you're going to jump into this location. Well, no, we'll do a jump story, so we'll do jump init like that, and then there'll be an init here, so on, and then this will have an RTS. So then in here, what we need to do is, given the current wave type, so we'll do that there, so we don't have to grab it again. Transfer that to the X register. Sorry, no, we will double it, and then we will transfer it and decrease it twice. That's going to give us a value 0, 2, 4, 8, so on. So then we're going to accumulate a wave table, comma X. Actually, let's make this a function here. So let's call this do wave action. So we just jump into this subroutine. So you will load the accumulator with the wave, load Y with whatever the action is, then you'll jump to do wave action, right? And then wave action will take the accumulator, so we double it, the wave type, so that gives us 2. Then we decrease it by 2. So you could do, actually it doesn't matter, it's the same number of cycles, less bytes. Okay, that gives us 0 or 2. And then we can grab this wavetable thing here. So we load that, store that at store at temp2, add temp2, store at self mod +1, add temp2, add 0 this time, and then we will jump to our self-modded location, which will be this thing here. It'll actually jump to here, which will jump to here. Cool, so that adds a wave. So what we'll do straight away in our test is we'll just add a wave. Where is the fucking beginning here? There's the loop. Yeah, so we'll just add a wave before we start. Cool. Right. So that means this function is going to run. The init function is going to run. So let's enable all our sprites in here. We were enabling sprites in here, so let's just enable them all in here as well. There we go. Colors are fine. So the only thing we need to do, actually we don't need to do anything in here. Just sprite pointers, which will be set up in here. The RTI trick for jump tables? No, I didn't know that. You mean pushing it onto, you mean RTS, pushing the values onto the stack and then doing an RTS? I've used that a few times. So instead of doing this, what you can do is you could push that value onto the stack and then push this value onto the stack and do an RTS, and instead of returning from this function, it will jump into this location here. I've never seen it done with RTI. I thought you had to do it with RTS, so I'd have to try that. But yeah, I've done that method as well. I don't like playing around with a stack though if I don't have to. The only time I really jump out of a function, the only time I really use a stack like that is to jump out of a function and break out of the one above it as well. But either way, I guess it doesn't really matter. Okay, so this now means that these waves can pretty much do what the hell they want to do as long as they contain these. I'll put that down here actually. As long as they contain these jump addresses, these vectors here, then what we do in here doesn't matter. So the init is the first thing that's going to happen. So we're going to make the init load in an initial positions array. Actually, let's create some data in here. So what are we looking like memory wise? So the music fits in here, and this is at 3000. We've got shed loads of memory left. I mean, the only thing that's taken up the room really is the so let's get rid of that. Screen X and Y, that's in here, isn't it? The only thing that's taken up the room at the moment is that unrolled scrolling loop, so let's turn the music back up in here. I'm going to turn the music down in the game because I don't want to end up kind of hearing it on a loop, or else I'll get sick of it, and I really like it. So when it starts again, I'm going to turn the music off until we go back and kind of revisit it as a whole, because we'll have to do music for the intro as well, which I'm really looking forward to hearing, by the way. Okay, so let's think about this. We want to create a routine. Let's do a very simple routine. So this routine is just going to move things up and down the screen. The sprites are always going to be moving to the left anyway, so every frame this is going to get reduced. So their start position in the X, we need to set the start position in the X, but they are going to be reduced as they go across the screen. So let's create a start X here. I'm not going to bother putting the high byte in or the low byte in. I'm just going to create a list of numbers. In fact, let's just do it with a fill command. So max enemies, and we'll do 40 plus I times 10. There we go. That's a start X position. Do a start Y position as well, and that will be, yeah, let's just make this a very simple way, but they're just going to move across the screen. We can worry about how we update these later on, but for now these are just going to move across the screen, nothing special. Yep, that's why we get an extra hour. Once we hit 2 o'clock, we're back to 1 o'clock again, which is good. Which is right as soon as we get into collision, deaths and score. So that is quite a big area. I've assigned 2 hours to that, but that 2 hours includes a bonus hour, so that will actually be 3 hours. So I think that is where we're going to get ahead. I've only assigned an hour for more of these waves, so may want to do that, but we can do the waves at the end. I think it's probably more important to, well, the last 3 things are the more waves, power-ups and the intro. So at that point, once we've got collision, deaths and scoring, I might actually work on the intro, and then that leaves us with, when you do, yeah, I like the intro actually, this looks really nice. So what I'm going to do with this is this isn't going to be here, this will be in the middle, and this will be scrolling along. So we'll do a split here and a split here, and we'll just scroll these 2 areas, leaving this area complete. So 1 extra hour to sort out Brexit. Oh god, it's never gonna happen, is it? It's absolutely screwed. It's just such a mess, honestly. I can't even think about it. It just pisses me off so much. Most incompetent bunch of arseholes dealing with it. They just cannot deal with it at all. Okay, so we've got our start X and our start Y, and we will make, so actually waves and enemy types should be different. You should be able to have any enemy type in any enemy kind of animation with any wave type. So maybe this init should be passed that value as well. So do we have a way to do that? No, but if we move it into here like so, okay, now we can pass. Actually, if we did, so current wave type, current enemy type. Yeah, there we go, that'll do. Wave type, yeah. So if we just pass an enemy type in here, just something passed in, doesn't really matter what, we'll have a lookup table for that in a second. Okay, so okay, let's create some enemy frame lists in here. Not that one. Oh God, what am I doing? What am I doing? Think, Simon. Right, we need to list the enemy frame. So let's pick a simple one. Let's do the skull, because that's quite easy to do, I think. Looking at that, actually, it doesn't matter, does it? Every one of these, with the exception of that, is a ping pong. Yeah, it looks wrong if you don't do it on ping pong. I think the other ones are not. That isn't. That isn't. That isn't. That isn't. Oh, that is actually. Okay, but we've got so much sprite space, we can probably avoid using the ping pong just by copying the sprites out in order. So let's have enemy start frames, enemy frame count. And so we want start frame, what is that, 8 plus 64, so that's 72. Let's actually move these onto separate layers like that, and then we can piss around with them if we need to piss around with them. I will commit all this very, very shortly to the GitHub. I'll just get this section working and then I'll commit to the GitHub. I heard something, let me find out what it was. It was Hivan hosting. Thank you, Hivan, for the host, and welcome to the stream. Hosting for 24 viewers. Hi everyone that's come along with Hivan. You've caught us in the middle of building probably the fastest game I've ever written in terms of the deadline on it. The deadline is 5 AM. Although technically the deadline for the competition is not 5 AM. The deadline for the competition is on Halloween. Hi guys. How you doing tonight? Like the pumpkin for Halloween, yeah. So the pumpkin was drawn by one of the Discord guys, Monsters Go Boom, very good artist, and I spent ages trying to animate it to make it rotate. It's not the smoothest animation in the world, but it'll do, I guess. Anyway, let's get these start values in. So these were some sprites I didn't quite know what to do with, so I'll put them at the end. So we'll keep them all neatly like this, so we can adjust these if we need to. So this is at 24, so 24 plus 64 is 88. Is that right? 20, yep, that is right. Wow, struggling with my maths. Surprise, surprise. I've had 3/4 of a bottle of wine already. Oh, that's one good point actually. I think it was 4 I did these, wasn't it? Yeah, 4 the cat is going to be a problem because the cat would have to be walking on terrain. So I'm going to skip the cat for now. And we can add it in if we get time at the end. But yeah, to make the cat walk on the terrain would be a bit difficult. Especially considering we can't even get the terrain working properly, which is something we do need to go back and have a look at. Should probably not worry too much about doing all of these right now, but I might as well put them in. 56, so 64. Wait a minute. There's something wrong there. Oops. Yep. I think this. Let me see if it works. It should work. I think. So we just built the scroller, basic terrain. Put the sounds in. Put the bullets in as well. And we've got some basic collision as well. Now we're not dying yet. We're just turning white. Cats fall straight down from above. Oh, that's not a bad idea. Is this going to be released so we can play it when it's done? Yes, this will be released on Halloween. Hopefully we're gonna finish it tonight. There'll probably be a few bugs, a few tweaks I want to do after the stream, but the majority of what we do tonight will account for 99% of the game. So. Oh no, it's gonna be harsh. This is gonna be a very cruel game, deliberately cruel. Okay, I am gonna turn the music off because I really don't want the music to grate on me, and I really like it. So if I don't, and I keep hearing it over and over again, it's going to start becoming irritating to me, and I don't want that at all. We plan on power up meter anyways. Yeah, so yeah, I mean this game, I'm intending for this game to be played in very short bursts. It's not about, it's a completely randomly generated game, so as you go along, the game will get harder and harder, but it's going to try and kill you as quickly as it can. It's all about just kind of playing it for short bursts and getting a high score if you can. Okay, I really desperately need to go to the toilet, so I'm going to take my slightly early cigarette break and go to the toilet. I will be back in 2 minutes, guys. Be right back. I'm back, guys. Yeah, at the moment the GitHub doesn't have the code, and it just has the assets. The code will be put in. So it's missing the sound bins. Let me commit. I'll be putting the code in at the end. I'm just trying to avoid this being released before it's ready on CSDB. So. That should be pushing now. Okay, so we were doing the enemies. Okay, so enemy frames. No, I was getting that wrong. That was the right. So I need to add 64 to all these numbers. So it should be 8, 24. 24 plus 64 is 88. It should be plus 8 for that. And then plus 16, which is 112. And then 120. So I got that wrong. That's 112, 120. This is going to be, I guess it's going to be a very simple kind of non-bullet hell type game. It's more, I don't know what you would call it. It's kind of, the waves are going to be Iridium style waves, so they're going to come in and just come in on one side of the screen and go off the other. At the moment they're all going to come in on the right hand side of the screen, they're going to go off on the left hand side of the screen. There's only really one free sprite, so there may be a bullet, but there's not going to be loads of bullets from the enemies. The difficulty is going to be in getting through the levels while avoiding the enemies as well. The levels are going to get progressively thinner and thinner as you go along, and the scrolling is going to go faster and faster. So at the moment, the game will start at this kind of speed. Like nice and slow, and then as you kill a wave of enemies, the level will get thinner, so this gap will get thinner, and the level will speed up a little bit, and it'll just keep repeating and repeating until you die. I'm not even sure you're going to have lives. I think it's just going to be one life. I'm not sure. Not thought about that yet. Okay, so where are we at? I've got another hour to do the basic enemies, so I just need to get one wave of enemies coming in and going off the screen, and then we can start looking at collisions, deaths and score, which we've got till 2 AM to do. We get 2 AMs, so we've got 4 hours actually to do this. So yes, the enemies will overlap the terrain. I'm not gonna go through the trouble of trying to make them not go over the terrain, otherwise it's just going to become impossible. Thank you for the bits, Andy Magic Knight, and you are top cheer of the month indeed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue. So these are our enemy frames. We need a number of frames for each one. So oops, wrong one. So this one, there we go. So this is 10 frames. So it's 10, 4, 4, 3, 3. 10, 4, 4, 3, 3. There we go. I think it's better that they overlap. Yeah, I think if they overlap as well, you'll be tempted to kind of sneak up to the edge to try and shoot one. So you have to kind of take risks. It's all about getting score, so yeah, otherwise when the terrain is narrow, you'll never miss the enemies. Yeah, plus it's going to be a lot harder to code, so anything for an easy life. So this is doing our wave action. I'm just going to put a breakpoint in here just to make sure we're actually getting to that wave action. I just want to make sure that piece of code is working. It is indeed. Right, cool. So we know at this point the enemies are added to the screen. We probably are going to have to shift this raster up a little bit at some point, because the enemy code is going to be happening here, which means they may be getting drawn all over the sort of weird places. The other option is to draw the enemies first down here, so that they don't get kind of split apart as they move. But again, we'll worry about kind of ordering the rasters at a later date. The biggest impact on our raster at the moment is the screen scroll. So it could just be that if we just remove 2 lines and just accept that we want a slightly smaller screen, and have more room for the HUD, that we will actually get a much better kind of raster time to play with. And there's a few other things we can do as well, like moving some of the tables into 0-page memory. But again, we'll worry about that shortly. So we're getting into the init function, so let's go ahead and draw our enemies. So our enemies are going to start from sprite. We'll leave sprite 1, so sprite 0 is our player. We'll leave sprite 1 free for a potential enemy bullet if we want to add that later on. We're not going to do that right now, but we may add an enemy bullet later on. So we'll start our player sprites at sprite 2. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a loop that starts from here, yeah, and just indent that a little bit. And this is going to, first of all, do we have our enemy type? I think oh, it's this, isn't it? Current enemy type, there we go. So we load the current enemy type, we load that into the Y register, then we'll load our enemy start frame, comma Y, and then we'll store that at sprite pointers +2, actually +0, x, because we've got this here. Increase x, compare x to 8. If it's not equal to that, jump back to there. Okay, so that sets up our frames. Now we're going to set up our actually, let's do this with, let's not complicate things. And now we're going to do the start positions up here. We can worry about how these waves can be different for each these waves can be different for each. The code inside them can be different for each wave, so how we define the start x and y doesn't matter. So for now it's just going to be very simple, right to left across the screen. We get that working, then we can move on to the collisions, and then when we've got time later we can add tons and tons of waves in. It's important that we get all the mechanics working first, and then we can kind of fill in as much as we can with the time remaining. So we don't need this time, but we do need this value from here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to create, this will be 4. The reason for that is we're going to store the start x at like so. So, and then we'll double increase that every time. So because of the stupid way C64 pairs the x and y values, we need to increase this value by 2 when this increases by 1. It's just a stupid thing that they do. There we go, that should set all our sprites up. The only other thing we need to do is enemy colors. Because obviously if we just let them come on as they are, they're all going to be weird colors. So we've got orange, so 8, 14, 1, 5, 1, 8, 14, 14, 1, 5, 1. There we go. And we can set that up here as well. So current enemy type, enemy start frames, y. Yeah, install that there. Any colors, y. Store that at D027, which is the start sprites, +2, x. Hi Maverick Twitch, welcome to the stream. We're making a Commodore 64 game for Halloween in one stream, which is a bit of a challenge, but it's a fun challenge nonetheless. Oh god, I really got a cough today. All those cigarettes, I'm pretty sure. There's my inhaler. Okay, so that should set all our sprites up. Now I'm going to leave it as it is for now, because hopefully we should see the sprites appear kind of here. We don't. We see some kind of crash. Are we returning? We are. Should be fine. That should be fine. Sprite pointers to my X. Okay, let's just make sure we're getting to these places. Hey Stoker, welcome back to the stream. Actually, Hayes was looking at your dragon game last night. I've got to say that dragon animation is amazing. Really good work with that. I'm looking forward to seeing how you manage to make that into a game, because it looks very, very technically difficult to do. So very, very good. Hi, Colin Vella 75. Following as one of the comp organisers. Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I'm not expecting this to do particularly well. This is kind of a rushed thing, but it's going well so far. It's going well. It's definitely one kind of definitely a challenge and a half that I've given myself, but it's going well. We're talking about that animation, so as a few people point out, it looks hand drawn. I don't know if that's how you did it or not, but it does look incredible. The animation is one of the best I've seen, and especially the size of the sprite as well. I say sprite, it's obviously several sprites. I mean, you're probably looking at what, all 8 sprites there, maybe multiplexed, or 6 or so. It's quite a lot because it looks like you've got overlays as well. So okay, so we got to there. Let's have a look here. We're definitely breaking. Yeah, Colin, that's one of my aims with this is to kind of encourage people to do games, not just with this stream, but my streams in particular. Is I trying to get people to realize that it's not as difficult as it may seem to do these things. It's just about having the kind of the perseverance to work through the problems that you will come across, inevitably will come across. What is that? Oh, that's why. Okay, that's the problem I've done here. And hopefully that's what my stream is doing. So I'm kind of using. I didn't realize that Phase 101 is one of the competition. I didn't actually know. See, I don't know. I really don't know any of the competition organisers, to be honest. If anything, I've not looked into the competition in detail, other than the kind of submission requirements. So it's going to be interesting to see what other people have done. There we go. So we've got some sprites on the screen now. So yeah, they're in the right position. So what we need to do now is just move them off screen over the other side. So I'm just going to set the MSB of those. Yeah, so on Saturdays I normally do a kind of long-term game that we've been working on. We're taking our time with. I mean, we're not trying to rush it in 12 hours. And then on Saturday I do, on Thursday I do a dissect stream where I take an existing game, or sometimes a demo as well from the C64 catalogue, and we look at it in some detail and try and figure out how it works. So this is the first time I've done a 12-hour stream. It's definitely the first time I've done a game in 12 hours, and it's definitely the first time I tried to do it on stream as well. Okay, so that should move all our sprites off screen to the right hand side. We might see some poking in at the edges, but we can just adjust that in there. Yeah, so there's one poking in there, so I'm just going to budge that over a little bit, which is this one here. I'll budge that to that. That should do it. Now it should be off screen. Cool, there we go. Right, so update wise, this is always going to be called, and draw is always going to be called. There will be an update function in here, which we'll call, so we'll add that in now. So update like that, so which means we just need to put update in here like that. Now this update within the wave we're just going to use for doing wave specific update. So anything that will move the elements kind of left and right or up and down outside of the normal scrolling across the screen. It's not going to be responsible for doing animation. It's not going to be responsible for moving things from the right hand side of the screen to the left hand side of the screen. It's literally just going to be used to do anything that falls outside of that boundary. So how are we doing for time? Okay, so I've got about another 45 minutes to get this update functioning, which I think should be plenty of time. Actually, this draw function is probably not that necessary. I mean, this isn't a map, is it? This is just our sprite. So I mean, maybe the frame update, but I'm going to leave it there for now. But I have a funny feeling this is kind of going to be erroneous, and we're not going to need that. So, okay, so let's do the update. So the standard update is going to do all its stuff, and then the last thing it's going to do is it's going to call a wave action. So it will load the current wave, grab update, and do a wave action update. Now, at the moment, our update isn't going to do anything because we're just moving from left to right, but we will be able to do some stuff in here. If I get this wave moving across before 12 o'clock, then I will start adding some sine waves up and down so they actually move up and down. So, okay, so update. So every frame, we want the X position of the enemies to move the same as the scroll, the same as the horizontal scroll of the map. So if the map's going quicker, then the enemies are going to move quicker across the screen. Or we can have them always moving the same speed. I'm not sure what to do there, actually. Let's just make them move at a consistent speed for now. We can change it later. So this is what we want to change, this value here. Now, at the moment, we're only going to be interested in changing these two values because this fractional value has got nothing to do with the scroll. The speed that they move across the screen normally is just going to be based on these things here. We do need the draw actually because we need to set those values based on these. So let's just look at these two values for now. So let's take enemy x1. We need to do this in a loop as well, don't we? So we need to this would be max enemies -1. So, and then we would decrease, and while we're still positive, go back. So for now, I'm just going to subtract 2 from it. This value here, I'll put maybe H scroll, because maybe we can move at the same speed as we're scrolling, which means that the enemies on the faster sections will move quicker across the screen, but they'll always be locked to the terrain unless the wave action shifts them left and right. So we'll just do it like that for now. Enemy x1, and of course we will need to do the same up here on the MSB, but this time we'll just subtract 0. Cool. And now we need to draw those values. Actually, what we're doing here, we're not setting them in the enemies. So actually this is correct. This is our start frame. There needs to be a enemy anim index here. I'm gonna probably talk a little bit less as I go through this because I'm very aware that my talking is kind of slowing me down a little bit at times. It should be our draw routine. I'm actually going to cut that out and stick it in the drawer for now. I'll come back to that in a minute. I think it's going to need adjusting, obviously, because this is this dealing with, yeah, this is just grabbing the start values. Instead, what we need to be doing is, actually, I'm going to keep that routine down here at the same time. But instead of storing it at the start value, I will store it at enemies x1, comma x, and enemy y1, comma x. Means I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that. That's not going to draw anything on screen. That's just going to set the values. It's this that's going to do the drawing on screen. So yep, that's correct. This is let's put that at 0 as well. I don't want to get too confused with it. Enemy x1, comma x, yep. Y increase y, which will make sure that these go along. Yep, okay. And need to move that into here as well. No, not that one. Oh yeah, no, that is right. In pop 2 plus 2. Can I use the Y register here? No, I can't. Actually, if I store... Think about this. Yeah, I'm just going to store Y in temp 3. Yeah, that should remind me, yeah. I have to be alone and not distracted. Like stroke. Oh, haze. Ah, the teen boy in me just giggles at things like that. Enemy x2, comma x. Can I do that? Yes, I can. Okay. If it's 0, then I go to skip. Otherwise, I all that. Okay, that's good. So I need those tables in here. So pop is okay, so this is 255 minus 1, 255 minus 2. I'm going to do this on 2 rows just so I can read it. Okay, I think... I mean... That's a lot, but I think that might work. So we've got enemy update, enemy draw. Let's give that a try. Thank you for the host, Dom. Hey, so now we've got enemies moving across the screen. I mean, obviously, when they go off this screen here, they're going to do weird things because now the MSB is what they should be doing is resetting when they go off the screen, or actually they should be being removed. So at the moment we do this add wave here. So this is the first wave that comes in. So what I'm going to do is when they get updated, I'm going to, before we do the wave action here, I'm going to call a check. Let's have a look. So if enemy frame is the one that we should be showing. Actually, I'm just going to call this enemy active because we've got enemy index in enemy index here, and we know what the enemy type is, and we know what the start frame is. So I'm just going to call this enemy active. And so on initialization, when we add a wave, we need to also X, max enemies. I don't even know why I've got this max enemies in. I think it's always going to be 6. But for now, this will do. Okay, that sets all the enemies to active. And then in here, on an update, we only need to do any of this if enemy active is, wait, hang on, update, yeah, there we go, call that skip. So if the enemy isn't active, we skip. Current wave type, we do action, draw. Same with draw, we don't need to do anything if the enemy is inactive. In fact, if the enemy is active, what we can do is we can move the sprite off the screen somewhere. Which means we don't have to mess around with turning sprites on and off all the time. Uptime, I can tell you it's been 6.5 hours so far. And welcome to the stream, Dom. How you doing? Let's do what's this? Do draw. Otherwise, what we'll do is we will store some values in here, but they're not going to be this. We're going to store 0 into these locations. That will just move the sprite off into the top corner, and then jump to. Ooh. Okay, we need to also set that to make sure it's. Actually, it doesn't matter because it will be. Will it be? Yes, it will be. It will be off the top anyway. So. Let's just call it end loop. Really doesn't matter at this point. I can't waste valuable seconds thinking about what to call the loops. Okay, so that will only do the draw if they're active, and wave action will always be called update. It's already doing the enemy active. So the only other thing is in here we would do some checks on enemy active, which we're not doing at the moment. So the final thing to do is if the enemies go off screen is to reduce our current enemy count. So update, here we go. We'll do it in the draw routine. I think this is probably draw routine, or do it in here. Let's do it in the update routine. I think the update routine makes sense. 6.5 bottles down. No, I've been diluting with lemonade to slow me down a little bit. It's actually slowing me down a lot. I mean, I've still got like a third of a bottle left, and we're almost at 11:30. So, okay, so we'll do the check here. So, if enemy x2 is not equal to 0, then we've not moved off the screen yet, so we can skip that bit completely. Are we off screen? So we're going to load this value and we're going to compare it to, so a sprite is 24 wide, the border is 24 wide, so this becomes a problem. I'm going to check if it's less than no, the way I'm going to do this instead is I'm going to check if we are equal. So if our upper byte is non-zero, so if we go off the edge of the screen, we'll go from 0 to FF, so it won't be 0. But then if this is more than C0, so if we're really far off that side of the screen, let's do F0 actually. If we're really far off that side of the screen, then actually we've already killed ourselves. We've killed that enemy, or it's really disappeared off screen. So, so if we're less than that, we'll go to skip. Otherwise, we'll remove the enemy here. So in that case, we will decrease. What was it called again? Current enemy count. Okay. And what I'm going to do down here is I'm just going to take enemy count and I'm just going to store it as the border colour for now, just so I can check to make sure that it's going down to 0 and then stopping. Okay, so we've got 6 coming on. Oh, of course it's not going to work because I'm using border, so I'll store it in the foreground colour. And a raid from Zork. Hi Zork, how's things going? And 40 people as well. Wow, hi guys. So you catch us in the middle of a crazy rush to get a game done in 12 hours on the Commodore 64. Going quite well. We are getting somewhere with it. There we go, perfect. So this is a Halloween competition by DoubleSided Games. Some of the organisers are in the chat now actually. They've come to have a little spy on what we're doing. Yeah, it's going quite well. What have you guys been doing tonight then, Zork? I'm starting to get through this wine at a decent rate now. Really starting to build up. Oh. So we're actually at the halfway point now. Thankfully the clocks go back in the UK tonight, so even though it's a 12-hour stream, we actually technically get 13. We're going 5 PM to 5 AM. Yeah, it's kind of a tricky challenge, but I think we can do it. Thank you for the subscription, Tom Bite. Very much appreciated, and welcome to the stream, dude. Cheers. Yeah, I've kind of got myself a schedule set out, and so far I've kind of kept to it. I've got about half an hour to get these enemy waves working. Which they seem to be doing at the moment. So the background colour here is the number of enemies that are active. And when it goes black, it means all enemies have been disposed of, i.e. they've gone off the screen. That's good. That's the check I'm looking at now. We've got our little bullets in. We've got music in as well. Let's put the music on. Where is it? There it is. Oh. So we've got music and sound effects in. We've got some kind of basic collision on the bullets. We've got collision on the witch, although it doesn't die at the moment, just turns white. But yeah, we're just working on getting these enemies in now, so Look at you, the Candy lobby more locally got our clock change pushed out till November. Okay, whereabouts are you then, Abridge? Yeah, that's a lot of people, Dom. 74 people. Well, welcome, guys. You're always welcome. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Warcried. I missed that one. Thank you very much. Okay, so our current enemy count, if we hit 0 on this, so if we're not 0, we'll just skip over this bit. But if we do hit 0, for now, I'm just going to call another add wave. So this should hopefully just loop our enemies back again. So what we should see now is the enemies will just keep appearing all the time. But that will be enough to give us, if this works, should be enough to give us some kind of something to shoot at, which is good because this is working. So that's kind of what I wanted. So that puts us half an hour ahead. So about 2 or 3 hours drive north of Zork. Okay, different state, same country. So are clock changes in the US, daylight saving changes done at a federal level, or are they state level, or is it kind of countrywide, or do you state by state? Because that must get really confusing if it's state by state. Alright, we'll leave this in here for now. This is probably going to trigger a game state change, but for now this is fine because this is just kind of pulling another wave in. So yeah, it's federal. Okay, yeah, it would make sense because otherwise if you lived on a state border that would just get a bit of a pain, wouldn't it, crossing over into states? And I mean, you can cross from state to state without going through customs, so it'd be really weird if your times changed as well. Oh, Arizona has a different one, does it? Oh, so it says, screw that, we're just not going to change your clock. So whenever I watch American TV, I always get confused by the times on there. You've got like 3 time zones, haven't you, in the US? Is it 3? I think it's 3 for watching TV. So I never quite know when I should be kind of looking at things, like when is it going to be on. If it says it's on at 9 this time, when is that? I have to go to Google and work it all out, but you guys must be used to it by now, having grown up with it and all that. Okay, cool. I'm slightly ahead. So I said basic enemies and sound. We've got basic enemies. We've got a wave system, so we can actually start. In fact, let's add some variation into these waves. So on update, what we'll do, so based on the position, so we'll create a Y map here. I'll call it Sin Y. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fill this. I'm going to create Sin Y, and then I'm going to create a Sin ticker here. And I'm going to fill this with 256 value. I really don't care about memory at the moment. Memory's 4 zones. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's too much. That's too much for me. I hate the fact we've got 1 zone and we have to remember if it's British summertime or it's GMT. It's enough for me. I can't imagine 4 zones with daylight saving time. Some of them do it, some of them don't. Oh, just a headache. So we're going to take the sign of I. What do we need to times this by? Pi times. Oh, wait a minute. No. Pi times 2 is. Hang on, what am I doing here? Yeah, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, that's 2i6 pi over 2. Yeah, that's right. Okay. The screen is 200 high, so we'll times it by 100. Then we'll add 100, so we're in the middle, and then we'll add the top border on as well, which is 50. There we go. And then in the update here, 6 time zones if you include Alaska and Hawaii. Wow, okay. China's got it right, 1 time zone. I mean, it does mean some people are eating breakfast in the middle of the night, but technically in the middle of the night according to their clocks, but yeah, 1 time zone. I'd say the Alaskans probably count Alaska. Okay, so let's start by transferring the current value in X to the accumulator. Then we will so we've got 6 sprites, 256 locations. It's not the best kind of combination, so let's do it. Let's multiply it by 4. That should probably be enough. Now we're going to add our, where is it gone? Sin ticker. Clear. Sin ticker. Doesn't matter if it wraps because that's kind of the point. We'll transfer that to Y. Load accumulator with sin Y, comma Y, and store that at enemy Y1, comma Y. No, comma X, sorry. Let's see what happens with that. Okay, that didn't work, did it? Oh, that's because I'm not actually. I'm neither am I increasing sin ticker as well, which I should be doing up here. Nor am I actually looping this X value. Russia has 11 time zones. Wow. There we go. So now we've got some enemies moving across. They kind of go outside the boundaries a little bit, so let's reduce that. I'm going to turn the music off again. As I say, I want to enjoy the music, and I think if I keep listening to it over and over again, I'm going to get sick of it. Okay, it's going way too far down there. Okay, so let's reduce this down a little bit. Let's do 160. The middle's still 100. So we still need this bit, but let's do this as 80 instead. That should probably be better. Yeah, that's a little bit better. And if we, it's actually going down into the hood area and not far enough up there. Let's just reduce this to let's do 88. That's probably going to be a nice balance of the two. There we go. So I think what I'm going to do before I do the collisions is I'm going to get the score in place. So I'm going to get the little panel down at the bottom. So let's start by exporting that from... I want to enjoy the music when I play it. I don't want to enjoy it when I'm listening to this over and over and over again. It's going to be restarting. I'm going to hear the first 5 chords, first 5 bars over and over again, and it's a surefire way to spoil a tune for you. Oh, we need to add the animation in. We've not got animation in here yet, so let's do that. Let's stick so we'll do the same again with this. We'll have a value that resets to another value when it goes down. Yeah, I do it on all my games. I mean, unfortunately with .cosmos, I spent so long listening to that tune anyway while I was writing. I was sick of it before I even got it into the game, so it really didn't matter if I turned it off in the game. Okay, so we've got this animation timer. This should be in our update function. So our update function is... This is just checking, and this is updating the positions. We also need to do the frame updates here as well, so not going to do it in the skip. I'm going to do it up here. So this is position update, and we'll do frame update here. Which means we need to just change this here, start frames. This should actually be enemy. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Yeah, we do need enemy frame up here. Okay, so I'm going to add enemy frame and enemy index. Animation index. Actually, we can use it because the enemies are all the same. We can use a single animation index here. We can also use a single animation frame as well. So let's do that. So animation timer, enemy frame, and enemy index, frame index. Also means we need to set those values to 0, so we do that in our init here. Enemy type. Let's do it at the top here. Don't need to set an enemy frame. That'll be set there. There we go. That's enough. The dot music is awesome. Yeah, but I heard so much of it, it just I can't listen to it anymore. And thank you for saying it's awesome. I'm definitely not a Sid artist at all. Hyponus track, yes, this is indeed assembly. Guys, all this alcohol is making me need the toilet again, so I'm gonna once again take a slightly earlier break. 2 minutes, gonna have a quick toilet visit and a cigarette. I'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes. Be right back. There's only one real game engine, and that is the Commodore. Anything else is child's play. End of. Okay, guys, let's chill out. Let's get on with this. Right. Where was I at? I forgot what I was doing there. Oh yeah, I was going to add some animation in. Yeah, okay, so we just need to get these animating. So, I was in the process of doing that. Thank you for the follow, Twig. I'm Dom. I'm sure Dom was already following though, so maybe he clicked the button by mistake. Oh, thank you for the follow, guys, anyway, so. Yeah, not the place for game engine arguments. This is an assembly stream after all, guys. Whatever engine you use, it's all going to end up like this anyway. It's all going to end up as assembly, so doesn't really matter, does it? Okay, animation. So, hi, Fox McClare, welcome to the stream. Okay, doing it in the way. No, we're doing it in the update. We were doing it. I forgot where it's at now. We're going to do it here. There we go. Right, so we have enemy frame, which we set here. Frame index needs to be incremented, so we only increment if our timer has hit 0. So first of all, we'll do the enemy timer increment here. So decrease the enemy animation timer. If that's not 0, go to here. Otherwise, if it is 0, we will load enemy animation timer. Damn it. +1. Store that in enemy animation timer. Actually, branch if it's plus still. If it's, yeah, we want it to go to 0, that's fine. Like so. And then in here, if it's not 0, we don't need to do any frame updates, so we'll just jump to here. Otherwise, what we're going to do is we're going to grab a frame based on our frame index here. We also need to do the frame index update here, so we will load x index, increase it, compare x. Oh, not x actually, because we're using x there. No, we need to. We also need to load our frame, our current wave type in here. No, not wave type. Sorry, our current enemy type. Update here, and we're going to compare that to enemy frame count here. Can I do compare x, y? I have a funny feeling I can't. Let me just check that. Compare x. Oh, I cannot do that, y. Okay, can't do any comparisons. Just a quickie, so I'm just gonna do that. Sod it. Apply frame. Store accumulator. Enemy frame index, like so. And compared to that, if it's equal, if it's not equal to that, to apply frame. Good night, Richmond Mike. Yeah, hopefully we'll have a working game in the morning. We shall see. So, this is 6502 Fox McCloud. This is old school 8-bit assembly for the Commodore 64 in particular at this point. Cool, so this is doing all our frame updates. So let's put in here frame updates and then apply new frame update. Actually, we don't need to do this check here. I'm gonna always set it rather than piss around trying to do any checks. I'm just gonna load enemy frame index, load accumulator. Actually, if we do start frames, hang on, think about this. We take the start frames and we add enemy frame index. Yeah. Store that at enemy frame. In fact, we can do this. We don't need to do this in here at all because the enemy frame is the same. So, enemy frame index. So we do it here. So we just clear that. Add. We've already got the Y here for the enemy type. So, oops. That should be. Crap, what's that called now? Enemy start frame, was it? I think. Start frames. Enemy start frames, Y. Biggest difference is, yeah, not very many registers, no multiply, no division, not very many commands, and quite slow. So yeah, you're kind of spoiled on x86. Okay, I think that's right. I'm gonna assume it is for now, and then in the draw we can do. Whoa, where's that? Okay, that's fine. Let's see what happens when I do that. I think what we're going to get is no sprites now as it goes across, because oh no, we do get some sprites because they are being set. The initial values are being set here. So what we need to do in the draw here, yep, we draw. Should hopefully do it. Let's have a look. Cool. We've got our enemy frames working. I actually feel like they should be going the other direction. But we can look at that later on. But now we've got enemy animations in. Bang on time. So we've got basic enemies. So now we're going to do collisions and scoring. So I'm going to add the score panel in down here. So the first thing I'm going to do is create some screens from this. So I'm going to grab that block of text down here. I'm going to reduce this down to a height of 1 and just paste that there, and then I'm going to export that map as hood.bin. And I shall load that in. This is music, this is screen RAM is at C0, we're not double buffering, so I'm actually going to load it in at this location here. Okay, and I'm going to put the label hood in there so I can grab it, and we'll create a new file. We'll call it hood.asm. Again, we'll have an init. I don't think the init's going to do very much actually this time, but actually, yeah, the init can be the one that draws the initial HUD. Okay, so this will we might need to set some colors up for this, but yeah, this should be fine, I think. All right, let's indent that. So we're into the 3 hour section now. So we've got collisions, deaths, and score to do now. I've marked it down as 2 hours on here, but it's just because the clocks are going to go back in 2 hours, so we'll actually get an extra hour to do this. And actually, I think 3 hours is going to be plenty of time for this. But we shall have, well, we shall see. Okay, I'm starting to put a little bit more wine in my glass and a little less lemonade. Ooh. Right, okay, so this is just going to draw the HUD, the initialization. Let's make sure it's actually called from in here as well. So this is our game loop here. So I'm going to write game loop. Now it's important that we only do the things we need for the game loop here, and we'll have a main, we'll have like an intro loop here. So what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to move some of these down. So IRQ, random, and sound is fine, but these things here should happen after the intro loop, but before the main game loop. Oops, I was supposed to copy here. Add wave is probably kind of the last thing that's going to happen here. In fact, if I don't put that in, I think we should still see enemies. So I'm going to leave it out for now. What is that thing? RPG HP. Oh, RPG health pot. Okay, that makes sense. I'm going to put intro loop here. The reason this is important is because at some point we're going to have to put an intro in, and we're going to want this loop to not just go back to here, but go back to the intro, and then you play through the intro, and then whenever you finish that, you're going to the game loop and repeat, basically. So in fact, if I put like game over here, jump, intro loop, I should probably make that. I don't know why I made that capitals. And there we go. Oh, it's because of the command there. Okay. Okay, so to go to our HUD init, so we need to load the accumulator with HUD, X, and store it at screen plus 24, X. Increase, compare to 40. Like so, there we go. Right, so hopefully now we should see a HUD at the bottom of the screen. It's, oh, we're getting an error. HUD in it because I need to import it. I'm going to import it there. I want the enemies to be at the end. Symbol HUD is already defined in main ASM. Oh, that's right. I've got it down here, haven't I? HUD data, I'll call it. So the only thing we need to do is add some colours in here as well. So I'll add that in. Okay, that's in the wrong place. So it should be like that, but for some reason we've still got an error in here. So let's have a look what's going on. Let's get rid of the HUD in it, just see what happens. Okay, I've broken something here. What have I broken? Should be doing nothing different. Let me undo all that loop stuff that I've done there. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna undo until. So what did I actually do? All I did was move some stuff though. I'm not sure why that's suddenly broken. That should be fine. Could it be the location that I'm storing that HUD in? I wouldn't have thought so, but who knows? Let's have a look. Am I doing a return in here? I am. I'm a teapot. Thanks, Dom. I did remove the add wave. That was the only thing I did. Thanks for the bits, Dom. 418. Wow. Okay. Cool. Cyclic import bug. No, it should be all right. Let's see what's going on. Give it a run. Okay, that's fine. It seemed to be when I took the add wave out, so I just wonder if it needs a wave before it starts doing the updates. So let's remove that add wave and see what happens. If we get the same crash here, then that's definitely what it is. Oh, I see. I forgot about that. Yeah, I did read about that. Why was that a thing? I can never remember. I never remember why they did that. I guess it's just a joke from the guys at the W3C, I guess. So okay, if we don't add a wave, what happens? Adding a wave does what? It adds enemy actives, initializes some sprites, sets a current enemy count. So on an update, we come into here. This does the enemy animation timer thing. That should be fine. Okay, let's work through this and see where it's breaking. Somewhere in here it's getting stuck in a loop. So let's see if we can break at various points. Okay, so we're getting to that point, alright. And then it's failing in here, so Is it getting through all the enemies? Could it just be this, this last bit? Ah, current wave type, that's it. I know what it is straight away. So, if there is no wave, then it can't do anything. So it needs to jump to this. Otherwise, what it's going to try and do, it's going to try and grab from this jump table 0. This is wave 1. Wave 0 would be these values here. So it would do some weird stuff and try and jump to a place that it can't. Cool. There we go. Yeah, jokes to be had. I do like that response indicates that Sarah refused to brew coffee because it is a teapot. Cool. I do remember reading about that and thinking it was kind of quite funny. Okay, so intro loop would still go here. And call that intro loop. We'll set that up later, we don't need it now. So we do need a HUD in here. Right, cool, so we're back to getting the HUD going. Cool, so we actually have HUD data down here. So I need to set the colors for these. I'm just going to do it manually. I don't see the point in doing this with a color table. I'm just going to create a manual table down here. So I'm going to bring up, I'm just going to drop this in the top window so I can actually see the colors, and then I'm going to work through it here. So HUD colors, and that is 1 2 2 2 2 3 2 3 4 5 6 7 1 1 2 3 4 5 3. God, how many is that? 1 3 4 5 8 9. And then 1 2 3 4 3 1 2 3 1. There we go. And we can just load HUD colors, X, store accumulator, screen, no, color RAM plus 24 times 40, X. Cool. So now we'll create a function which will update this value here. So we need two functions. One, we need to reset the score, and another one to actually add score. We'll have a reset score, and this will take the value 48 and it will store it in 7 locations. And those locations are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. So screen plus 24 times 40 plus 7, X. So compare X. So, as well as initializing the HUD, actually the first thing the HUD should do when it's initialized is reset the score. So we could do this by actually just setting the score to zeros in here. So let's do that. That's probably better than resetting the score every time. So if I just save that like that and that like that, export binary file, export map. I'll do a save to GitHub in a minute as well. So actually we don't need the reset score, it'll be reset for us automatically. If this works, I will save it to GitHub. Yeah, there we go. Cool. And the power should also start at 0 as well, because that's something you need to build up. So you grab 0 there and just put that in. Yeah. So, oops. Export map. Oh no, that's import. Don't want that. Cancel file. Cool, so empty HUD. Alright, let me commit all that to well, it's just the HUD actually, that's the only thing that's changed. Everything else is not going to get committed in this game. Basic HUD. Make pumpkin spin the other way. Yeah, let's do that now. Why not? So to do that, I'm just gonna, rather than kind of make code to do this, I'm just gonna reverse it in here. They do seem wrong going that way, don't they? It's kind of strange how odd they seem. Sprites. Didn't really want to quit. Leave that open. I should flip eyes on the x-axis too. What do you mean? Okay. We'll come back to enemy waves shortly anyway. Let me commit those sprite updates. Okay, cool. So I'm going to do the score thing next because we already did this. When was it? It was last weekend actually. So I'm going to use a similar approach to this as well. Trying to remember how I did it though now. So when you add score, you're going to pass in X is your kind of your digit position, I guess. So you're passing 0 if you want it to start there at the first digit. If you want it times 10, you pass in 1. If you want it times 100, you pass in 2, and so on. Accumulator is going to be BCD value. I can't remember how I did this now. I could look, couldn't I? I could look and... should I look? Fuck it, yeah, I'm going to look. I did this twice, and I want to save time, so I said I wasn't going to copy paste code, but I'm not going to copy paste, I'm just going to look. So, how did I do this again? Where was it? It was in... Where the hell was it? But there we go. Yep, so score to add in BCD format, the trailing 0 count, yep. And the position of the score, we know what the position of the score is. Store accumulate score to add. Oh yeah, okay, so we'll store this in temp 4 can be our score to add. In fact, you know what? I'm actually going to make a real value for it. We've got so much space. Might as well. Yeah, I'm allowed to look. It's code I wrote, right? I wrote it this weekend, so what I don't want to do is just copy like a whole multiplexer in, so it's fine. And why is the player? We don't care about the player. Score is our vector. Okay, so we grab the position that we need to do for the score. Yep, okay, so we need to set up the vector for the score. So we need to grab this position here, +7. +7, but not comma x, and store that at let's just call it score vector. I just want to make sure I don't want to run into bugs. Wait, I just realized we're not using words there. We really should be using word. Potential problems there. I just want to make sure we never run into any clashes with these, so I'm actually going to use these files. I'm going to stop using temps actually. Score vector, yep. And actually this is this +7? It is +7, isn't it? Because 7 is where the first point starts. +1, like so, yep. And then yeah, I am going to use a temp here. Why am I doing that? Oh yes, because I need to get the number of digits, which is this, and then subtract that from it, and then transfer that into the Y accumulator, and that gives us the index where we need to start updating from. Correct. And then it's just clever use of the carry flag. Yeah, okay, so clear the carry flag, have a loop here, and we okay, yeah, okay, so we take our score to add, and we end it with this. This gives us the value we need to add to our thing, and then we add it to score vector, comma y, which we've got here, and we compare that to, it would be 58 in our case, and if that, what do we do if it's, yes, so if it's less than that, we don't need to do anything. Make this call the loop. All my rules are self-inflicted. Yeah, that's true. That is very, very true. I should probably just copy paste this. I mean, I am basically just copying the same. Yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna do that because I am just copying the same fucking thing here. I'm just giving myself time limits that I don't need. Score vector there, subtract 10, save the carry, score to add, shift it, decrease y, branch back to loop, RTS. Okay, score to add. Cool, right. Yeah, it's a really good point. These rules are completely self-inflicted, so. Okay, so add score. So I'm now going to just test this out. So in my game loop, I'm going to, where's my game loop? Here it is. In here, I'm just going to load accumulator with 1. So I'm going to start by adding 1 with no zeros. score. Hopefully our score should tick up by one at a time. I've gone one character too far there. Okay. Okay, that seems to be working. I'm just going to test the upper range of it as well to make sure that the multiply by 0 thing is working. Oh god, where's the game loop gone again? Oh, there we go. So I'm going to add 250 and a go. I'm going to slow it right down as well. Settings, motion speed, 10%. Yeah, that's adding 250 at a go, isn't it? It's perfect. Cool. Alright, so the add score is working. So we need collisions and deaths now. So we already had our player collision working. So we should probably... Let me think about this now. Let's work on the player death, I think. So if the player hits anything at all, so if it hits any sprite or any scenery, then we're dead. What do we do when we're dead? We need to trigger a game over sequence. Okay. So what I'm going to do in here is create a player state. Oh, actually, I'm not even going to do it with states. I'm just going to be really lazy and just do individual values like this. Player is dead, like that. And then at the end of our game loop, it's set time bullets, yeah. But that's already working. So when our witch turns white, we've got background collision. So this is our game over sequence here. I'm just do you know what? I'm going to make this game one life. I think this should just literally be, if you die, that's it. You're out, like Flappy Bird. This needs to be a difficult game. If we start adding lives in, it's going to be too easy. It's not about getting to the end of the game. There is no end of the game. It's about getting as far as you can without dying. So the game over sequence, this could be a lose life sequence. We can change it, but for now we'll just make it a game over sequence. So what we need to do here is looking at player is dead. Branch not equal game over, otherwise jump to loop. If it is game over, for now I'm just going to increase the border color and do that just so it repeats itself. That's not going to do anything, is it, yet? Because I've got any game over condition. What is it? Oh, maximum speed. There we go. Okay, so we've got no game over condition at the moment, so let's start adding those in. So first of all, we've got this player going white here, so let's do that, and then we'll add some kind of, as soon as we can die, we'll add some kind of animation in for the death. So to begin with, player collision. Okay, so this is what we need to change. At the moment we're just sending the character and turning it white. We need to change that. Where was it? Get collision, blah blah blah, collide here. And no collide doesn't need to do anything, so that's simplified that now. So now if I hit the edges, I should get the game into a weird kind of border flash loop. So everything's great, everything's great. There we go, border flash loop. Okay, so it's at this point we need to do something different. So first thing I'm going to do is we're going to set the game over up to be similar to the way this loop works, but we're just going to disable some things in here. So get rid of this now. And now our game over loop needs to do a few things. So the first thing it needs to do is a map advance. The reason it needs to do a map advance is because the map advance is what's setting our horizontal scroll. But what we can do is on the map init, we make sure that this value is set on the map init. So we start at 1, store it there, and then on a game over, the first thing we do before we start the game over loop there we go. We probably also want the enemies to move as well. They may as well carry on moving. No reason to pause them at that point. So let's do that. Player, obviously we're not going to do. Bullets, we probably should update them. So let's do that as well, because we don't want bullets to freeze when we die. So bullet update, bullet clear or draw. Okay, I need to set a 0 before that one. I forgot about that. We still want the music to play, although we may change which music. Do we have game over music? Is Stepz here still? He is, yeah. Green olive eyeballs should look to the left. Have I got that wrong? Oh, I see. Can we just flip them like that? Oh, hang on. Actually, let's... In fact, you know what? I'm not going to mess with them now. I'm getting distracted. I should not mess with those right now. Hey, no, don't apologise for the day out at all. No, not at all. The music you've done is amazing, and the fact that you've managed to do it so quickly is incredible. No, it's absolutely fine, so... no, the map will not be seeded. Deliberately, it's going to be difficult. Every time you play this, I want it to be different. Hence the reason. If we wanted to do that, we could just use the very basic randomizer. But I've deliberately included the CIA timer to make it a lot harder to predict. Oh god! I tell you what, this alcohol is going right through me. I'll try and hold on for a few minutes, but I'm probably going to have to go for another quick break in a minute. Let's get this game over sequence going first. Try and focus on that. Smoke a bit of this. Okay, let's try that. So what we should see now is the player will just freeze. Everything else will continue. The map will stop and the player will stop, but the routines will still run. The enemies will still move on and off the screen. Actually, the map hasn't stopped. Why hasn't the map stopped? Why hasn't the map stopped? That's a really good point. It's the 31st of October. I don't know what the time is for it, but I intend on having this kind of ready to submit by, like, I think, when is Halloween? Probably the night before. I don't want to... But it's on Thursday, so I'm looking to finish this on Wednesday, I think. Is probably the time. there really won't be an awful lot to do on it at all. And seriously, don't stress yourself out about getting the music done. You've done an amazing job with what you've done already. It can quite easily just retain the music it's got now for Game Over. It's absolutely fine. Okay, why is the scroll not... Oh, because Game Over begin. Oops. Midnight, October 31st. I always hate deadlines at midnight, because does that mean you get the whole of Halloween to work on it, and midnight on, because midnight is technically the next day, right? So that's actually you don't get any time at all on October 31st, so it has to be submitted on the Wednesday. That's what I'm going to go with. It has to be submitted on the Wednesday, so Wednesday will be the day that it gets submitted. Yes, Jacob Westhoff, exactly. That's exactly what I did. There we go. So we've got a death. Okay, so oh yeah, and it'll be midnight Canada time as well. So actually, that's going to be behind. So actually, you do get a couple of hours. Actually, no, CET. That's Central European time. So actually, you get an hour less. I will submit it Wednesday afternoon sometime, I think, or as soon as I get home from work on Wednesday, just to make sure. Right, okay, guys, I really can't cope. I really need to pee. I think it's all that lemonade and the beer, probably. So we need to do a little death animation. Possibly some kind of game over text somewhere. Oh, damn it. I'll have a think about that now. Anyway, so we've got about 2.5 hours to get the rest of the collisions in. I don't think that's going to be a problem at all. I think we're ahead of schedule here. Right. Be right back, guys. I just munched a handful of crisps. Keep me going. Right. I'm going to do the rest of this bottle with lemonade. Then when I start the next bottle, which is after 2 more glasses, I'm just going to drink the wine. Hopefully try and prevent me needing the toilet quite as often. I'll say it's looking pretty good already. Right, please. I'm actually going to speed that sprite animation up, I think. I think it'd look a bit better if it was quicker. I'm just going to do that quickly now. In our enemy animation timer. Ooh, pardon me. Yeah, there we go. It looks a lot better. So there is a bit of a flicker as it crosses this boundary. Actually, it's not that bad. Occasionally, it does happen. It's looking kind of cool. I think we can probably get away without changing the colours as well. And we've still got loads on the bullets, that is, and we've still got loads of time on the cycles as well. Obviously, we do need to sort this terrain out at some point. It needs to look a lot better than this, but we'll get to that shortly. So let's get the death in. So do that, and we need to die. So at that point, what do? Let's go to. We need an animation. We need something to happen. Yeah, so I feel like actually the sprite here should maybe do some kind of bounce off the screen or something. Or we can just do an explode animation. We can just have the death animation. Let's take the easy route. Let's do the death animation. So at this point on Game Over, we will have... So we can put variables in here, that's fine, because we're jumping over this section here. So I'm going to put the death anim timer in here. That's going to be pretty much the same as any other timer, same as that. Let's bring that back. Death anim index. And death frames. Let's go and have a look at the sprites. Somewhere in here. There they are. So 68. So 69, 70, 71. There we go. So first thing we're going to do is our typical counter thing. I'm just going to copy it. It's just quicker. We're going to take 0 and store it in our death anim index, and that's the end of our death anim update. Actually, I'm going to put a blank frame in at the end so it actually stops. Oops, wrong button. So I'll keep this blank frame here. So 67. Minus for 5. Missed that. What is that? That's a follow. Thank you for the Dito follow. Oh, and thank you for the follow Derpzerker as well. I missed that one. Thanks, guys. Probably on my break just then. Okay. So here. Compare with 5, relative is not equal to apply, otherwise make sure it's 4, apply, store X, death anim index. Load X death anim index. We have to load it because we might not have necessarily done anything with it there. I'm going to make that animation a bit slower for an explosion. Oh, he made some game over sprites in Discord. Oh, interesting. Alright, let me finish this and we'll stick some game over sprites in. Let's have a quick look actually. In Discord. So share, game over. Okay, cool. So let me save these sprites so I don't lose them. And this is, I don't know where the hell that's gone, probably my downloads, so. Oh, cool. Oh, cool. I'm going to have some fun with that. Yeah, I'm going to have some fun with that in a minute. We've got a block where I can stick that. No, so let's just add 8 more sprites in here. Hey, awesome. So one thing we will have to do at this point is stop updating the enemies. So we'll do a check that the death animation is completed. If the death animation is completed, we will stop updating the enemy. So we'll do a check here when that happens. But the first thing we need to do is we need to load death frames, $X, and store that at sprite pointers 0. We also need to grab the right color at this point. Actually, we need to do a check here. Let me think about this. Death animation, $X. If it's equal to 0, then we're not going to change anything. We're just going to jump to here. Otherwise, we'll store that at the frame pointer, and we'll also load the color in for that, which at the moment is blue. It's like a light blue color. So 0E, and then here we can do load X with death anim, compare to 0,4, which is the end, branch if equal to 4, show game over, otherwise do this and then jump to game over, and this will be show game over, which will eventually jump to game over. So let's just see what happens with this now. Hopefully we should get a little death animation. Show game over, show game over. Okay, actually pedantic, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, let's, am I not controlling? There we go. Right, so it's die if you're in the top there, so we might need to change that collision so you actually die if you hit the top, because you don't at the moment. Okay, cool. Enemies stop, which is fine because they're no longer updating. So let's change that collision, because I notice if there's a little bit up there you don't collide with it. So and we definitely do want to be able to collide at that point. So this is where the border is. Let's increase that a little bit. Try that. Okay, still not. Let's try the other way. Let's try it with extremes first. It maybe we just need to add more collision checks in. It maybe we're just trying to be too clever with the too simple with the collision. Okay, that was against 2 though. I need to check against 1. So we need a ceiling of 1. And no, I'm not dying in that. Okay, but I do die in that. So I need to bring it the other way. So I'm going to change this to 3A. Oh, it's still not dying on that top. It's, that's not good. That's not good at all. This is the player Y, so it's definitely this one. So if I set that to 60, if I set that really high, it should crash way sooner. Hopefully, we should. Yeah, okay. So it is that value. I just need to get the value right. Let's try 3C. The problem is every time I change that, it makes the collision at the bottom harder to hit as well. So let's see if we need to make some adjustments, and then we'll do a quick game over. It's not hitting that top character for some reason. It's not hitting that. So I want to Why can't I bring up the monitor window? It seems like the monitor window doesn't want to show anymore. Not that one. Not that one. That one. There we go. Oh. Okay. I'm not going to waste time on it. I'm going to come back to it. So I'm going to make some notes of things I absolutely have to do. So vertical collision. And terrain. They're absolute musts. Okay, so with that in mind, we can now, in our game over section, we can actually draw the game over stuff. So this is the show game over. Again, we can put stuff in here if we need to, which we probably will. So let's start by setting those sprites. So our sprites are... yeah, that could be repeated, not be repeated, but I don't really care at this point. So 144, so load accumulator with 144, load X with 0. Store accumulator, sprite pointers, comma, X. It's not equal to there. Yeah, time to start cutting corners unless it's a must-have. Exactly. We've got 4 hours left. Oh no, actually 5 hours left because the clocks will go back shortly. So we're still doing pretty good. Still doing pretty good. I'm quite pleased with that. I mean, we're not far off having an almost playable game. Oh, let me commit those sprites as well. So position wise, we need to set X and Y. So X isn't going to change. I'm going to leave that, but I'm going to make the Y kind of wobble up and down. I think it'll look kind of cool if we do that. So I am going to create some... Actually, no, I don't even... I'm just going to unroll code. I'm going to be really, really lazy. Memory wise, we're doing really well. So this block of code here can go all the way up to C00, so we've still got like 28k left roughly of memory that we can play with. So I really don't care about unrolling loops at this moment in time. In fact, we've got more than that because I'm going to reduce the starting point for this down to here. I think that gives us plenty of room. That's 5k for music, and the music at the moment is only going up to 3k. So Stepz has the ability to add an extra 60% music in. You saw it, yeah. Woo. I do like my Shall and Shimmer, don't I? I do like it. I don't know why. Okay, let's just get rid of all this. Let's move that down so I don't get less confusing. Okay, so in that case, for x equals 0, x is less than 8, x plus plus. Right, so we're just going to set the x positions right now. So we will load the accumulator. So we've got 8 sprites, 24 pixels wide, but we need a space in the middle. So we're looking at 9 sprites worth. 24 pixels wide, so that's 180, 216. The screen is 320 wide, plus an 18 border. So these sprites need to start at 104 divided by 2, 52, plus the border, which is 24, so 76. So this will be 76 plus x times 24, and we'll store that at d00 plus 2 times x. And just so that we can see this, we'll load 80 and store that at d001 plus 2 times x. Hopefully now we should see that. So I'm aiming to get this game over thing done in the next 20 minutes or so. Cool, that's kind of right, but we need a space in the middle. Shit, how are we going to do the space? Oh, I know. We'll do 4, and then we'll do 4 is less than 8, and we'll just add 24 in here, so that becomes 100. Oh, the beauty of unrolling code. But now we need to set the MSB for this last one here, so what we need to do, we can set this directly so everything is lower except the very last sprite, so we can load 80, store that d010. Yeah, let's add 2 pixels to each letter, so 2, 4, 6, so 12. So if I take away 6 from here, 6 from here, like so, and make this 26 instead, that should hopefully be spaced out a little bit. Cool. Alright, so what I'm going to do now is some very quick kind of effects. Actually, let me just set the borders to not be full, to be normal. I just want to make sure it's in the middle. I think that's in the middle, isn't it? I can see 5 characters underneath here. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's middle. Okay, cool. So we're going to add some variables in here. So we're going to have game over sign y. Again, don't care about memory, so I'm just going to fill it right up. And this is going to be sign I divided by 256 times God's sake, pi times 2 times 30, I guess, plus 80. There we go. Game over sign ticker. Now let's get rid of those and we'll change that to something different. So load x with 0. This will be a loop of some kind. We'll load the accumulator with... No, actually we will transfer x to the accumulator. We will times it by 8, same as we did before. Then we will add sign ticker. We'll transfer it back to there. Load accumulator, game over sin y, comma x. Store that at d001, comma y. increase Y. Oh God's sake, I wish it would go on to the next line. There we go. Increase X, compare X, 0, 8, bunch not equal. What's that failing? It's failing because sin ticker adds game over sin ticker. That should be. From distance too far. Branch equals show game over. Oh, because we've now got this table here. So let's say the easiest way to do this is like so. There we go. Oh, it's done a crash here for some reason. Let's have a look why. Why has that crashed? That's weird. Oh, not game over. Yeah, game over. Should jump to game over up here. Not 4 jumps to here and jumps to game over. If it is 4, jumps to game over. Show game over, which is here. You put plus in the wrong place. Whereabouts? That should be right. I'm not seeing. Yeah, I could put the table at the top of the file. I'm just being lazy. I'm being very lazy, in fact. Let me just get rid of that. Let me just see. I always worry when I see things like that I've done something with a bit register that might be wrong. Yeah, something odd is going on there. Okay. If I don't do that, what happens? My phone opened up. And this is kind of correct now. Yeah, this is correct, isn't it? So it was something in this loop here. So let's have a look. What was this loop doing? Enter X to the accumulator. Oh, that's why. I'm just going to push it onto the stack. I'm going to keep it as X. I'm going to store that here. Pull the accumulator from the stack, transfer it back to X. There we go. Yeah, you don't usually hear this far into the SID playlist, do you? There we go. Cool. I think this needs some color ramps as well, so let's bring up the coal fade dock. It's even working anymore. I don't think it is it? Oh yeah, there we go. Let's pick one of these color fades. Kind of a spooky. I don't know what's a spooky color fade though, really. One of the red ones, but the thing with the red ones is they're not very long, so I mean, there's this one here, I guess. Oh, there we go. Only 6 in that as well, which is frustrating. Okay. I think it should probably exit after a number of seconds just to make our lives a little bit easier. Easy enough for us to do as well. We can just have a counter. call it ramp. How are we doing for time? We've got about another 2 hours. We've still got to actually get the collisions in as well. So, thank you for the host, Coconut, and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Let's pick a nice even 8 colours for a ramp. Otherwise, it's just going to get confusing. So we want one that covers the whole thing, really. I'm going to go with that one. Again, can always be changed at a later date if we need to. So for now, let's just get it in. Okay, I'm just going to do another loop. I really don't care anymore. It's just taking the easy route out of everything. So I'm going to take the sin ticker. No, sorry, I'm going to transfer X to the accumulator. I'm going to add the sin ticker. Game over sin ticker even. I'm going to AND it with 7. Transfer it to Y. Okay, game over color ramp, comma Y, and store that at D027, comma X. X, A. Binge watching Cure of Oak Island. Decided to come in upstairs and divos on me 7 days and watch a stream. Don't come upstairs. So that's a bit fast, isn't it? So what we can do is we can do that, and that should half its speed. That's kind of nice, I think. Is that too slow though? Do we want this to be only move up and down a bit quicker maybe? Easy enough to do. Just go in here, change that to 128. That should a bit quicker, I think. Actually, it's not the speed, is it? It's the ramp amount. Oh, actually, that's kind of nice. Okay, cool. So let's think about this. I'm gonna try just making it more. Actually, no, that is doing that, isn't it? That's fine. I think that's all right. Yeah. I'm gonna try slowing the color down a little bit though. I think the color ramp could be a little bit slower. So. Oh no, I preferred it. Wait, which one do you prefer, the old or the new? And yeah, while you pick that, I'll reduce the amount it kind of moves up and down by. Do you prefer the slow colour ramp or the quicker, the old one? Yeah, I think the same as well. It looks, the new one kind of makes it look a bit flickery, sort of. Whereas the old one was a bit nicer, so let's do the old one. Man, this really is a crash course in building stuff quick. So assets changed. Okay, I think I did a GitHub commit of it. Yeah, all the assets are committed. You might just need to do a pull on the commit. Yeah, I prefer that as well. Okay. Just take out the black color. Yes, that's right. Actually, there's a black in there, isn't there? Let's change the black to. What's it going from? Orange? No, brown. And then it jumps back to white. So I'm going to change that to yellow. No, orange. And yeah, welcome to the stream again, Secret. Good to see you, dude. Yeah, that looks nice actually. Yeah, I like that. That's kind of cool. So what we'll do is we'll add a timer in as well. So this will only happen for 5 seconds or so. Do we want a fire button to continue it? We probably want both, don't we? We probably want Alright, let's add fire button in. We can always add a timer later. So so what we need to do when game over starts, the first thing we need to do is we need to make sure if the fire button is being pressed, that we record that. So we're going to load ZP Joy, because that should be recorded at this point. And we're going to have game over fire pressed, because what we don't want to happen is if the fire button's being held down, when you die immediately exit, you want to have to let go and then press it again. So we will end this with do you know what, I'm just going to type, I kind of remember where that is now. That will give us 10, and then we need to invert it like so and store that in game over fire pressed. And then at the top here we can just do we're no longer doing the check in here because there's no player checking here, so we need to store this value again. Storage 0.2, yep, and then okay, and then if actually let's think about this, and 10. Otherwise, and if it isn't down, we jump to fire still down, even though it isn't. Otherwise, we jump to intro loop. And now we've got something where we can stick an intro loop in. And there are so many duplicates of code in here. I mean, this is one of the requirements of this competition is to put this code in a GitHub. But it's not going to be the best code to learn from at all. Not at all. I would say I'm completely lost in it myself. I've only just written the bloody thing. But I'm going to hold down fire as I crash into something. Okay, I'm still holding down fire. If I let go and press fire again, I'm back on again. Okay, so the first thing to note is that the sprites don't reset. So that's because this one here is a sprite that's not actually being used. And the sprites continue where they were. So we need an enemy in it which I think we have enemies in it here, so we need to go and check that to make sure that enemies in it is actually resetting all the enemies, because I don't think it is. It's not. There we go. So what we need to do in here is enemy count, was it? Current enemy count, there we go. I should hopefully reset our enemies. Cool, so the enemies reset. We need to get rid of this sprite here. I'll do that in the player in it actually. Where's the player? There it is. Actually, I just realised, are those sprites in multicolour mode? They are as well. Okay, cool. That's fine. Easy peasy. So we need to turn off sprite 2 in here, so this will be FD, like so. We do want... Okay. So we're looking pretty good. We've got about an hour and a half to do the rest of the collisions. An hour and 40 minutes actually. But we're already got the kind of game over sequence working, the player deaths working. So it's just the rest of the collisions. Okay, that sprite needs turning on during the game over. So game over begin, game over begin. Show game over is this one, isn't it? Okay, blah blah blah. Yep. So at this point we would again, if I'm shooting, so the shooting thing's working. That's good. That's perfect. Awesome. So actually you can take a chunk out of the scenery if you crash into it really quickly. We can sort that out later, so this is fine. That's really annoying. That collision up there is really frustrating. I want to sort that out at some point. But I'm going to get the sprite to sprite collision working now. So if sprite 1 collides with anything, then it's a death. So that's going to be really easy to do, so we can do that in the player update. Do we do it in the player update? We do it in the collision here, because we're already doing this collide here. No collide. But maybe sprite collision. So the player is the only sprite is on the player side. All our characters, all our bullets are character sprites. So if we're colliding with any sprite, then it's a player death. So let's see, where's the player collision? Oh my god, all my documents are mixed up now. Damn. Okay, there we go. Player collision is sprite to sprite collision D01E. Okay, so and with, if that's true, then we've collided. It's that simple. Except it didn't. It just said, oh yeah, that's a good point. If sprite Y is top of the screen. Well, actually no, because if there's nothing at the top of the screen, you don't want to die. You only want to die if there is something at the top of the screen. Do I have to enable sprite collision? Oh shit, that's right. I have to. Remember how to do this now. Collide, otherwise I have to keep doing this apparently. I will have a look. If this doesn't work, I'll have a look through my dot code, because I do use sprite to sprite collision in my dot code rather than mess around for ages trying to figure this out. Okay, let's have a look in dot code. What? No. I definitely do sprite to sprite collision, so how on earth am I doing that? Okay. Player, there we go. No, it's going to be in enemies, isn't it? That's right, I did it in... I think yes. Not there. The enemies. Okay, I'm freaking loading that in. Where is that coming? Start. Enemies, enemy. Nope. Where the hell is enemies coming from? This music bars, 0 page. Nope. I did add them at the end actually. These map enemies. Oh, God's sake, stupid place to put them. Polling for collisions or setting into no, just going to poll for them. That's all I want to do. Don't see any point in doing collision on interrupt. Something so simple. D01A. Yeah, that's what I'm setting. Well, that's what I'm checking for in here. So, where's it gone again? Player. Am I doing it in the wrong place? No collide. So we go through this. If there is no collision, we come to here. If there's still no collision, sorry, we load. Yeah, this should be fine. You know what, I'm just going to set it in the border, just like that, there we go. I think I'm missing something. I can't think what it is though. So my background isn't changing colour at all. It's like sprite collision is disabled. Oh no, that's the interrupt. Okay, let me do a quick Google search. God, that should be doing it. Am I just not hitting that piece of code, maybe? Let me put a breakpoint in there. I could have sworn that I'm doing this. This seems like I'm doing it right. I think I'm just making some stupid mistake somewhere. Let's make sure I'm getting to that piece of code. Yeah, it's immediately getting in there. Okay. skip it on until I get hit by something. It is definitely getting cold, because look, it's breaking all over the show. I'm just trying to advance this so I get, come on. Yeah, maybe it's the position that it's being called in, because at this point nothing's happening. Okay, yeah, I agree. Let's move it to the main loop. Get rid of that. Don't need that anymore, I don't think. Okay. Oops. Let's go into our main. Not that one here. There is dead. Maybe it's just the position that it's happening at. No, why is... Oh, hang on. For fuck's sake. Okay, it was right the first time. I just had sprite collisions turned off in the fucking... Right, on that note, I'm gonna have a quick break. Because that's just annoyed me. Thought I was doing it right. And I was right, it was a stupid mistake I was making. That's the problem, you see. When I'm doing the dissect streams, I do sometimes turn the sprite to sprite collision off for testing. So, yeah, dumb mistake by me. Right, cheers guys. I'm going to take a quick 2 minutes, have a cigarette. And I'll be right back. Oops. Actually, let me just check that runs before I go. Does, and the collision works. Brilliant. Right, be right back, guys. Right, and I'm back. Of course you are. You're obviously a bot, like most of it always happens. Right, last glass of wine with lemonade, then we're on to the hardcore wine only. Pretty sure that's a bot for I. Thank you for the follow, Gian808. Welcome to the stream. Right, so we've got sprite to sprite collisions, so all that remains now, let's see, what did I have penciled in for this? So we've got about an hour and 20 minutes to do, oh, interesting. What happened there? Oh, okay, hold down fire. Something's not resetting there. What is it that's not resetting? Probably the sprite collisions at that point. Okay, good night, Jacob. Thank you for joining. If I die up here, it puts me back down there again. Okay, the sprite to sprite collision is happening straight away, and it shouldn't be doing. So what I'm going to do at the beginning of the game loop in the enemies in it, maybe, yeah, I'm going to do it in here. I'm just going to store the value 0. Actually, I'm just going to do it in a loop, why not? Oops. Can be done there. Probably don't need to do it because I'm already doing it here. I should prevent it now. Whoops. What have I done wrong there? Looks fine to me. Right again. Maybe there return value of type number. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus. Can't even do a for loop properly. Okay, I'm still dying at that point. Oh, what I'm going to do is, as soon as I've read that value in here, I should probably fix it. But we don't need this then. Nope, still dying in that middle section. We do a death, but don't hold down fire. Oh god, why is it doing that? Yay. Disable all collisions. Yeah, it should be disabling. Let me... No. I'm just going to put a temporary pause in here. Just want to see if it is just because I'm instantly starting again that it's causing a problem. Why is that failing now? Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Yeah, I thought I was resetting that in player. Player is dead 0, player is dead 0, so it should be resetting at this point and the player in it. It is happening here before it starts doing anything else. Do you know what I am going to do? I'm just going to create a little... I'm just going to copy this up to here. And... Game over fire press, that's fine, I can still use the same thing. intro loop. There we go. Hopefully this just okay, let's think about this. What's that? Yeah. If I still down, so there we go. So it'll hold there until I press fire, then it will start. Saw a bullet up there in the wrong place. It'll hold there until I press start, but then I still die. Okay, so there is something weird going on. Oh, I bet I know what it is. I bet I know what it is. In player in here. In the init, we need to also store that as player screen X. Oh no, that can't be actually, because I wasn't crashing on anything. Oh, so I should do that anyway, so. So the weird hang, this hang here is just because this will be our intro screen. Keep these separate so let's see what's going on. This is the game over. Something's happening in here. The sprite is death anim maybe. No, because it's actually immediately dying, isn't it? This is happening straight away. And player, yeah, you're right. The player is dead is not resetting, but that means player is dead is being set somewhere. So let's have a look where it's been set. It's only been set once in there. Been set only in this collision function. And that is only happening if all of these collisions happen correctly. He's taking the player X and the player Y. And the map scroll. Player X and player Y should be being reset though by the init function. It is here. Could it be because sprite 0 is still on the screen where the game over sprites are and the time of moving on by pressing fire and therefore they collide? Okay, let's try disabling the sprites in that intro section. So I'm going to leave this here doing this kind of crazy thing. So I think you might be right actually. No. Die on there. intro, start again and die. I immediately die, even though I've turned all those sprites off. And actually the first thing that happens at that point is this gets called, and this should reset all the enemy positions and the player positions, so all the sprites should be in different places. Okay, let's use our sprite to sprite collision. So let's go in here, turn sprite to sprite collision off, and see what happens. So I don't die on these. Onto here. Okay, it's definitely sprite to sprite collision that's the problem. So let's turn that back on a second, because it's going to be pointless without it. Let's clear the sprite to sprite collision here. So not in there, sorry, in this location here. So let's do it in the player in it actually. Let's just make it a bit neater. Oh shit, I haven't got the label for that. Fuck. Okay, player is dead. Sticker. (3D0E). Okay. Oops. Player is dead is still 1 at that point. Okay, I'm gonna reset it. It is that player is dead, but for some reason it's being picked up way too soon. It should be being cleared in here though. That's the weird thing in it. Player is dead. 0. It's immediately being set. So I'm gonna clear it in the Is it jumping to start game or is it jumping to loop? It's jumping to start game. Gonna be an issue with that explosion sprite. Yeah, let's clear all the sprite pointers at this point. So let's just stick a shitty loop in again. What was that blank sprite? It was, let's do the same one up here, this one here. So it's the third sprite, so 67. It doesn't make any sense. Those sprite pointers are cleared. So I'm in the intro now. If I go and monitor C3 F8, 67 all the way along. Player is dead is 01. Okay, fine. I will change the player is dead in here instead. Okay. Absolute madness. Why does that explosion show up after the game over sprites are cleared? Because this is the intro at the moment. This is the game over. This is the intro. The game. Intro. Game. Straight away. Die instantly. God damn it, stupid bug. Clear player is dead at game over loop entry. Okay. I don't think it's that value though, to be honest. I don't think it's that. I think there's something else is going on. I mean, I hope it is. No, it's not. Keep dying in that same spot as well. Let's put a breakpoint in to see what's going on at these locations. So this is where we do a collision. That didn't help, so I'll get rid of that. Point we have collided. So let's put it in. No, let's put it in here. Sod it. Let's see if it's that's being called. So we should get a breakpoint the first time. Intro, yeah. Crash, breakpoint, okay. But if we get a breakpoint this time, then we're still hitting. Yeah, so we're still hitting that collision is the same for some reason. Okay, that's fine. Game over. Intro. Main play. Fail. Okay, so these are one is 0 at that point. But the accumulator is 1. Okay. What? When we load it, it resets to 0. Okay, fair enough. These are still on the screen. We've not even drawn the players yet. Okay. Fine. I'll just do this a different way then. Oh, so many hacks to get around everything. Thank you for the follow, Kyron at 33. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the almost the 9th hour of the stream now. Okay, let's see. Hey, there we go. It's because the player, it's assuming that the player is still in the other position. That's working now. Cool, that'll do. Right, okay, so now we need to make the enemies destroy if they hit a bullet. Okay, so we'll do that in the enemy. Oh no, it's working now. The one other thing I did notice though is when you start, you immediately shoot. So probably need to start that fire counter off higher, or don't allow you to shoot until you first let go. But small thing. In fact, I'm gonna write that in my little bug list. Initial shot. All right. Okay, cool. Let's get the enemies working. So when the enemies update, they run this function. When the enemies draw, they do this function. I am going to suggest that as part of this function here, we check the enemy against each of the enemy bullets as well. So I'm going to create another subroutine in here. I'm going to call it check versus bullets. This needs to restore the Y, and the X will be the index of the enemy. So check versus bullets. So let's transfer the Y to the accumulator and push it onto the stack. Make sure we pull that, transfer it to Y, return. So X is our enemy, Y will be our bullets. So we will cycle through all the bullets. So we'll increase Y until we're at, I'll put a skip in here to skip this section if it's not active. Compare Y to bullets, max bullets. Cool, right. So what do we need to check? We need to check the current sprite position so we can check it against the character position of our bullet sprite. So actually this is quite simple. So before we do any of this, what we're going to do is we're going to take our sprite position, which are these enemy X and Y's, and we're going to store them in some temporary variables. So I'm going to create enemy screen X, and enemy screen Y. I don't know why I'm doing them without. You prefer them with that? It just looks a bit neater for some reason. We've already done this code for the player, so I'm going to grab that code from the player rather than go through it again. It's this section here. So I'm going to grab it to... I'm just going to grab that and then I'll work through it. So, given the enemy Y1, comma X, subtract the border, divide by 8, I'm not going to care about those stupid borders for now. Store that at enemy screen Y. There we go. Subtract the border. Subtract that map scroll. Yeah, we'll keep that in there. Store at temp 1. Oh, you know what, I'm going to add 2 more temps in. I said I wasn't going to, but I'm going to anyway. I don't care at this moment in time. It's all about speed. So make that temp 5, make that 6. 6, make that 5, 5, 5. Yeah. Actually, this should be enemy screen X. There we go. Oops. Ah! What am I doing, man? Actually, I don't need to do that. There we go. X2, comma X. Start in temp 6, then load temp 6, shift it once, then roll this 3 times. Okay, right, now I've got the enemy screen X and the screen Y at this point. So it has to be done for every enemy, so it's important that this is kind of quite small. And then here what we need to do is really simple actually. If the enemy bullet is equal to 0 or 1 when we take the... Okay, so we take the enemy screen Y and we subtract oh god, what's the bullets now? Bullets bullet Y, comma Y, and if it's negative we can skip. Actually, we can do this really easily if we compare it with... No, alright, let's do it like that. So then compare it with 2. Skip, there we go. And then we need to do the same with X. Otherwise we have collided at this point, so in which case this enemy has hit a bullet. So what we need to do is load accumulator with 0, store that at bullet type comma Y, which is the one that works out if it's not being used yet. And the enemy is dying now, so what we will do is we will... got X here, so... And the clocks have gone back, so we're into our 3 hour now. We're in there, and if the enemy is dying, then we need some flag to say that the enemy is dying as well. So the enemy will still be active, but we'll have an enemy dying flag. And that will need to be filled in on add wave as well. And we'll use that to decide how to do the animation. For now, we're just going to say that it's dying. That code gone. Hit versus bullets, here we go. So then we're going to load 0, 1 and store that in enemy dying, comma Y. No, comma X, sorry, there we go, right. Yeah, okay. I think that at the moment all this is going to do is let bullet X, because this should be bullets. All this is going to do is let the bullets disappear when they hit enemies, but that should be enough for us to at least tell if something's working or not. Plus, where's that? Relative address is illegal. Enemies 194. Wait, what? Oh, because that should be... Don't need that anymore, that's why. Oh. Oh, what happened there? That was... None of the bullets are working now, and there's some weird stuff going on with the borders. Ooh, something gone weird. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Just make sure this is actually working. Okay. Nothing breaks at the moment. The raster time is quite high though, I notice. Look at that. Just right down. Although saying that, it isn't quite touching the bottom here, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the number of bullets to exactly what we need. So 4 there, 4 there. I think the most we're ever going to see is 5, isn't it? So I'm going to set it to 6. That will reduce that down slightly. It's starting to get tight with the timings now because we're doing a lot of stuff and we're taking shortcuts. Oh, look at the border go crazy. What is going on there? No, that's not good. That's not good. Maximum bullets, definitely keep that at 8. That was weird. Because we're checking... Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay, this may just suddenly be a lot quicker. Raster time improvements. Yeah, that's better. Bloody hell, that makes more sense. Okay, cool. Let's put that back in. Credit to you guys for staying up so late as well. It's like, it's quite late now and you're all still awake. It's impressive. Okay, the bullet isn't being removed. Let's go and have a look at how they're removed when they're drawn. They're removed when they're drawn because they hit something or they go off screen. If they hit something, they're just not drawn. So instead of bullet type there, I'm going to put bullet type FF in, which is going to mean remove this bullet permanently. And so in the bullet function, when we do clear, I'm just going to do this. Actually, I'll do it down. Oh, it is doing it here actually. Print shift minus remove. There we go. Not many UK guys there. I'm still here. I'm the UK. Ooh. I'm still going. Okay, it's not removing every bullet, and in fact, some are getting stuck in weird places now. Okay, so if we set the bullet type FF, let's get rid of it from here. Let's do it on the drawer instead. Oh no, it is on the drawer. It's equal blank. Okay, I'll do it here then. 11. Denmark, yay, cool. While Finland is my favourite European country, Denmark is my favourite, has my favourite city, which is Copenhagen. There's some weird shit going on down there. For some reason it's... some reason that was affecting the floor down there. I need to remove those enemies when they're dying just so I can keep going through. So actually, can I avoid the enemies? I think I can probably just about avoid them. No, I can't avoid them. I'd have to sneak past them like that. There we go. Okay, well, worry about that later. Let's sort out the bugs afterwards, but at least the stars are being removed now. So enemy dying. So on the enemies, okay, so when we draw enemies here, no, when we draw enemies actually, so if let's put we've already got a death animation in here, haven't we? Let's copy that over. Death frames, there we go. Death frames in here. I'm going to put death index in here. I am developing the assembly, yes, indeed. Right, we're into the final 4 hours now. So I'm going to start drinking actual wine and lemonade. So since I slowed down a little bit, not been as bad. So this is where we draw in, and this is what's set in the pointers, and this is what's set in the update. So it's the enemy frame, but that enemy frame is set in here. Set here, okay. That's applied to all. So what we'll do here is, oh, we're going through them here. Okay, so enemy active, if it's active, the death onion. Load accumulator, enemy dying, X, not dying. Let's have a think about this. If we're not dying, then we don't need to do any of this movement update. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to jump to skip. So enemies that we kill now should just immediately stop. I'm not going to do anything yet, but they should stop. So they're going up and down still. Okay, so that means in here, in this update, we need to prevent that from being actioned as well. And that's being actioned as a whole, so we do need to check in here. So in our enemy update, okay, but they're not getting removed now. Notice, okay, this is good actually, because we can see how these are affected. Actually, notice how this is not quite right. It should be, we've got the subtractions wrong. Say we, I'm blaming you guys for something I've done wrong. It should be the other way around, so it should be load that and subtract that. You know what, this is the same mistake I made last time with the collisions. Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. I think the accuracy isn't great. I can shoot straight through them in quite a lot of locations. So part of that is going to be this border thing up here, which actually should be like that now. Should be more accurate. Four hours isn't a lot of time, to be honest. Okay, that's not bad. Shoot through the bottom of it though. So that can be changed quite easily actually if we just change our comparison in here to check 3 rather than 2. That was Y, wasn't it? And that's X, yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. Okay, cool. So now we need to make them explode. So if an enemy is dying, then we also need to reset its enemy index as well. Death index, there we go. Then in the update loop in here, we need to do it here. So enemy death index from the X, transfer it to the Y. In fact, we can just load that in directly like that. Feet are getting quite cold as well actually. I'm going to take my next break. I'm going to make my feet a bit less cold. Socks, that's the word I was looking for. Let's get on the pop. Okay. But same wine, but this time without the lemonade. That's much better. Ooh. Will the collision bullet enemy also work if an enemy is half height of the pumpkin? No. So that's the thing we're going to have to do. So what we're going to have to do is this value, the height collision thing, we're going to have to set that as well. So in the same way that we've got start frames, frame count, colors, we're also going to have enemy height in here as well. High effects PT. Welcome to the stream. We'll make sure all enemies are left aligned. That will help us with the horizontal collision. We probably won't need to adjust that, but we will need to change this as well. So we'll make sure that all sprites are left and top aligned, which they are. The only one that isn't is the cat, but I don't think we're going to be able to get the cat in easily. And then we'll just decide on the height. So actually most of them will just have that three spaces, but this one will probably just be 1 or 2. My girlfriend called the end of your show the toe box. Your toe boots have bigger toe boxes than sneakers. I have no idea what you mean. End of your shoe, the toe box, I see. Must be shoe. You don't mean show, surely. Okay, let's... Karen, where were we? Draw. How far are we? We're not far off, actually. We just need to add the score when these things die, and then we can start looking at waves. But I think I'm going to add the intro before I start looking at the other waves. Okay. Not draw, update. Update? No, it was draw, wasn't it? No, it was update. Fuck now. Here we go. Enemy frame, comma, X. Looking at death frames, comma, Y. So at the moment this is just going to turn them into explosions. But we still die on explosions, which is not good. If we make the explosions quick, it doesn't really matter too much. So I am just going to speed those up really quickly. I've already got it in the Y register there, so increase Y, compare Y, do 5. That's not equal apply. Yeah, you wouldn't want to fly into an exploding pumpkin, right? Good night, Stepz. Cheers for the music, by the way, guys. Stepz, really appreciate it. Really good music as well. Very pleased with it. Oh, okay, what's wrong? Store Y. Oh, we can't do that, so we have to transfer Y to the accumulator. Ugh, stupid. Okay, they're not dying. Why are they not dying? Okay, let's have a look at what's going on here. So they're stopping, so they're getting to here. Not dying means they go to here, so they're definitely dying, so they come to here. Enemy death index, yes. Don't need that. Well, that might be it, actually. Oh no, they're moving off too quickly now. Okay, what's going on? It is going on. If we're dying, get the current death index, which is going to start at 0. Load the death frames, comma Y. Store at enemy frame. Increase Y, which is our death index. It's 5. Do this, which is set to 4, and enemy basically. Otherwise, just transfer the Y to the accumulator, store it in. So while that's wrong, just try not turning the enemy off, see what happens. I'm going to take a quick break in a minute to kind of warm my feet up and... okay, why are they not? It's not applying any frames here. Oh, is it because... oh no, store enemy frame. Alright, tell you what, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, guys, and I'll be right back with slightly warmer feet. Right back. Right, and I'm back. So, think about this. Oh, I can't remember where we're at now. God. That's right. They're stopping, but they're not disappearing. They're not playing their death animation. So, is our death index actually doing anything? We're storing it. That will make them disappear, that's for sure, but I don't want them to disappear straight away. I want to see an explosion. Not seeing an explosion. This, like this, isn't being hit for some reason. Dying. Okay, I'm just going to put a break in here, see if that works. I've got another 25 minutes. Yeah, we're hitting a break. Okay, that's good. Which means this enemy here is actually doing something. Oh, I should have actually looked at what the value was coming out of that. So, accumulator is 44, which is 68. 68 is this one. So we should be seeing an explosion. Do you need to check dying before active? No, I mean it's hitting this every frame. If you look at what's going on here. It's hitting it every single frame. But they're still doing their normal animation. That's the problem. Which is this bit here. Apply frame. So they're coming in here. They should be... oh, because it's... ah, shit. This needs to be comma X, and we need to make... shit, this isn't going to work, is it? Okay. Yeah, this is a bit of a hack, but do you know what? With the time we've got, I really don't have much problem with doing this at all. It's because we just had a single animation that's just in sync with all the other animations. So when we actually draw, Me dying, X. You're not dying. Normal, which is this, and this will be set to equal normal. Otherwise, we'll look at enemy death frame, X, and we'll use a branch if not equal because that won't be 0, so we can just always branch to that. Yeah, there we go, they're dying. I saw some gaps appear up there, that's weird. And we've still got more sprites than, more live enemies than we actually, it actually thinks we have. Actually, I think that's because, increase enemy, no, not that one. Okay, they need to reset their enemy death frame and the enemy death index when a new add wave is added. So actually we don't need to set death index, just the sorry, don't need to set the death frame, just the death index. So cool, so we've got that kind of working. So the other thing we need to do here is in our player routine, we just need to go and find where the sound effects is called and do the explosion version of that. Update, joystick control, player, fire, there we go. And we'll quickly test that as well. This is where it's been removed, so should probably put that in here as well. Okay, and now we need to create that as well. We'll test the actual sound for this in a second. Score bonus if you kill all in a wave. Yeah, not bad idea actually. Okay, we've got a crash there for some reason. Okay. Why have we got a crash there? That's weird. Literally just put those things in. So let's get rid of that one for now. And in our enemies, oh, it's because in here we're actually destroying X, so we need to just push that on. And we're also destroying what? Are we destroying Y? Let's have a look. Yeah, we're destroying both, so oh my god, this is so inefficient, but I really don't care at this moment in time. My schedule was pretty spot on though, I've got to say. Okay, we need to turn the sound on. Okay, we need to disable all sounds when we hit here. Easy enough to do in the game over function here. A game over begin. Is it D418, I think? Your save restore macros. Yeah, that would be quicker, wouldn't it? I'm being really dumb. Okay, D418. Okay, so in here we need to load D418 and it with F0 store accumulator D418. That turns the sound off, and then on intro we'll probably want to turn it back on, but we'll just do it in here for now, and we'll Oh, and the sound has stopped. That's weird. Okay. You like my... Okay, cool. So let's make the score go up at that point as well. So I think the score... Let's think about this now. So... Do bullets have limits on the right side? Yes, they should be removed when they hit the right side. Let's make it add some score, and then I think we'll look at the intro. Yeah, there should have been... Oh, no, I turned it off, didn't I? Let's turn it back on. Okay. Okay, so we should have sound when the witch explodes. Let's get some score when we kill an enemy. So let's have a current wave number in here. And when we init, that will be set to 0, 1. If last one dies from the bullet hit, you get the bonus. Okay, I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Okay, yep, I agree with that. That makes sense. Okay, so the way I'm going to do this is for score. It's you're going to get, for every enemy you kill, whichever wave you're on, that is how many points you will get. So if you're on wave 1, you'll get 1 point for every enemy. If you're on wave 2, you'll get 2 points for every enemy. I think if you kill everything in that wave, you should get 10 times the wave number. That will be the easiest way of us doing this. So this is what this is doing here. We might as well do our stuff in the middle here, because this is where we're doing our changes. You know, we're storing and restoring that value. Score, there we go. Right, so what we need is the current wave number. However, this only allows us to do numbers from 0 to 100. So all we need to do is take the number that we've got and reduce it to 0 to 100. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to divide our wave number by 4. So take our wave number, divide it by 4. That means if you're at wave 400, you've got 100 points. If you're at wave 0, if you're at wave 1, you'll have 0. So I need to divide it by 4. So we're going to do this, then we're going to add 1 to it. Okay. And when we add a wave, we'll increment the wave number. And then we need to jump to HUD, display wave number. Go into a HUD, display wave number. Now this is tricky because we need to basically increment the wave by, oh shit, we need to convert decimal into, sorry, we need to convert in at 8, but do you know what, I've got some code for this. I'm going to steal some code for this because I just don't have time. I've got this in .cosmos2 and it's in my debug function. Modes debug. Does this use BCD mode? It does use BCD mode, which I'm not entirely happy with, but oh, whatever. Now let's just put that in here. And let's use, oh, let's fuck it, let's create temp 8 and 9. This only creates the number from 0 to 100 though. Shit, how am I going to do this? This probably isn't going to work. Well, 10 times for all is oh right, yeah, 10 times for all. Okay, yeah. Okay, blah blah blah. This is only going to work for the first 100 waves, which, I mean, doesn't even matter because I can do that with this function anyway. I don't want it to break after 100 waves. Somebody crazy may get 100 waves in. Okay, so I've got a number. Just try to think of a sneaky way to do this. Oh, do you know what? I'm gonna be slow because I've got 10 minutes to finish this bit off, so I'm gonna just do this the horrible way. Can you get 100 waves in? Yeah, 100 waves is probably going to be difficult, but I don't want to prevent somebody from getting that far, so I'm actually gonna deal with this. So we're gonna grab enemies. current wave number, and we're going to store that in temp 8. And then we're going to compare that with 100. If it's less than 100, go to tens. Which is here. We're going to load X with 0 at this point. Otherwise, increase X. Carry's clear, so that means carry is set here, so I don't need to do that. Subtract 100. Subtract 100. Carry will still be set, so I can use that to jump back to here again. So at this point, I've got 0, so I can, in fact, I'm going to keep that at 30 like that. And then store that at, oops, that is location 36, so store that at screen plus 24 times 40 plus 36, and now do the same again. Slow as hell this, but I don't care at this moment in time. We've got enough raster time to do this. It's only going to happen once when the wave comes in, so it's not going to be a huge performance hit when we do this. It's only going to happen for one frame. Actually, when we get to 1, so do this, do the tens, and then whatever's left is the value. So at this point we can just load the we can add clear the carry bit, add this, store it. There we go. That should be right, I think. Let's give that a try. Okay, score isn't going up. Wave has gone up. Okay, so score hasn't gone up because I have not actually set anything. I just want to make sure that the wave goes up to 10 properly. Okay, cool. Do you know what? I'm happy with that for now. We can let's get the score going up. So in that case, why isn't the score going up? Because we need to set X to 0 at that point. Again though, this is going to break after a wave 100, so I'm not sure what's going to happen. Might have to do some tests at some point. Guys, it's actually really cold in this room. It's not just my feet, it's an actual cold room. Yeah, what was going on then? I seem to just be getting score randomly. I'm not sure how that score's going up, but hi 64 television. Yeah, my weekend's going alright so far. Oh, but yeah, I'm really cold in here. It's not good. What's with the light show in the background? Light show in the background? Do I have a light show in the background? Yeah, 11 for the... Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here, so let's slow this down. I feel like I'm getting too much score here. Once the enemy's been removed... Wait a minute, why am I adding that score in? Yeah, once that enemy's been removed, enemy's dying. Oh, hang on. Enemy is dying, we shouldn't be doing this check versus bullets. Let me just check where that's happening. Check versus bullets here. Enemy is dying. It's not. Drawing. I think we're getting bullets for it. Oh, the colour cycling. Okay. And on more computers, yeah. You know what, my main computer should be outputting a lot of heat. I'm obviously not doing enough with it. Vice is too easy to run. Oh, the colours in the border. Yeah, that's a deliberate debug thing. Okay, it feels like the score's going up correctly now. Still getting this weird glitch in the background here. I'm not sure why that's happening. Yeah, those scores look correct now. Okay, so actually I am going to turn them off because those flashes are kind of annoying, so, and we don't really need them at the moment. I'm going to leave them in there commented there because they're useful for debugging, but at the moment let's just have a look what it looks like as a whole, right? Like a pumpkin hit and it disappeared. Okay. Oh, let's get rid of that border colour as well. Why has it gone white? Is there an increment somewhere that I've missed? In game loop. In game loop. Oh no, it's because we set it up here, isn't it? That's right. That's fine. Little bugs like that I can come back and have a look at a later date. We're at 2 o'clock now, so we should be looking at more waves, power-ups or intro. I'm gonna suggest we do the intro. Oh, actually, I noticed an enemy died then when I hadn't actually hit it. Let's get the intro done. I think the intro, this is kind of looking alright now. So, oh god, alcohol is really affecting me, but I also need a cigarette as well. I know it's getting more and more frequent, but I'm quite pleased with that. We've done collisions, death and score, so quick 2 minutes guys, and then I'm going to do, we'll do an intro next, which is going to be open the intro, own project. It's going to look something like that. So we'll do the intro, then we will do the rest of the waves, and then that leaves us with just power-ups, which is an optional thing, but we should definitely do something. But yeah, as Denmark says, if we get the intro done, then we basically have the whole game in place then, and it's just a matter of kind of fleshing it out. So alright, I'll be right back in 2 minutes, guys. Right, I'm back. Ooh. Right, I'm gonna put my jacket on actually. See, no, I'll be alright. Jacket might be a bit much. Right. So we want to get this chunk of code into this chunk of background, which is 4, 5, 10 lines long. So for simplicity's sake, I am going to actually save the colour out here as well. Characters attributes, and then save that map out. Intro. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, now I need to import them. Let's get them in down here. Plenty of room down here still, so actually, is there plenty of room down here? Yeah, there is. Okay, so char colors. Intro 400. We'll see if it overlaps in a minute. I don't think it will. The wine keeps me. It's a lot nicer drinking wine without the lemonade. Anyway, I think I'll have less of a headache tomorrow, which is good. Intro map. Okay, let's just see if that actually compiles without an open file charcolors.bin. Really? Oh, it's just colors. Okay. Yep, there's no overlap there. Fits nicely into that area. Oh. Yeah, you did some amazing sprites as well. Thank you for that. I'm really looking forward to getting the other ones in. Actually, that's the next thing we're going to do. Is we're going to do the extra waves. If we have to skip power-ups, we have to skip power-ups. It's absolutely fine. Okay, so intro. So here's the intro loop. Let's have intro start here, and make sure we jump to intro start down here as well, wherever it is. Game over. Where's the game over? Is this the game over yet? Fire intro start. There we go. So the first thing intro start is going to do is clear screen with 0, and then we're going to draw that block of characters in. So there's 400 characters, so we will do 200 at a time. Intro map, comma X. We're drawing it at 6. Okay, hopefully that will give us shoot fast for X seconds. Yeah, we can probably do something like that. Okay, we need multicolor mode turned on at this point, so we need to make sure. God, where do we do that now? Yeah. I'm trying to be as cheap as possible when it comes to doing these things. Not activated multicolor mode for some reason. Okay, why? Thank you for the donation, C64 Television. Buy me a pint. I shall be having, well, I've got plenty of wine here, but you've donated towards my next bottle of wine, so thank you very much. Cheers, C64 Television. It is very thirsty work. I mean, we're now into the 10th hour of this stream. 3 hours, just under 3 hours to go now, so I think what I want to do is get this intro done in the next 20 minutes or so, 20 minutes to 30 minutes or so, and then we can maybe look at adding some waves and possibly getting the power bar to go up. Even if it is when the power bar gets to the top, we just increase the shoot faster for X amount of seconds, as you say. That would be enough to do something. At the moment, I want to know why this isn't working. So I just want to try putting a high value in here just to make sure that the multicolor mode is working. It should be. But it's not. Okay, so the multicolor mode is not working at this point. Also, we're not seeing the other rows. We're only seeing a few rows here. Okay, that's because what we should be doing here is duplicating this. So that should give us the other rows, hopefully. Although it doesn't feel like we had. Well, we'll see what happens when I run this now. Whew. Okay, cool. So we've got all the right code in here now. So for some reason this is not in multicolor mode, and I don't know why. Is it because of the IRQ? Maybe the IRQ is doing something weird. So let me move this into here instead. That's better. Right, cool. Now we just need to set the colors correct. So if we just going to go in and steal the colors from the map, because these are absolutely fine for our intro screen. Cool. Alright, so what I want to do now is try and get the map working at the top and the bottom. So the way I'm going to do that is we're just going to call advanced map. Although I think what this is going to do is it's going to destroy it's going to destroy the intro text in the middle. So we might have to do some, and it's also going to jitter the thing in the middle, so we're going to have to do an IRQ change here as well. Yes, okay, it's moving that whole thing across. So what we need to do, first of all, we need to make sure that on intro the map, where is it, the map gap or whatever it is set to correct value, min gap, there we go. Which actually should be set on init as well, so like so. I'll also set that on the intro to make sure it's correct. Think about this. Okay, yes, so in intro start, set this min gap. And we're going to set a flag. I'll just put the flag here, I really don't care at this point in time. Intro. Intro active. Intro start, so in this location here. So, and then when we quit the intro and start the game, that's actually going to be set to 0. Okay, so the reason I'm doing this is if the intro is active, I don't want to scroll the whole screen. We're going to do a different scroller. Again, I don't care. Memory is, we've got plenty of memory here. Really don't matter about memory. We're up to, I mean, we've still got shitloads left, so it's 30k or so. So in our advanced map, that's fine. In screen shift here, this is where we're going to make the change here. So we'll still generate the column. That's fine. If the intro is active, is not active, then we'll go to here. Otherwise, we'll jump to no intro. And no intro will be here. We could be more clever about this, but at this point, for the sake of speed, I don't care. So in this case, what we'll do is we'll do 6 rows like so. 6 rows like so. And then we will do from row 16 up to 24, like that. And this means it's only going to scroll across the bottom and top. We're still going to get a jitter in the middle, but we can do an IRQ split for that. It's fine. We've now got the jump no intro. Where's that gone? Map ASM. Okay, map. No intro. There we go. What's that? Stalking min gap. Okay, min gap is in map min gap. Okay, so we're still getting the jitter in the middle, but now we've got a map that's actually drawing top and bottom. make sure it doesn't go any further than that. Okay, we probably need to reduce it more than that, so I'm going to increase the gap. Or I can increase, let's see how high this goes. It may be that we just need to, let's put it on warp, there we go. Yeah, okay, we need to increase the gap. The problem is here, there's the gap between the top and the bottom could move up or down, so actually the min gap needs to be, imagine this is at the bottom, then the gap needs to match. So yeah, let's just increase the gap, let's just keep increasing it until we find the right value. Let's put it on 14. It's kind of okay. Okay, so now in IRQ, this is our entry point 1. We only have entry point 1. So what we need to do here is intro active, if it's 0, go to here. And just carry on like normal. Otherwise, intro IRQ1, which will have this at the end, this at the beginning, and the job of this is just to turn off the scroll in that location. So no scroll, so you've got, yeah, so it's the job of this is to do this basically. And then the job of that is to jump back to this one again, which is going to take the scroll, so let's go back to the map. And here. Okay, now we need to set these things up here, like so. So in here, if we need to jump to intro IRQ1. Oh god, God knows what that is. 32 plus 6 times 8, 48. So let's do 62 there. And then in here we need intro IRQ2, which is here. And then in here we need to go back to IRQ entry 1 at F2. So IRQ entry 1 needs to jump to IRQ entry 2. That needs to be 100 lines. No, 10 times 80, so 50 on top of that. So that is B2, I think. Yeah, let's give that a try. We can always adjust if it's wrong. That seems to be spot on. Problem is the colours are wrong here. Multicolor mode is not enabled. So 016 multicolor mode. So bit 4, which is where was that IRQ? Is this the one that's doing it? Yes, this is the one that's doing it. So if I set that to E0, I think no. That's 13. That should be on. Why is that not on? 2016. 16. Oh. I'm turning it off there, that's why. C8, so it should be this one. So it should be D8. There we go. Cool. Make sure when I press fire. Oh, it's going too quick now. Why is it? Oh, because I'm on warp speed, that's why. There we go. Okay, sprites need disabling. Crash, yep. Okay, need to disable the sprites here. Not seeing anything in the background here because we've stopped the scroller, so we need to set the H scroll speed to something a bit decent. Let's go for 0.3. Let's also set all sprites to off at that location. Yeah, we're looking good actually. So we've still got that weird shoot at the beginning. Okay, cool. I kind of want to make these color ramp. Do I have time for that? Yeah, let's do that. Why not? So let's do this whole block here. Let's just do 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. We'll do color ramps. We'll do them in opposite directions so they look kind of cool. And we'll use the same color ramp from the game over as well, which we've already got in here somewhere. Game over color ramp here. Okay, so intro start. Okay. Actually, we can just use the game over one, can't I? That's probably the easiest way of doing this. Yeah, let's just use that. Let's just use the game over so it's easier. Okay, so this is drawing it. This is the update. This is the advanced map. So let's do it here. Hang on, is that right? Probably don't need that. Yeah, don't need that anymore. Okay, so let's move that up to here. I'll just do it here. Okay, so increment game over sin ticker, and then we're going to do let's have a look at the thing. So we've got 2 lines going one way, 2 lines going the other way. So let's do these 2 lines first. So let's do the same as we're doing in the game over bits. This is like 92. Okay, yeah. That gives us value from 0 to 8, and then we can use that if we transfer that into Y and set X to be 0, and accumulator, game over, color ramp, comma Y, color ramp. Oh, good night, CC's World Television. Thank you for coming along. Increase Y, pair Y to 8, which is not equal. Can't skip. Actually, let's just call that. Like that. There we go. that to y. It's not equal to that. The load y is 0. Increase x. Compare x to. Let's have a look. It starts here at 19 and ends at 38. So let's compare it to 20. Nice and round. And that is at coloram plus 6 times 40 plus 19. Okay, we need okay, first of all we need 2 more rows down, not 8, it should be 10. Secondly, that colour ramp is not going to work, so I need a colour ramp that's going to work with only low colours, no high colours. So one of these ones basically. I'm just going to do it with that for now. I'll stick it up here, whatever. Intro ramp. Oh, this is the least. Oh shit! This is the least neat code I've ever written. But you know what? It's to be expected, right? Intro ramp. Okay, so this is our intro ramp. That'll do. It's absolutely fine, I think. I might slow it down a little bit though. It's going to look a bit better slow on this one. Actually, no, it looks better quick, I think. Okay. Kill the black, yeah, good point. Thank you. So we've got from blue to white. So let's pick a value in the middle, like green or something like that. That should probably look alright. That's fine. So now we just get these going the other way. I could probably write this in a way that it would work easily both directions, but to be honest, I'm just going to copy it and make it work the other way instead. So in this case, I'm going to start with 20. So well, start with 19. Decrease x. And as long as it's still positive, go that way, and this will be 8 and 12. That'll do. I'm going to make the press fire flash as well. I think that would be nice. Okay, so I will do that with this again. Might as well. It's incrementing every frame. Let's do it like that. Okay. So that is at 12, 13, 14, 15, 15. Okay, so cool. Okay, let's speed that up a bit. It's not quite quick enough. Awesome. Right, chat is working. Gosh, I didn't hear the death when I died, when I fell down there then. So just going to quickly check that out. I think that might be... Music has stopped playing, sorry, in main. Oh god, this is such a mess. Game over begin. So not at that point, it needs to be here. So the music still needs to play. Then when the show game over happens, it needs to do that. So we still need, in our routine here, we still need yeah, exactly. I feel the same way. This isn't too bad. There's a few bugs in it, but I can iron them out over the next day or two before Wednesday. There's no side restriction on the competition. I think it's alright, just add code twice and spending time. I'm surprised how much. Yeah, me too. I was fairly confident we'd get a lot done. I'm quite pleased with it so far. Okay, so let's have a look at. I think that intro is fine, isn't it? There's not really much more I can do on that, although that gap at the top was wrong then. As long as it doesn't overlap the code, then I'm kind of happy. That will do. I've got another idea as well. Oh, do I do this? Yes, I'm going to do it. Sod it. So these two characters here, 103, 103, 104. Okay, so they are in memory. I am going to use a calculator for this. 103 times 8. 824. 338. Pumpkin hit the bottom and destroyed a bit of the scenery. Okay, yeah, try and figure out what's doing that. Plus C800. CB38, okay. I just want to try some at first. Let's do it in here, in this loop, after all of these have happened. Here, okay. CB38, that's what I need to remember. Okay, so load x with 0. So I need to load C3B8, so 3B. So just back forwards. this needs to be 0f, like so. And I need to load y, c3b8. There we go. You got issues then, Colt. Okay, that didn't work. It's scrolling the wrong thing. Oh, because that's not C3, it is CB. B. There you go, right. Didn't do anything. Think about that quickly. This is 103. 103. Okay, let's try again. 103 times 8. 824, which is 338. Plus C800. CB38. Okay, so I'm loading. Oh, God's sake. Not quite right. Loading that. Storing it at 1 down. Decreasing that. If that value is still positive, going here. And this one, storing it 1 down. There we go. And also I just need to do a check here. Game over. Sim ticker and 03 which are not equal. Skip. There we go. Small thing, but it looks good. We've got blood dripping off the letters now. Here. Okay, I think that's probably about it for that. Let's do enemy waves now. Let's add. Let's start by randomly selecting the sprite, and then we can start adding more waves in as well. Let's start with that first. Okay. It's a small touch, but I like it. I did intend when I drew the font set for that to happen. I just forgot about it until then. I think it looks nice though, no? It looks good. It'd be nice if they went at different speeds, but I mean at the moment I haven't got time to kind of mess around with creating extra characters for this, but you could duplicate that character a few times and have them move at different speeds. It's one for a later date. It's not a massive change, but I think this adds enough as it is already, so. Okay, enemy waves, cool. So when we add an enemy wave, at the moment there is no choice. There's an enemy type, here we go. So this is where the enemy type is being selected. There is nothing to determine anything other than if it's 0 at the moment. So we've got 5 enemies to pick from. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump to subroutine random, which is going to load the accumulate with a random number, and then I'm going to limit that number to between 0 and 7, and if it's more than 5 or more, then I'm going to do it again until it's not. Then I'm going to store it there. So now our enemy type should be randomized. So who knows what we'll get for the first enemy, but we should get something different. Or maybe we'll just get the same thing all the time. Okay, we're getting the same thing all the time. That's not good. Okay, so one thing I immediately noticed then was the sprites for the bats should be ping-ponging and they're not. So let's do that. Was there another ping-pong? Yeah, there was. There was this thing here, wasn't it? It was supposed to ping-pong. Volume down a little bit. Probably turn my desktop. Oh no, I need my desktop audio on so you can hear voice. So I need to change that to 6 instead of 4, and I need to change that to 4 instead of 3. So it's the first one there, should be 6. Oops. 6. Oh my god. 6. And that one should be 4. I'm going to slow the timer down ever so slightly. Okay, we're just getting bats all the time now. At least they're animating correctly now. Okay. So let's have a look at why we're not getting a different one every time. Enemy type, here we go. So we jump to random, we end with 7. If it's more than or equal to 5, then we jump back to here, otherwise we store it here. Okay. It was Pac-Man. That's a terrible joke. That's a terrible, terrible joke. Okay, interesting. Yeah, not sure why that's doing that. I'm gonna try just shifting it a couple of times. I feel like that random isn't as random as I want it to be. So, okay, so we've got skulls that time. The number's the same. Oh, fuck's sake. I know why. It's because it's random get. That's why. This doesn't feel bad at all, actually. This is feeling like a fairly playable game now. Cool. Wait, okay. So waves. Okay, so we need to pick a random wave as well. So at the moment we're just picking a wave type here, and it's wave type 1. So we'll do the same again here. So we'll pick a random wave. We'll do 4 waves first. I think that should be fairly easy to pick. So this is going to pick a number from 0 to 3. We don't need to do a comparison there because it's going to always pick a number from 0 to 3. However, we do need to can we set we don't need to do that. We do need to add 1 to it though, however, because wave of 0 is nothing. So there we go. Okay. works well enough. Ship it. Yeah. God, I'm really cold. It's insane how cold I am. I think when I go again, I'm gonna put more layers on. I think, which might be in a minute. So let's just get some waves in here. Column waves 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll leave that there the same. Okay, so wave 1 is quite simple. I'm not going to change wave 1. I think it's fine. I'm going to make an empty wave now, which does pretty much nothing other than set the enemies up. Here, it's not going to do anything on that side. I mean, it's almost like these start frames don't need to happen as well. In fact, I just want to make sure, I want to strip that down to the bare minimum. I don't want to be making too much effort with these things as well, so I'm just going to make them all wave 1 for now. And I want to see what happens if I turn off enemy colours. Maybe not. Enemy pointers I feel is unnecessary. Start X and Y, probably correct. I feel like this block here should be removed. So if I do that, what happens? I bet I get the wrong colours on items. So, but that can be shifted into the draw routine anyway. Okay, yeah. So those colours are wrong. If I go into the draw function here, where I am taking the correct frame. Let's look. How is the frame actually updated? Is it in there? Okay, load enemy frame. That here. Okay, so if I do load enemy. No, wait a minute. So we've got. Not that one. Here, there we go. So load Y, current enemy type, load enemy colors, is it? Yeah, colors. So +2, comma X. There we go. Right. So hopefully that should cover the colors. Can use your waveform to create a new form and have every second surprise type at the other end of the sign. Yeah, exactly. We can have all sorts of weird things. Just by spacing out that sign, we can vary it as well. Okay, so those colors are correct. So, for instance, at the moment we're staggering things based on. Oh, where is it? I can get rid of that now. We're staggering things based on this here, so we're timesing by 16. If I was just to add 2 more into that, you'll see what happens. It will do a very different thing. So even just a simple change like that will have a different effect. And in fact, we can change that to logical shift rights instead. Why it's not loading? Something weird's gone on there. Just by making that small change, we've got very different looking waves. So, and yeah, they are. I didn't even shoot, and they're destroying things in the top and bottom. So it's a bug to look at through the week. I'm not going to look at that tonight. We've got 2 hours 5 minutes left, so I'm going to go for a quick cigarette. Then when I come back, we're going to play around these waves a little bit. I think the second wave, we've just demonstrated how the second wave can work. And then we'll do some other waves that do something a little bit more interesting, that maybe affect the X and Y as well, so they kind of loop back and come backwards and forwards a little bit. Yeah, okay, so back in 2 minutes, guys. Right, I've got some extra layers on there, keep myself warm. Right. Okay, so extra waves. Well, let's start by adding a quick win in, which is same wave again. We don't need that now. But changing this, something like that maybe. Let's make them all the same just so we can test the waves as we go along. In fact, let's just do one wave for now, and we can always we'll just increase the count later on. Wave, here we go. So for now it'll just always be one. Is that not working? Still need those bits, that's why. Just the assets, yeah. Okay, that's not good. That's... oh, because that should probably be like that. So the other thing we need to add in is some kind of... oh, it does look like a really quick thing at the beginning, but... that's kind of cool, but it's not right. Let's do it like that. Why does it do that fast bit at the beginning? That's weird. Let's just do one like that. There we go. Does it do it every time? No, just that one bit. Okay. So when we first start the game, it kind of does a really fast... that makes it really hard. Let's find out why it's doing that at the beginning. And scroll speed. It should get to here, the game flag. Okay, I'm not sure why that's going so fast at that point. Oh, is it because this flag is not 0 to begin with? Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Right. Okay, that's one other wave. Okay, let's do another wave. Let's just copy that one. Oh shit, is that bracket end? That bracket end's there, okay. Max wave with no score. Okay, this time let's keep the start X and start Y the same. Let's have a sine wave like so. But this time let's also have a sine X as well. And this needs to be a little bit tricky. So what I want this to do is the difference between left and right each time. So this needs to be, let's do it with cosine, so it creates a circular pattern. And we will do, given a big range like so. Just get rid of those for a moment. we only care about the difference. So this is gonna go from -256. So let's do it 128 like so. So it's gonna go from -128 to +128. But we want to get the difference between this and the next one. So do this. Probably overusing brackets here, but I really don't care. And then in the update, so this is just updating the Y and it's storing that value in the Y. So what we're going to do here is we're going to take enemy x1, yeah, Y like so. Oh, and I forgot how we do this again, so I think we've already done this many times in not in this one, I've done it in here, so not that. Just gonna see if I can find it in the code to save myself messing around. Not in there. Enemies, yeah. Not that one. It's that simple. It needs to be comma X. So does this. So does this. So does this. So does this. Let's see what the hell that does. Probably nothing. Probably going to look weird, but let's give it a try anyway. Oh, okay, that did do something a bit weird. Okay, let's speed that up a little bit. That kind of worked, so that's fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave that the same, but I'm going to double the speed at which it moves horizontally. Oh, that's an interesting wave now. Ooh. Okay, let's make that a little less. Let's make that a little less intense. So we can do that by changing that so it moves a bit less on the horizontal axis. and changing this down here. So hopefully they move in a more accurate circle. Nope, it's not right, is it? Let's have a look at wave 1. Wave 1 does ASL, that's what I need to do. Oh, that's not that. Why are they dying? They're dying before... They're dying even though the bullet isn't there. Ah. We just found a bug. So in enemies, when we check versus bullet, are we actually checking if the bullet is active as well? No, we're not. Okay, so what we need to do is load bullets. Dot bullet type. Skip. Also, the circle isn't quite right in my opinion, so I'm gonna taking this value, we're timesing it by 64. And I'm going to add 32 to it. Oh no, not a friend of mine at all. Oh, that's kind of an interesting pattern. I like that. Damn it, they're getting quite hard to shoot now. In fact, they're getting really hard to shoot. Oh, interesting. Why have we got no waves? Okay, what was this again? PID. Player is dying, that's right. So player is dying is up here. That's no good to us, damn it. I need this enemy count up here. So it happens again, I'm going to look for that. What? Oh, I'm from the wrong place. Okay, the collision isn't great, I've got to say. We need to sort that collision out. Those bullets are going right through, so I'm going to do some collision stuff now around that, because I don't like how that's working. Check versus bullet. Okay, so here we go. So we're checking 3 on this. We're only checking 2 on this. So let's check 3 on that as well. See if that improves it. Still missing them though, isn't it? Four would be too much. Let's see what happens. As long as it feels right, that's the main thing, right? So I'm still not hitting there anyway, so I don't think that's the right thing to change there. Oh, because that should be why, that's why. There we go. Yeah, they only seem to be bothered about if you want to join their group, and that's it. Oh, it's actually getting quite challenging. This, it's interesting. Okay, so I'm quite happy with those patterns now. Do with at least one more. We can add more at a later date. Oh shit, them waves get actually quite tricky. Okay, I'm gonna do something else here now. I'm gonna copy that. Let's think about this. No, I kind of like that. I'm going to copy wave 3 and I'm just going to change it a little bit to see what I can do to make it more varied for wave 4, and then we'll move on to doing some other stuff as well, because we've got some variation now, so I want to add some map variation in as well, so as it goes on it gets a little bit faster and a little bit trickier. So let's start by making the up and down happen more frequently. Let's make it a little bit tighter than it is at the moment, and let's change this for a weird mix of sine and cosine to see what really happens here. I imagine it's going to go fucking freaky ass now. Oh, what can I do then? Actually, yeah, it is going to go freaky, isn't it? Because I'm doing... Alright, let's just try it. Let's see what happens. Set the wave. So we're down to 1 hour and 40 minutes. Not managed to do everything I wanted to do. Power-ups would be nice to get in. We definitely need to get the randomization, and we definitely need to fix the terrain. So I'm going to leave power-ups for now. And have a think about, at the very least, what we can do. Power-ups I can probably do in half an hour for the very, very, very basic versions of it. So I might try and fix the terrain in a minute. Let's get the... In fact, yeah, I think I will do the terrain next. No, I'll do the randomization of the background so that it gets tighter and faster, because that should be quite easy as well. So let's just check that wave 4 is working correctly. Okay, no, that's not going to work, is it? Okay. Oh, I need to do the music on the intro as well. There is another piece of music that Stepz did for the intro, so I'll check that out in a second. Let's not do -6 So let's do cos here instead. Let's make this even tighter of an animation. And let's shift it that way and see what that does. Some of these waves are evil now. Actually, this wave's pretty easy once you know how to do it. Okay, cool. That'll do. I mean, it's an interesting wave. Let's not go too overboard with them. Okay, so with that in mind, now we can loads of room to add tons of waves in. I mean, we're still 24k worth of memory to use up still, so a lot. Okay, let's make that pick the right pair of enemies. There we go. Right, so now we should get random waves, random enemies. It shouldn't be very predictable at all, so but at the moment we're not having to avoid the background because the background's moving slowly and the gap is big enough that it's easy to fly around. Whoa, fuck. Okay, cool. Alright, let's add some changes with the wave. So at the moment all we're doing is we're increasing the current wave number, so let's actually start affecting the map here as well. So we'll get the current wave number. We're basically assuming that the waves are only going to go up to 256. I think if somebody can get to that point, they're good on them. But what we'll do is we'll assume that 256 is the limit. So at 256 the gap is going to be, the min gap is going to be 3 and the current min gap is 16. So that means we need to, based on the current wave number up to 256, we need to convert that from 0 to 13 and subtract it. That's going to be quite difficult because that means dividing by 12 or so. Not going to be easy, so let's divide the current wave number by let's divide it by 16, and if it's more than 13 we will, let me think, yeah, divided by 16. If it's more than 13 then we'll make it 13. Then we'll store that in temp 9, load 10. Right, that's the gap sorted out. So now we're going to do the same again, but we're going to do it with the speed. This time we will divide by 8. And we'll add 1. And we'll compare to 7. If it's more than 7, then we'll make it 7. And we'll store that in. Right, okay, so now we should have some increasing difficulty with the speed. Speed and the gap between the top and the bottom. This works, then I think the next step should probably be getting the terrain working, because I think it can look a lot better than it does at the moment. Kind of thinking adding gravity might be nice as well, so you've got that kind of Flappy Bird effect going on. Oh shit. Ah, oh, damn it. Okay. I don't know how many I killed then. I got through 25 waves, so that's 150 enemies. I don't know how many I killed. Let's say I killed 2/3 of them. That's 100 enemies. The power bar is 9 characters long with 4 steps for each stage. Okay, I'm not going to worry about power for now. Good night, Coconut. Thank you for joining the stream. Oh, and Hayes is awake again. Hello, Hayes. I assume you were asleep. So we're getting towards the end of this bottle of wine. I'm going to make it last till 5 o'clock. But we're looking pretty good. We have actually got a game. I'm going to try and fix the terrain, I think, next, because that is the one area that's making this game look a bit shit at the moment. Let's get that done first. But to be honest, it's actually pretty playable. I think it needs more waves. It does need more waves. I might just add a shitload sometime this week. They don't need to be anything special. I mean, this is kind of cool as it is already. And the collision does not feel bad at all. The only thing is that bit at the top. In fact, I can go up to the top and not crash. But I've got that marked down as something to look at. Okay, I am going to make them move. No, maybe not actually. I was going to make them move with a horizontal scroll, but I don't think they need to. Yeah, I mean, we can change that. I'm gonna make everything happen a bit quick, because at the moment it's not quite quick enough. So I'm gonna do that a bit quicker. I'm gonna do that a bit quicker. The thing is, there's a minimum gap, but there's not a maximum gap as well. So we could make this more difficult by adding a maximum gap as well. So you don't get... Oh, damn it, into empty space. Oh, you shit. I think a bonus point pickup is going to be tricky because we're using sprite to sprite collision. However, having the last enemy give you a points bonus would be quite easy to do. In fact, let's do that now. Let's do that, and we can always have an extra sound effect for that as well at some point. In fact, do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to steal the sound effect from .cosmos for bonus life pickup, so you know you've hit a bonus thing. So it's in here. I think it's just called power up. No, not power up. Extra life. There we go. So I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to stick that in our folder. I'm going to rename it to match the others. Hello bonus. Bin. Ah, damn it. Don't open in VLC. It's not going to play, for God's sake. And then we'll have a look at the terrain. I really want to fix the terrain because I think that's the one thing that's stopping it looking like a complete game. And with an hour and a half to go, that's probably barely enough time to do it. So I'll get that in, and maybe if we fix that in time, the high score as well. The high scores are nice to have, and as I say, I am going to spend Monday and Tuesday, and maybe a bit of tomorrow, making this just polished a little bit, because I don't want to just release something full of bugs. It is in my name after all, so I would like to finish it first. Reset each new wave, then for each enemy kill, add one to it. When the wave is over, generally equal to max enemies, so over it. Yeah, yes, okay. Yeah, that's how I'm gonna do it. I think that makes sense. Yeah, that's how I'll do it actually. Okay, so there's our bonus sound in place. So when we add a wave, we'll do current enemy count. So we've got current enemy kill count as well. That needs to be set to 0 at the beginning. Add wave. Current enemy count. There we go. Accumulator 0. Enemy kill count. Then when we actually kill them with the bullets, which is down here somewhere, where is it? There it is. Increment current enemy kill count. Actually, we'll do this with the X register. Increase store X. Compare X. Max enemies. If it's not max enemies, then go to here. Otherwise, what we will do is we will do the same as we did here. But we'll award 10 times the score, so we'll use a multiplier of one extra 0 on the end, and we will call the bonus effect well. So already that should be a pretty easy piece of code that gives us nice bonus here. shit, it's getting harder now. Ah, oh, damn it. Okay, cool. Okay, let's put the music on the intro. It should be there. So the moment we're just clearing the sound and then re-enabling it at this point here. So we need to re-enable the sound here instead. Intro start, yep, here. Oops. Jump to subteammusic.init, and then wherever we do the music play, I think it's just music play, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Just copy that into the intro. I've not heard the intro music, so it's the same tune, I think. Alright, that's not right. Try with that. And getting a max height in, so you always have some surface on top bottom would be good. Yeah, it seems to be playing the same freaking music every time. I thought it was that, but hang on, where's the music sound? Here we go. Ah, okay, right. It's the same music. Sound in it here. Jump to music in it, yeah. Jump to music in it. Well, why is this playing the same music? Maybe it is different and I'm not. Yeah, scroll speed gets faster as well. Yeah, it should choose a track number. Let me try opening up the SID player. I just want to make sure. Oh god, I don't have SID player. Seriously. Is it that one? I think it's that one. Yeah, for God's sake. I already had this. Stick it on the desktop. Shit, did that go to the desktop? That looked like it made a completely different fucking folder. Desktop. Alright, there we go. And let's open up our assets. Where's our SID file? There it is. Oh, there's only one file on it, that's why. There isn't a title track. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. I'm pretty sure Stepz has got a title tune and a game over tune almost done as well, so they will be making an appearance at some point. Are we getting all of the enemies? Yes, we are. We're getting all of those. That's fine. Okay, let's take a look at the terrain. I really want to fix that terrain. It's bothering me. Okay, so when we create the terrain, this is what's doing it. Okay, so in fact, let me take a smoke before I do this, and then we can get to work on that. And if I get time colt, that's not a bad idea actually. We'll stick a max height as well, so so it can't go above a certain area once it gets on a little bit. So I'm going to be right back. 2 seconds, guys. Be right back. Right, we've got an hour and 15 left, and then we're going to call it a night. So let's see what we can do. We've got a playable game now. So that's good. Let's start making it look a little bit prettier with the terrain. So just having to think about it then, I think when the terrain is going up, that's easy to do. So let's do that one first. It's the going down that's the problem, because it needs to kind of know what's previously happened. So let's just do the floor. We'll get the floor working, and we can kind of copy the logic into the ceiling as well. So floor. Okay, so if we're going up, so let's have a look. I need to remember actually. Oh, this is working now, pardon me. Okay, it's this bit here, isn't it? So thank you for the follow, RW Grim. Welcome to the stream. So this is where we're drawing. We're always drawing, so we draw this until we're on the very last piece. And this is the last piece here. So what we need to do, let's just check first if the floor direction is going up. So if the floor direction is going up, then the value is can't remember which way we're going now. Let's compare it to 1. The wine's starting to kick in now, typical. If it's not that, then we'll go to no char change. We'll just think about going up at the moment. If it is, then we will load. We'll get rid of this. No, actually, we need to go. We've got X, we've got Y. We're using X and we're using Y, so. Otherwise, we're going to load grass top plus 2. I think that's the right one. If it's not, we can change that in a second. So let's just have a look. Let's see what that does. So we don't actually need to load the. We don't need to go into the game. So we can do it from this screen here, which doesn't want to do anything. So that's obviously wrong. What I've just done. Is there another set? Have we done something weird here? Okay, I'm just going to copy that block. I'm just going to undo that, just make sure that works. That does work, but it didn't have grass on the bottom, but we know that's a problem anyway. We can address that problem later. So let's restore all that. I think maybe I was just running it from the wrong file. Okay, so let's keep an eye on the up. The up looks fine at the moment. I mean, the colour's wrong, but the up is fine. I'm sure if we load the game and then die, the colour will be fine. Not seeing anything at the bottom. Here we go. I'm going to change that to yellow, by the way, so let's do that quickly. I just don't like that colour on there. I think it should be yellow. Okay, and I need to do a clear colour or wherever it is up here. This screen. And that should be 5 with clear colour, I think it is. Yeah, there we go. Right. Looks like up is working though. Evil face jaw, assembly is like hieroglyphics. It is until you actually learn to use it, and then you realise it's actually not that complicated. If you can program, in any language, you can learn to do 6.5.10 assembly pretty easily, I would say. It's not as complicated as it looks. The trick is learning what the Commodore can do. So this is looking like up is correct. So the problem we've got now is if we go down, we should be drawing one extra character above. And then drawing on the top. So if in the case of down, where do we do our calculation? This is where we subtract the floor height here, and then we store it here. But I think what we need to do is, before we continue here, we potentially need to subtract one more from that, and then here we need to do the same. Yeah, we need to do the same here. We'll do it with accumulator, and this time we'll just increase X here, like so. I'll call that flat maybe, because it might not be flat. And this is flat. Okay. Is that not working? Flat maybe plus line 221. In the right file maybe. Flat maybe plus Oh, that would actually be flat this time. Hey, look at that. Yeah. So the only other problem we've got is that if there is only one layer on the bottom, it's automatically going to be this. It's never going to be grass on top. So we need to make sure it's grass on top. Oh, let me commit the code. Don't know why I'm bothering to put commit messages in, but whatever. There we go. Okay, that should be there now. Okay, so that's working. But what we need to do is, if the very bottom piece is on the floor, we still need to do the same thing here. Which means actually we need to start this loop kind of here, maybe? No. Yes, we need to start this loop. At this point. Right, so where is this actually looping? This is looping from here, which is this point here. So I'm actually going to put that there, and I'm going to put jump. Oh my god, this this is getting so crazy. I'm doing stuff I would never normally do. Okay, we've got a problem down here, but we do have something on the ground, so we're kind of getting there, but not quite. So I think that's because what's happening is if it tries to go down and it can't, it's not flattening the floor, so so here, the floor height here, this should also be set in. I'm not seeing any errors on the bottom so far. This looks fine to me. Ah, okay, cool. Right, so the other thing I want to do now is some tidying up. So if we draw to this location, and this is this, so we're going to do a comparison here. So if this is 135, which is this one, then that's fine. If we're drawing this one, 130, or we're drawing 128, and X is... Okay, so first of all, we're going to put a skip in here. I'm just going to make sure that's not being used anywhere else. Don't think it is. Oh, it is being used there. Okay, so skip, decorate, we'll call it. So we need to, first of all, we need to check if X is at our limit, i.e. it's the bottom of where we are. So I'm going to store that at temp 9, and then I'm going to grab that, and if it's the same as that, we're not going to do anything. However, if it is the same, then we're going to start comparing this, and if this is 128, do we use, okay, we'll call that not left. And we're going to load, and this is 134. I'll call this mod left. Okay, so wherever we do a self mod change, which is here, we also need to do a mod left change, and that will also be a mod right. So hopefully now this will fill in the little kind of gaps between the slopes. So when we go up, oh no, there's a crash. Okay, so that hasn't worked. So let's have a look. Mod left +1. Okay, so this is mod left. +1 would be correct in here. Okay, let's just try. No, that should be fine. Why is that not working? I think this check is wrong here. Well, this check here. Decorate slope corners, so I know what this is. Whoa, thank you for the bits, Emma. Very much appreciated. Let's see if it's the same before you decide. 1,000 bits, awesome. That's a whole bottle of wine. Appreciated, dude. Thank you very much. Change that compare you just made the other way around. You should check to see if it's the same first piece, if it is or it isn't. Where's the actual scenery? I'll check that in a second. At the moment, I'm just bloody chuffed. We got okay, we've got no floor going on here now. On Thursday, we can dissect this. Do you know what? I don't know what I want to do on Thursday. I kind of enjoyed the grab bag. That was kind of cool. But I don't want to do a grab bag every time, so... yeah. They're doing an awesome... Oh, thank you, Emma. It's very much appreciated. I mean, this isn't just me as well. This is... you know, 4i, Stepz and Monsters Go Boom have worked really hard to get the artwork for this and the sound for this working, so it's not all me at all. They've worked really hard on this, and I really appreciate what they've done. Okay, so Gunstar says, change that compare you just made the other way round. So this compare, you should check to see if it's the same. That's what I am doing. So without any of this, it should just work, right? So any of this, it doesn't work. So actually, I'm not going to... I'm not going to fill those decorate bits in yet. I'm going to get the other decorations in place, which will make it look nicer still, before I go any further and start trying to implement stuff that might not work. Yeah. I mean, that doesn't look bad at all. I mean, that little gap that's between, I can live with it if it means getting the game out with something that looks nicer. I think that's fine. So let's do... Oh, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Oh no, we should do the ceiling as well. We should make the ceiling work the same way. Okay, so think about it. So if the ceiling is going down, so it's the same thing but the opposite way around basically. So if the ceiling is going down, and then we should be using these ones here. So 131 and 133. Okay, so let's have a look at how the map is drawn for those pieces. Where's the little comparison that we do? There we go. This is the comparison. Wait up. Jump start loop. Okay, we need the start loop in there. Let's do the up first. Okay, so let's copy that whole section and let's go and find that in the ceiling. My floor. Wow, the floor is way more than the ceiling at the moment. Okay, so first of all we have to do that, so that's one thing. This is something different we've had to add in. 35 char mod. We don't have a char mod in here, we just immediately add it into this location. Let's call that char mod 1. Okay, it's not that easy to copy across actually. Decrease. East branch minus skip, yeah, that's the same. Okay. Just trying to find the close char mod is there. Char mod's not actually needed anymore because we're not actually using it. Oh yeah, we are using it there. Okay. So char mod needs to go before this. Don't need the self mod. That's what we don't need, because the self mod is to do with the reverse nature of it. Okay, so we've got char mod in place, which is trying to reference it here. Okay, char mod start loop. What is that? Okay, oh yeah, this is correct. Okay. Let's copy that whole chunk. Call this no char change here. So, do we need the start loop? We probably don't need to. Well, I'm going to leave it in there for now. X is our ceiling height, which we start at 0 and work our way up. So in this case, we need to compare X to ceiling height, not 1. That might actually be ceiling height minus 1, but we can look at that in a minute. If we're not at that, don't do anything. Otherwise, load the ceiling. If we're adding, so if we're going up, no, it's if we're going down in this case. Seal top, let's do it like that. Channel 1. Why is it flat? Which is... Oh, this is getting confusing quickly. Okay, so 135. Let's assume if it's flat, we're just going to put 135 in it. Oh no, actually, we don't. We put 132 in it. Okay. We need seal top in here. I'm less bothered about the ceiling, to be honest, but it'd still be nice to get this working. 131, 132, 133. Okay, 131, 132. In fact, these are backwards this time. There we go. I'm feeling this is just going to naff up straight away, but let's give it a try anyway. Yeah, absolutely nothing's happening here. Okay, so I think that is because this value, where is it? Clear column, apply ceiling. So I think this here, to compare X to ceiling height, is not right. What I need to do... I'm going to store that in temp 9. I'm going to increase temp 9. I'm going to compare this to temp 9. Now for it just means break. Okay, so we've got something going on, but it seems to be back to front here. What is actually going on there? What's going on is nothing like we want to go on. Okay, let's have a closer look at what we're doing here. So in this case, we're starting at the top of the screen and working our way down. So only if we're at the very bottom should we be applying any kind of decoration whatsoever, which would imply this value here. Yeah, that should be right, because we compare to minus. Oh no, we do work our way backwards. Okay. Yeah, so that's right. So we actually start at the outer point and work our way back. So the very first thing we should do when we get this and we decrease it is we should have this value here. So at this point, no char change means we go here and we do nothing. Char mod. So I'm going to do it this way around instead. It should just be jumped flat there, should it? So that should actually just be like so. Didn't need that at all. Okay, let's try that. That should at least get rid of the kind of duplicate stuff. Yeah, it's not quite right, is it? It's it's doing one less. That's why it's doing it in the wrong place. Yeah, it's one less. Okay, right. Let's get that working. How are we doing? 45 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Can do that instead. If we can get the incorrect data on the right layer, then we're on a we're making some progress at least. Why is it on the wrong layer? That's the weird thing. Oh, okay. Let's jump to... Oh, cool. I'm glad you guys find the PDFs useful. I do put a lot of effort into them, so I do worry sometimes that no, they're not quite good enough. So I'm glad you're finding them useful. Okay, so we're getting something. It's always the wrong thing. So first of all, the direction is wrong, and then it's not flattening out when it changes. So let's switch the directions over. Okay, so it's kind of getting there for the up direction anyway. The problem is it's not flattening out. So when it goes up, it's not deciding to flatten out at that point. Ooh. Okay, so we immediately start by checking if we're at the top or not. if we're not at the top, then we just go to here and we set our flat setting. Otherwise, we're going to check our ceiling direction. If our ceiling direction is going, wait a minute, we need to be doing up, and we're going to turn that one off, maybe. Just turn them off a second. Oh, wrong button. Okay, so the up is working. It's not flattening out though, that's the thing. So if that direction is flat, we need to do this. So don't think that's going to be enough though. That's not enough. Ah, damn it, keep to press that. Okay, I think I might know what's going on here. Check if that's the case. So if I'm put that back in, go to flat maybe. We go to flat. Okay, it's not that then. 132, the right one to be putting in. 132. Yep, 132 should be fine. I feel like we're going to no char change when we shouldn't. We're going to here when we shouldn't be. Is it this? No. Okay, set this value, jump to here. Is it this? No. Set this value, jump to here. Otherwise, it should just be seal top 1, but it's not going to make any difference. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, I'm gonna have a quick cigarette while I think about this, and then we've got like half an hour left. So, yeah, I mean, this is pretty good. I feel like I'm in a stage now. The game is playable. We're in a stage where we're just polishing things off. So, and the terrain is the thing I think that's going to add the most. I'm going to add the little fences and gravestones in as well in a minute, which should hopefully add quite a lot to it. So I'll be right back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Okay, top my wine up. Not bad. Almost got through. I can make 2 bottles last 12 hours, that's not bad. I'm going to put some debug in here. Let's have a look. God, I get shiver once I go outside for a minute. That's not right and the right thing at all. I notice they're all... No, it is treating them differently. Okay, I don't need to do that, firstly. That should just be 31. But 2 is flat, 0 is down, 1 is up. No, 1 is flat. 2 is going up. Oh, okay, the direction's wrong. It's actually behaving correctly, it's just that the direction is wrong at that point. Okay. Ooh. So let's have a look. Ceiling. So why are we actually resetting the direction on the floor? Let's have a look. So we're only resetting it there and here as well. When the ceiling gap and the ceiling height. We're also setting it there. And we're setting it here. So they're the two places that we should be setting it. Let's have a look again. Get my head around what's actually going on here. Is it to do with the min gap? Let me change the min gap on that intro. I don't care if it breaks the scenery at the moment. I just want to see if it's correct. Okay, so let's reduce that a little bit. So what was 14? Okay. Ceiling direction is weird. I might just revert the ceiling stuff in a minute. Got half an hour, so I'm gonna do let's have a look. Let's see if I can cancel out this just by commenting stuff. Then I'm gonna do that as a way to just get onto the. I want to do the decorations on the floor. You see, I just got rid of all of that. what happens. It does all sorts of weird shit. Okay. Damn it. Should be that. Okay, char mod 1. Start over, so it shouldn't be doing that. See, those directions are wrong completely. Okay, I'm going to leave that code in place. I'm going to just disable that there. And instead what I'm going to do now is, at this point here, I'm going to decide some extra stuff. So I'm going to add a new thing in here, decorate type 0, there we go. And then when we draw the floor, at this point here, this is the very last one. It is, isn't it? Okay, so I just want to see what happens if I do this. Hopefully it's just going to add something on top of every single platform. Let's try the fence thing there, which is 141. Oh, got a crash. Okay. Oops. Map, there we go. Decorate mod. Call data, X. We're going down. Yes, we are going down, aren't we? Okay, so in that case, what we need to do is yeah, okay, so that's in totally the wrong place, isn't it? Okay. Oh my god, this should just work. Why is this not working? That's just drawing fences. I need it to go up a bit further. Come on, go up. Maybe it is and I'm just not seeing it. Maybe that should be 0. Let's try that. Okay. That's kind of right. Okay, we're slowly getting there. So what we need to check now is floor height. And if we're not on the floor, go to node decorate. And we also need to check floor direction, and if it's not flat, go to node decorate. What? That's terrible HTML, dude. Okay, now we need to decide what decorate type to use. So this will be decorate type, comma, let's use Y here. Let's load Y with decorate type here. Chars. So no decorate means just nothing, otherwise we'll either do a fence or 142, 141 or 142. Let's put another gap in there. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is, before we do any of this, we're going to jump to random.get. We're going to compare that to C0, and if it's less than 0, we're just going to jump to here. However, if it is decorate type, compare that with 03. If it is 03, then will automatically change. And what change will do is it will jump to random.get and that with 03, install that in decorate type. It's 4:40 a.m. I wish it was 3:40 a.m. because I'd have more time. Okay, it's drawing some weird decorations there. I'm not sure what that's about. So this should be 141, 142. Decorate type. Should be that. What the crap I did. Dude, what are you doing? Seriously. Okay, we've got decorated floors. Okay, let's increase the... Yeah, but, I mean, there's trying to learn, and then there's just trying to type HTML into chat window. I mean, you're not going to achieve anything. All you're doing is spamming the window, and annoying people, myself included. What? Okay, that'll do for decorations, I think. Let's put them on the bottom. So the only thing I haven't done is the ceiling, so I don't know what to do with the ceiling. Thank you for the follow, MBDR. But as it stands, the game is playable, so that's good. The ground looks a lot better than it did before. We do have some random stuff going on. The ceiling's really bugging me. Go in. Everything needs to be +1. Yeah, ceiling and high score. I think that's it. But do you know what? I think what's happened so far is pretty good. I mean, it's a playable game, right? There's a few bugs in it. Need to iron out. There's this weird shot at the beginning of the level. Yeah, I thought it was going to be an easy copy pasta, but it's not. Apparently, it's completely different. But I am going to have a good think about it. Annoyingly, I'm probably going to lose freaking sleep over it, which is very frustrating. But I mean, you know, we have something. There's no power bar in there. It would have been nice to get a power bar in. But I'd say there's a lot of completion in here so far, so there's enough for me to spend a day or two just to put a bit of polish in and get this pretty complete. I will put a power bar in. I think all the power bar I'm going to make the power bar do is give you faster fire, I think, for a couple of seconds. High score should be fairly easy. It's just a matter of on this screen having the high score down here, and ceiling as well. Other than that, it's looking pretty good. Actually, do you know what I'm going to do quickly while I've got the chance? I've got 30 minutes left, so let's give it a go. So let's import the map that we had for the intro. And let's set this back to 10 lines again. And then I'm just going to copy these into here. So, and then I'm going to dish them out alternately. So that can go in there. That can stay. That can go in there. That can stay. That can stay. And that can go in there like that. Oh, and I haven't actually changed anything. There we go. Right. That can go in there. Can go in there. Okay. Shit, I pressed character set. Export character set, yeah, go font. Yeah, polishing does take the most time, but I never thought this was going to be a competition winner or anything. That's not what the aim was with this. The aim was to make something that I felt was good enough to be called a game, and you know, playable and interesting enough as well. Okay, that was quicker than I thought. Just need to export the colours from that. Okay, so let's do these at different speeds. So two, one. Then this one at the slow speed. Two, one at the high speed. There we go. The blood looks a little bit less kind of robotic now. It's dripping at different speeds. Okay, cool. I think I'm going to leave it there then, guys. So, finishing about 9 minutes early, but I can't think of anything else that I can do that's going to take 9 minutes. No, can't think of anything at all. I'm not going to commit the code. I will commit the assets. The code will get committed in one chunk on Wednesday at some point when I'm done with it. Actually, you know, sealing blood drips would work, to be honest. But that's yeah, I'm quite pleased with that. I'm thinking this will be a half decent game. I think by the time I've polished it off on Wednesday. So yeah, I will leave it at that now, guys. I will commit everything as soon as I do. As soon as I make a submission. It's pretty good. I'm quite pleased with that. I imagine what we could do with 24 hours. Maybe it's a 24-hour stream next time. Okay, who's available to raid? Gunstar's streaming. Let's give Gunstar a raid. Gunstar Heroes. There we go. Cool. Turn that off. Right, cool. Thanks, guys. That's been a really good stream. I've enjoyed that. Been really good fun. Cool. So hopefully on Wednesday you'll see a released version of the game, and on Thursday we'll probably do something interesting. Don't know what yet. I'll have a think about it. So yeah, cheers guys, thanks very much, and I will see you on Thursday. Bye.